Hi, I'm Summer, and I'm a famous blogger. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a rich, single mother who owned a successful chain of hotels. Growing up, we were constantly knocking heads. She wanted me to eventually take over the family business, but I was obsessed with fashion. I launched my YouTube channel at 15, and in 3 years, I became a popular fashion influencer with over 500,000 subscribers. But Mom still wasn't convinced. One night, as I was getting ready for a yacht party, Mom came into my room with my acceptance letter to a top fashion college in France. What's this? Not now, Mom. I don't care, Summer. Quit playing around and focus on a real career instead of some foolish dream. I'm not paying for this. I don't need your money. I need you to start taking me seriously and understand that I want to do this. Why couldn't she just support my dreams? I was so relieved to see my boyfriend Charlie at the party. But 5 minutes into the event, he dragged me into a corner. Listen, babe, I don't think it's working out between us anymore. What? You're breaking up with me? Yep. You're too, basic for me. I just don't feel the sparks anymore. I was basic? He promised me the world just yesterday, and now he was dumping me? I got so furious, I grabbed a tray next to me and shoved it in his face before leaving. That should show him all the sparks he was missing. I'd only gone a few steps when I crashed into a waiter, and the next thing, I was dripping with spaghetti sauce. Are you blind? You ruined my dress! You ran into me, Miss Button Eyes. Now about that dress, go to a dry cleaner. The guy shoved some money into my hands and walked away. What an A-class jerk! Luckily, the yacht hadn't left the dock yet, so before things could get worse, I called my driver and went home. The next morning when I entered school, everyone looked at me with pitying eyes. Great, just what I needed. I felt a little better when my best friend / manager Dove showed up with my favorite coffee. OMG, girl, this must be such a shock. How are you feeling? I've been better. Poor baby, I can't imagine. Dumping you for Harriet? That's harsh. Harriet? As in my arch nemesis Harriet? She and I never got along, and when she copied my ideas for her YouTube channel, I knew she was a good-for-nothing witch. I spotted her minutes later, ready to give her a piece of my mind. First my ideas, and now my boyfriend? Is anything about you original? It's not my fault that Charlie would rather be with me. And it's only a matter of time before I take your sponsors too. And then, all your followers. Dream on. Charlie's an idiot, so you kinda did me a favor. And my sponsors won't leave me. I have them wrapped around my fingers, and my followers practically kiss the ground I walk on. Of course, I didn't mean a word I'd said. It was only to piss off Harriet. Besides, I was focused on building my college fund since Mom refused to pay for it. I had my savings, and soon I'd have enough to put me through with my new sponsorship. But the very next morning, my world exploded. Someone had hacked into my account and posted my conversation with Harriet. I quickly deleted it, but the damage was done. I was getting hate comments, and my followers were dropping by the second. Just then, Dove rushed in. I just got a call from 3 sponsors saying they're canceling their contracts with you. Told you this fashion stuff is stupid. Now, if you're done goofing around, can we decide seriously about college? No way! I'm gonna turn this around. You better, or you'll do as I say. This is your last chance. That's not fair. But Mom was already headed out the door. What a mess. I was pretty sure Harriet was behind this, so I rushed to the school to confront her. But just as I crossed the school field, I tripped and someone caught me just in time. We meet again. He was the waiter from that night. You! Ever since I met you, my life's been a mess. Don't blame me for your troubles, princess. Now, if you're done being blind for the day, could you move? You're spoiling the view. I looked over to see that he was busy painting a trash can? That dumpster is your view? He rolled his eyes and put on his headphones, completely ignoring me. Ugh, such a bozo. I continued on my way, and minutes later, I spotted Harriet in the cafeteria with Charlie. Tell me you had nothing to do with that stupid video. Oh, but I did. Besides being a fashion icon, I also happen to be a genius hacker. Why would you stoop this low? You called my baby an idiot. I had to do something. I wasn't kidding when I said that. I made Charlie popular. Strip all that attitude away, and he's nothing but a guy with an IQ of a tree. I can easily get another boyfriend anytime I want. Fine, prove it. Prom's in 2 weeks. If you find a date before that, I'll eat my words, take responsibility for the video, and say I made it all up. That should get your sponsors back. Deal? And why would I trust you when all you've done is lie and steal? Suddenly, Harriet climbed onto the table. Everyone, I have a confession. I went behind her back to steal her ideas. I'm sorry. Summer, you're the fashion queen. What the heck was that? Proof that I'll keep my word. I didn't want any bet with Harriet, but doing this was the only way to get her off my back and get my sponsors. Deal. The next guy who walks into that door will be my new boyfriend. I prayed someone hot would come through the door, but I almost fainted when I saw who it was. Oh God, no. The weird painter-waiter guy. I've already won. We'll see. I went to find Dove and told her everything. Even though she thought I was crazy, she agreed to help me. Dove was the student body president, so she could get me all the information I needed on him. His name is Martin. He transferred to our school last year and runs the school's art club. Perfect. That's where I'll start. But you know nothing about art. Of course I do. Makeup's art too. I decided to put my plan into motion by visiting Martin's art club. It was just him and 2 other guys staring at me like I was a piece of cake.
Lost your way, princess?
Call me Summer, and I'm here for my art class. Wow, did you paint that? It's amazing.
It's a dot.
It's the prettiest dot I've ever seen.
Why are you really here?
Fine. I was looking for you.
Why?
I want you to go out on a date with me. The boys in the room fell silent.
I know you think we're all pathetic, so please go and bug someone else with your jokes. I'm not interested.
Before I could say anything, he just packed his stuff and stormed off. So rude. I'm available. Ugh, as if. Later that day, Dove and I spent hours planning my next move. Just follow him around. You'll find something that you could use. I took her advice, and later when I saw him leaving the school, I followed him. I saw him park his bike near a cafe. I got down and peeked from the window to see him hugging a girl my age. Was he already dating someone? This could ruin my whole plan. I saw her leave for the bathroom and went in.
You know, stalking is illegal in all 50 states.
What? I'm just here for some coffee. That's not illegal, right? I'll have a latte, please. Martin made a face and left me to get my order. Just then, the same girl he was hugging approached me. She said she was a huge fan and wanted to say hi. Her name was Jane, and she was Martin's younger sister. Oh, thank God. As we chatted, I realized how different the 2 siblings were. She was so sweet and nothing like her sour brother. Their father was a sailor and was often away, so they lived with their grandmother and helped her run the coffee shop.
Don't you have work to do, Jane? And you, here's your order. Take it and go, won't you?
Slow down, tough guy. We're having a conversation. I'll pay for her time.
Unlike you, some of us have to work to get money.
I work hard too, you know. It's not easy to follow your dreams when… Ugh, forget it. I just turned and left. I wasn't going to allow him to talk down to me. I'd only taken a few steps when I remembered I had to make him date me to win that stupid bet. Ugh. Just then, Martin caught up with me.
Hey, I'm sorry. That was uncalled for.
So does that mean you'll go out with me?
Why? You haven't noticed me in a year, so why now?
Because I find you interesting. Think of this as an apology for not noticing you.
Since you won't leave me alone, fine, but I'll pick the place.
Deal. We exchanged numbers, and I left feeling proud of myself. Soon after, Martin texted me the address and asked me to come there at 6 a.m. sharp. Who wakes up that early on the weekend? But I had no choice, so I arrived 5 minutes early at some random dock. Suddenly, I spotted him working on one of the boats, shirtless, with the abs of a Greek god. Yummy crackerjackers.
You're early.
Yeah. So what's the plan? He reached his arm out to help me into the boat. As soon as I took one step, I stumbled, and Martin pulled me close to keep me from falling.
You wanted a date, right? So let's take you on one.
On a boat? They're kinda unlucky for me.
So you're backing out, scaredy cat?
Scaredy cat my butt. Let's do this, sailor boy. Martin smirked at me as we untied the boat and set out onto the water. So you're a painter, sailor, waiter, anything else I should know?
You ask too many questions.
You never ask any.
What do you want to know?
You paint all the time, but no one has ever seen any of your finished stuff. Why's that?
I paint to escape the world, but I don't think I'm ready for people to see it. It's my passion, not my career.
Why not? If you're good at it, it should be your career too.
Not everyone has your confidence, fashion queen.
So, you've seen my videos, huh?
I have a sister, remember?
We laughed and talked more before he dropped me back. That entire night, I couldn't wait to go to school and see him again. He was nothing like I'd imagined. Soon after, Martin and I were always together. We would talk for hours, and once, he even agreed to paint me for one of my videos. My followers couldn't get enough of him. Is he your new boyfriend? He's so much cuter than Charlie. I didn't confirm the rumors, but my numbers were rising, and Harriet was not looking happy. A few days later, we had an art exhibition in our hotel, and I invited Martin. I was over the moon when he agreed, but when I saw him, I was blown away. Wow, you clean up well?
Even nerds can look good. And you?
I know. I showed him around, and we were having a great time, till Mom interrupted. The Dean of Yale is here. Go meet him and be nice. Can't, Mom. I'm in the middle of a conversation. Mom gave me a stern look, but I took Martin's hand and walked into the garden.
What was that about?
Nothing. Just Mom being Mom. She wants me to take over the family business, but I have no interest in it. My YouTube channel means everything to me. It's what I'm good at. I'm not giving up.
I think you're brave.
Suddenly, I felt Martin's hand in mine, and my heart started racing.
Let's get out of here.
Where are we going?
You'll see.
In a couple of minutes, we were parked outside his cafe. He closed my eyes and led me inside. Are you planning on kidnapping me? Another side passion?
Just wait for it. You're the first person who's ever come down here. After my mom.
I opened my eyes to a room full of phenomenal paintings. You did these? They're amazing. People should know how talented you are. You should do an exhibition. I'll talk to my mom.
Right now, all I wanted was for you to see them. I never thought I'd say this, but Summer, I like you.
I felt my stomach doing wild spins as Martin bent down to kiss me. But just then, I snapped out of it and pulled away. I gotta go.
Wait, did I say something wrong?
No, you didn't. It's just late. I'll see you in school. Bye. I ran as fast as I could to get away from him. I was head over heels in love with this guy, and he was perfect. But I was lying to him, and that was wrong. I told Dove about what had happened the next day. You have to talk to him and explain the situation. I'm sure he'll understand that you made a bet to save your channel. What if he doesn't? It'll break his heart. He needs to know the truth, Summer. Dove was right, and I had to do it right away. As I walked into the cafeteria later looking for him, I found Martin on his knees with a banner, asking me out to prom. Martin, there's something I need to... Oh my God, Summer, that's so cute. I turned around to see Harriet walking in our direction. Go away, Harriet. What's your name? Sharton? No. Farton? Oh, I remember. Martin, right? Congratulations, dude. Your girlfriend just won a bet. Shut up, moron.
Am I missing something?
You don't know. Your girlfriend here just placed a bet that she could make anyone her boyfriend. And well, you just ended up being the random dude she picked. Don't you feel special? Don't listen to her. She's just an idiot. Oh, but I'm smarter than you think. Harriet pulled out her phone and played an audio clip of me and Dove talking about how I'd made a bet to save the channel.
So, I was a bet? I thought you actually liked me. I should have known. This was too good to be true.
Wait, I can explain. I felt my heart crush as he stormed off furiously. I tried to call out to him, but he ignored me completely. Well, that was embarrassing. But a bet's a bet, and I'm a lady of my word. I'll tell everyone I'm a genius hacker and I was behind the video. I felt like I didn't even care. All I cared about was losing Martin. Harriet actually kept her side of the bet, and I got almost all of my sponsors back, but nothing made me happy anymore. I even planned on skipping prom, but Dove forced me to get dressed. Just then, Mom walked in.
So, guess you got your sponsors back, but
not the right time, Mom.
I just came here to tell you, I'll pay for your fashion school. You've worked hard, and you deserve a shot. Let's see how good you are.
I couldn't believe my ears, and I realized that if I could change her mind, I could do the same for Martin. All I needed was a chance to make him hear my side of the story. I hugged Mom tight and rushed to his cafe, but it was closed. I called his house, and his grandmother told me that his father had shown up and they were leaving for a sailing trip for a year. It'd be too late by then. I rushed to the docks and was just in time. Wait, you can't take that. That's my portrait.
I made it, so it's mine. What are you even doing here? Don't you have a prom to get to?
Not without my date.
Too bad. You should have thought about that before lying to me.
I know, but I was afraid to lose you. I thought it mattered what people said, but after meeting you, I only cared about how you felt. I'm sorry, I was stupid, but I love you, Martin.
You really mean it?
Of course, I love you, you weird waiter painter guy.
Then I guess I'll stay.
He pulled me in for a kiss, and it was worth the wait. Hey friends, I'm Jessica from Pennsylvania. Please like and subscribe. I was born 2 minutes after my triplet sisters, Zoe and Dana. And even though we look alike, Zoe and Dana always made me feel different. They stuck together, wore the same outfits, and even had their own language, just so they could talk about me behind my back. Hosaka Galago. Kosaka Galaga Mene. What is the deal with you two? You sound so dumb when you talk like a duck. No, we don't. You're just jealous because you're not part of our cool club. Whatever. They were right. I hated being the odd one out. I think my sisters were jealous because I was prettier, taller, and smarter. And when I turned 13, I landed my first modeling gig for an international teen magazine, and we just grew more distant. They begged mom and dad to get them into modeling too, and my parents went out on a limb to get Zoe to walk a fashion show, but she kept throwing tantrums. OMG, this color makes my eyes look small. Is this Diet Coke? No? Get lost then and get me one. This makeup artist looks like a homeless person. Get me a prettier one. It was so bad, they kicked her out and she never got a call back. I don't get it. We're dressed up better, obviously prettier, and yet somehow you get all these great gigs. Ugh, don't whine if you can't get what's mine. And I'll let you in on my secret, but you have to promise me never to tell mom. I walk on my arms 3 times a day, every day, for at least 50 minutes. That's ridiculous. We've never seen you do that. I won't do it in front of you, dummy. It's called a secret for a reason. Walking on hands helps me with my posture, and I walk better on the ramp. It was a lie, of course, but my sisters were so dumb, they tried doing everything but couldn't even land a handstand. And one time, Zoe ended up falling and crashing right into Mom's $1,000 vase, smashing it into pieces. Mom was furious, and they both ended up getting their butts grounded, while I had the TV all to myself for a good 2 weeks. Absolute bliss. But after that day, they never trusted me, but I couldn't care less. Eventually, they gave up on their dream of ever becoming a model. As for me, I continued being the professional that I was, and I only got more famous. One day while working on an ad, I was a bit confused about my lines. It makes me look hot. Excuse me, this is supposed to be a winter wear commercial, right? The lines are all wrong.
Let me see.
I turned around and saw Peyton walking in my direction. He was modeling royalty with over 10 million followers on Instagram. I was doing this commercial with him? How did I miss the memo?
Say it like this. I feel so hot when I'm wearing these, I can barely feel the cold. You try.
I feel cold, hot. No, wait, I can get this right.
It's okay. I have that effect on girls. I'm Peyton, by the way. I'm sure you've heard of me.
Who hasn't? It's such an honor working with you. Peyton and I absolutely nailed that winter wear ad, and our chemistry was so good, we ended up doing a lot of ads together. We started hanging out more and more, and soon became good friends. The more I got to know him, the closer to him I felt.
You know, apart from good looks and almost perfect body, I also happen to be an amazing singer.
Oh, how cool. I've always wanted to be a model, but...
Do you want me to sing for you?
Oh, yes. I'd love to. Before I could even finish my sentence, Peyton started singing, and it was so bad. I could feel my eardrums cry. But despite that horrible singing, when Peyton asked me out that evening, I happily said yes. And when my sisters found out, they burned with rage. Seriously? You think I won't know you're talking about me and Peyton? Guess your secret language doesn't make you cool enough to be with someone like him, so I'm just gonna ignore you. Ignore us all you want, but you can't ignore the fact that Peyton is too good for you, and you'll never be able to keep him happy. Say what you want, I'm late for my meeting with my super hot boyfriend. It felt so good to rub it in their faces. The next few weeks were bliss. The news about me and Peyton being an item skyrocketed our reputation, and everyone wanted to sign us up. Life was perfect, until my agent booked us for a Christmas ad, and this time, they wanted to use my whole family, including Zoe and Dana. I begged my agent not to go through with it, but she didn't give a rat's butt about it. The press is big on this, Jess. If you guys crack this, people will run to get in line for your autographs. Come on, I'm sure your sisters are not that bad. They're horrible.
But if this brings more work, then I'll try and give it a shot. I tried to make peace with it, but the next day when the photographers came, Zoe plopped her butt right next to Peyton, and I felt my insides explode. Every time Dana gave Zoe a look, Zoe whispered something in Peyton's ear, and they burst out laughing. What? What's so funny? Tell me too. Oh, forget it. Your boring brain wouldn't get our jokes.
It's okay, Jess. I'll just tell you everything later.
And with that, Zoe whispered another joke to him. The photo turned out great and did a fab job at making us look like a perfect family. If only they could see my inner rage. As the photographer was packing up, I had some final paperwork to sign. When I looked up, Zoe and Peyton were nowhere to be found. I went to look for them outside when I found the two of them hugging. You know you can tell me anything, right?
Thanks, Zoe. Feels like I can talk about anything with you. Thanks for being the perfect friend.
Excuse me? I thought I was your perfect friend.
Jess, that's not what I meant.
Then what did you mean? Can you stop being so pushy? Jeez, poor Peyton is going through so much in life. Did you even know that he has a sensitive throat? He can't sing anymore. Oh, wow. Really? Newsflash, he could never sing. He sang like a toad with a throat infection. You want to be friends so bad? Then go ahead. But I'm done with all of you.
Jess, wait.
Oh, just leave her. You're better off without her. Peyton kept shouting at me, but I was super mad. The next morning, I was feeling a bit better, so I called Peyton, but he didn't answer. Instead, my agent called me up and gave me the shock of my life. The company we did the Christmas ad for loved Zoe and Peyton's flawless chemistry, and they want to go ahead with them. They want you off the project. Are you kidding me? She's the worst model ever.
I'm really sorry, Jess.
I was devastated beyond words and rushed to give Zoe a piece of my mind. But when I went to her room, I saw something interesting. Zoe and Dana were arguing over Peyton. You shouldn't keep him all to yourself, okay? We decided I'll get a fair chance to impress Peyton too. Really now? I don't think he's interested in anyone. I mean, look what happened to Jess. She's prettier than both of us combined, and he chose me over her. You don't stand a chance. We'll just see about that. Just stay away from him till I ask him out on a date, okay? Wow, at least they accepted I was better than them. But this was the first time ever I'd seen them argue. I thought this was the worst they could do. But a few days later at the success party of our Christmas ad campaign, Dana walked up to me asking if I'd seen Zoe, and the perfect idea struck me. I think I saw her go upstairs in the study. Oh, Dana, I think she's with Peyton. If I were you, I'd let them be. She's what? I'm gonna kill that witch! Dana looked like a raging bull as she ran upstairs, and of course, I followed. She opened the door dramatically, just as Zoe was about to kiss Peyton. Get your filthy hands off him. Oh my god, Dana, are you crazy? Get out! Not before you tell me what's happening. What do you think is happening? We're making out? And then Dana jumped on Zoe, and the two broke out in a huge fight. Peyton and I tried to separate them. But suddenly, Zoe lost her mind and somehow ended up smacking Peyton across the face. Oh my god, perfect! Peyton left angrily and Zoe followed him, while Dana ran and locked herself in the room. I celebrated with the team alone and managed to impress them so well, they gave me another individual project. That evening, as I went onto the porch to get some fresh air, I saw Dana sobbing silently. Here, drink this. It's vanilla milkshake, your favorite. What? Suddenly, she hugged me tightly and started sobbing inconsolably. I'm so sorry. I'm the worst sister in the world. Please, please forgive me. Ew, you got a booger all over me. Yuck, Dana. Sorry, it's just that I've been awful to you all my life. I even tried to get in the way of your career and love life, and look where it landed me. My life's a mess. No, it's not. Get a grip, girl. And why are you sorry now? Did you not think about the time you left me alone while you gossiped in Egyptian with Zoe? What? Your dumb secret language? Oh, that was actually nothing. We just said some nonsense to piss you off. It was Zoe's idea. So you're telling me there's no language at all? Man, you guys are evil. Wait, Jess, I know we've been really bad to you, but how about we join forces and get some good old-fashioned revenge on Zoe? You know you want it, and God knows she deserves it. And how am I supposed to trust you? You have to take your chances, but I won't let you down, I promise. I had to admit, that sounded pretty tempting, but I wasn't a spiteful person. Or maybe I was. Either way, I wanted Zoe to pay for butting into my life and stealing Peyton from me. So I agreed. The plan was simple. Every time Peyton and Zoe went out on a date, Dana and I would follow them and tip off the paparazzi to take the weirdest pictures, till one of them eventually got annoyed. It went on for days, till one day, Peyton got so fed up that he turned to one of the photographers with a snarl.
Come on, Peyton, how about a smile for the camera? How about this instead?
Peyton punching the reporter and Zoe's smirking face was all over the papers and tabloids. He lost most of his contracts, and so did Zoe, since she only worked on his recommendation. Once their professional relationship was over, their personal one soon followed. Dana and I watched as Peyton came over to see Zoe. I can't get any work since that terrible night. Why couldn't you control yourself? It wasn't such a big deal.
Of course it's not a big deal to you. You like the attention. I don't.
What do you mean?
I mean that a small-time dumb model like you would want cameras to follow you everywhere.
Wait a minute.
Maybe it's you who keeps tipping them off.
This makes no sense.
Oh, it makes perfect sense. Getting photographed with someone as famous as me would be a dream come true for someone like you.
Shut up, Peyton. You can't talk to Zoe like that.
Why are you jumping to her defense? Did you forget how she took over your life and your boyfriend?
Seems like she did me a favor there, because I can do a lot better than a bug-eating idiot like you. And so can Zoe. Now do us both a favor and get out before I knock your teeth in. Peyton pouted and left, and Zoe turned to me. Why did you do that? I clearly don't deserve your sympathy. You're my sister, Zoe. The only person who can talk down to you is me. But I hope you learned a lesson. I did, and I'm sorry for everything. All the times I've been mean to you. Yeah, we're sorry too. We're the ones who tipped off the paparazzi. It's okay. I kinda deserved it, so we're good? Might take me a little while, but I'll get there. Even if it takes us years, we're gonna prove to you that we've always got your back. Triplets. To the end. A few days later, my agent told me that due to bad publicity, Peyton got dropped from his modeling agency. Zoe and Dana worked non-stop to get back into business, and I helped my sisters in every way I could, till they were eventually good enough to land their own gigs. Working together brought us closer. But I think the best part was when we got to go on vacation and just relax and do little things together like chatting and even learning new languages. Agana binagutke, amugachugadu.
Hi, my name's Chloe. People say that my head is always up in the clouds. I guess I do spend a lot of time fantasizing. But you would too if you were in love. I'm in love with Michael. Isn't that just the most romantic name? I can't help but think of the day when he'll finally ask me out. I bet we'll end up together. They say that 25% of women marry their first loves. Watch out! A voice cried from behind me. I felt a pair of strong hands pulling me back. A moment later, I was down on the floor and a car horn was blaring in my ear. I scrambled away from the curb. That car nearly hit me. With my heart painfully pounding, I turned around to see who pulled me back. OMG, it's Michael. Are you hurt? He cried. Didn't you see the red light? You can't cross the street yet. I'm okay, I stammered. My heart wasn't just pounding because of the car now. Michael's face was just a few inches away from mine. Suddenly, he sucked in his breath. Is that your phone? He gasped and pointed to something on the ground. Oh no, I moaned as I gingerly picked up my phone. The screen was completely shattered. I must have dropped it. Michael helped me up, but I could only stand there and look horrified. Michael lightly touched my shoulder and asked me if I was okay. I could only nod when he said that he had to go because he was late for the game. I didn't know if I was feeling more horrified with Michael seeing me so stupid or for my phone getting destroyed. I dreaded going home. I knew I was going to get an earful from my parents. True enough, when I got to the kitchen, I told my mom about needing a new phone. What happened this time? She asked with irritation. I swear, Chloe, that's the third phone you've ruined. I couldn't even tell her that I almost got run over. That would get me so grounded for the rest of my life. Can I get a new phone? Please, I begged. It worked the last time. But my mom just shook her head. If you want a new phone, you'll have to earn the money to buy your own. she said. We're not spending any more because you're not paying attention to your surroundings. Chloe, you have to focus on the real world. Stop daydreaming. I felt too sad to argue. How was I going to survive without my phone? Then I remembered my AirPods. Oh, no. They were connected to my phone. I tried to disconnect the Bluetooth connection, but the screen was shattered. I guess I'll have to save up more money for AirPods as well. I sadly placed my AirPods on top of the flour canisters on the kitchen counter. I didn't want to hold them anymore. A few hours later, I was lying on my bed when Jasmine came in. I've been calling you the whole day. Why aren't you answering? She asked. So I heard that you broke your phone again, an irritating voice said at the doorstep. I turned and saw my brother Chris. It's none of your business, I told him. Even if he's just a year older than me, he always acts so superior. He's such a pain. Just leave me alone, I muttered. I'm going, he grinned. I just can't wait to tell Mac another Klutz Chloe story. Stop using that name, I shouted back as he closed the door. And stop telling people about me. I sighed and realized that there were other, more important things to think about right now. Jasmine and I had to think about a project for our business class. We needed to make a real business and make it happen. Whoever earned the most money from that project gets an automatic A. I hope we earn enough from this, she said. I nodded. I needed some money for a new phone. We just needed a great idea for a business. Our first idea was simple. It was walking dogs. I mean, how hard can that be? But apparently, Jasmine and I didn't think it through well enough. On the very first day of dog walking, we had to walk 8 dogs. Neither Jasmine nor I realized that we might have a problem making these dogs obey. Stop barking, Jasmine cried to Miss Penny's Chihuahua. Mr. Elliot's Labrador can eat you for breakfast, but all that shouting and pulling at leashes didn't work. The dogs were going crazy. A few moments later, Jasmine and I were in the middle of a furry island, and the dogs were trying to jump on each other. We couldn't even move because our legs got tangled up with the leashes. Can I offer you ladies some help? Said a voice from nearby. I turned around and saw Michael. I can't believe he's seeing me again, looking like a complete idiot. He whistled and whispered a few words to the dogs. He must have done some magic. The dogs started to calm down, but I was getting hypnotized by his voice too. Hey, Jasmine hissed as she elbowed me. We're loose now. She thanked Michael and practically pushed me to keep on walking. Let's get this dog walking over and done with today, she said, looking and feeling angry. Let's give these dogs back to their owners. This is a terrible idea. So I guess Jasmine and I were back on square one. We needed another business idea. I got it, Jasmine cried when she saw me the next day. I thought about it last night. I couldn't call you though. Don't remind me. I sighed. I still can't believe that I'm surviving this long without a phone. I felt so detached from the whole world. But Jasmine's idea was actually kinda cool. We decided to make cute picture frames with strips of colorful paper and glue. Jasmine saw some online, and they were in demand. We can use these beads and glitter too, I added. We were sure that people would line up to buy our creations. We spent the next few days making them, and they turned out really well. I bet even boys will buy these for their girlfriends, Jasmine said while we were lining them up on the porch to dry. Suddenly, I had the perfect vision of Michael giving me the pretty pink frame that I had just made. Of course, I would choose the best picture of us to put in it. Maybe we can take a picture in the park at sunset. I was so engrossed in my fantasy that I don't even remember Jasmine going home that day. So I was startled when my mom started shouting by the front door. Chloe, it's raining so hard now. Didn't you hear the thunder? She yelled. Are these your crafts on the porch? They're drenched. I ran outside and felt my heart drop to my stomach. Mom was right. Some of the frames were on the floor. Some of them were drowning in puddles. Even my favorite pretty pink one was ruined. Jasmine's going to kill me, I groaned. But oddly enough, she didn't. When I told her the news the next day in school, she just shrugged. It's a blessing in disguise, actually, she said. I thought it over and realized that my idea was pretty lame. I mean, who needs a picture frame when you've got pictures on your phone? I wouldn't know, I reminded her with a sigh. I was starting to realize realize that I would have to live a few more months without a phone unless we made some real money. Come on, Chloe, Jasmine said. This is supposed to be an easy project. We just have to think of a business. Once we have a great idea, it'll be a piece of cake. I jumped up and squealed. That's it! It was the best idea ever. The easiest way for us to make some money and an automatic A was to provide people with what they loved the most. The answer was food. So Jasmine and I got working. We had an avalanche of recipes, baking materials, flour, eggs, sugar, and tons of sprinkles. For one whole day, it was whisk, mix, and bake. I promised Jasmine that I would focus and not even think about anything else except making the perfect chocolate cupcakes for our bake sale. After 6 hours of baking, we were almost done. I just had one last batch to pour into the cupcake molds. Unfortunately, that's when my brother decided to appear in the kitchen. "What's with all the cupcakes?" he asked. "Don't touch anything," I said, whacking him with a spatula. But Chris tried to swipe one anyway. I tried to grab it back, but ended up knocking the boxes of ingredients all over the counter. "Stop it!" I cried, and I heard something plop. "Hey, I just wanted a taste," Chris replied, laughing. His eyes were twinkling with some mischief as he ate one cupcake. He kept looking at my batter. Finally, my mom came in and shooed him away from the kitchen. "Mom, I'm going to hang out with Mac and the guys," he added. Then he grinned at me. "See you later, loser." I was so upset with my brother that I wasn't paying much attention to the batter. I just wanted to finish this so I could think of something nasty to get back at Chris. The next day, Jasmine and I set up a table outside the cafeteria. People loved our cupcakes. Money was pouring in. "I bet you can buy a new phone with all the money we earned," Jasmine told me happily. But I wasn't hearing her anymore. I spotted Michael walking to our table. "Hey," he said with a heartbreaking smile. "Can I buy one?" I blushed and offered him the best-looking one from the table. I expected him just to pay and leave, but suddenly he pulled up a chair. "I heard that you were slaving away to make all of these," he said. "They're good." I smiled shyly and offered him another one. "I'll eat another one if you eat one with me," Michael added with a wink. So I grabbed the nearest cupcake and took a bite. But even before I could chew, Michael suddenly asked me the most amazing thing. "Would you like to grab some coffee later? I'll pick you up at home." I gulped and practically choked on the cupcake. I started coughing. Michael gently patted my back. "Yeah, sure," I replied somehow and took a big sip of water to stop my coughing. "But I'll just meet you in the coffee shop." "Okay," Michael said, standing up. "See you later." I watched him walk away. When I turned to Jasmine, she had the biggest smile on her face. "We have the best project, and you're finally going out with Michael," she squealed. "I'm so happy." The hours couldn't pass fast enough. But finally, all our cupcakes were sold. Jasmine offered to add up all the money herself so I could go home and get ready. But that's when I started to feel funny. It felt like there were huge butterflies in my stomach. I figured that I was just excited and nervous about my date. I prayed that I wouldn't humiliate myself in front of Michael. I was massaging my grumbling stomach when Chris popped inside my room. "What's wrong with you?" he asked. Then he saw my phone on my desk. "Hey, someone's calling you." I told him not to mind it. I wouldn't be able to answer it anyway. Chris suddenly looked at me, then back at the phone. "What?" I groaned. "Nothing," he said, and there was a twinkle in his eyes again. "What's with the fancy face?" he added. "Do you have a date or something?" I nodded once, still massaging my tummy. Chris made a gagging noise. "Who'd want to date you?" he asked with a smirk. I smirked back at him. "You'd be surprised," I replied as I left, praying that my stomach would settle down. I finally got to the coffee house and sighed happily when I saw Michael. We sat and sipped our coffee. We talked and laughed. I've known him for a while now, but I had no idea that he would be this great. My tummy kept groaning and buzzing, but I tried to ignore it. When I checked my watch, I sighed. I didn't want our date to end, but I had a curfew. Michael offered to drive me home. I was starting to feel all tingly and excited. Will he kiss me goodbye? He opened my door like a gentleman and walked to the driver's side. Suddenly, in the quiet of the car, I heard a voice. "Kiss him! Kiss him!" I looked over at Michael, who was just getting in. "Kiss him," the voice said again. The voice sounded oddly familiar. Oh my goodness. Was it fate or was God talking to me? I looked at Michael again to see if he noticed anything, but he was busy fiddling with the stereo. Kiss him, I heard one more time. So I did. His face was just inches from mine. I bent my head to catch his lips. I closed my eyes, and that kiss was the most wonderful thing in the world. Then suddenly, I felt a jolt in my stomach. I covered my mouth and started to heave. What's wrong? Was I that bad? Michael gasped. I tried to shake my head, but I couldn't. The only thing that my body allowed me to do was to lean down and puke. Coffee came out, the cupcake came out, and I felt something else pop out. I was too horrified to open my eyes and look. What's that? Michael said while looking at the yucky brown gunk on his car floor. I opened my eyes. Is that an AirPod? He gasped. My eyes flew wide open and I looked closer. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. How did I ever manage to eat an AirPod? Then I remembered the cupcake. A lot of things fell on the kitchen counter while I was baking. The AirPod must have landed on one and I ate it. Michael became very quiet as he started the car. All the while, I sat and felt absolutely humiliated. I took a quick glance at him, and I was surprised to see his shoulders shaking. "I'm so sorry," I gasped. Michael couldn't keep it in anymore. He pulled over and started to laugh. He laughed for so long, and each second that passed made me feel worse. "You're really something else," he said between gasps. I felt so hurt. How could he be so mean? "No, wait," he hurriedly added when he saw my face. "What I meant was that you're amazing. Every minute with you is like an adventure. I love how crazy and unpredictable you are." Somehow, even with puke on the floor, I managed to smile and melt with his words. Michael practically said that he loved me. He dropped me off and said that he would just have his car cleaned. He promised to come back in a little while. I think I floated all the way to the front door and found my parents in the living room. "Great news," my dad said when he saw me. "Jasmine called. She said that your bake sale earned the most money. You won." My parents went over to hug me. Then my mom took out a box. "We're so proud of how you really focused on this project, Chloe," she said with a smile. "I think that merits a reward, too. Here." She handed me the box, and there was a new phone inside. "Wow," I cried. "Thank you." They spent the next hour gushing over me, saying that I was probably going to grow up to be a business tycoon or something. Chris even came over and patted me on the head. "You're not such a loser after all," he said. I tried to take it as a compliment. "How was your date? Did he even kiss you?" I stared at Chris. Suddenly, things began to click into place. He knew all about the AirPod. He saw it falling into the batter. He saw me clutching my tummy when my phone was lighting up. He knew that I swallowed one, and it was his voice I heard. Suddenly, the doorbell rang and I jumped up. Michael grinned at me. "Hey, Mac," my brother cried. "Come on in, let's watch the game." Michael shook his head. "Sorry, dude. I have other plans tonight." I saw my brother's jaw fall open when Michael reached out to hold my hand. "Were you calling my phone today?" I asked my brother sweetly. "It was so nice of you to check up on me. My date went great, by the way. This has been a perfect day, even with all the puking. I got a phone, an A, and a kiss. And I'll never forget the look on my brother's face when he finally realized that his little sister is dating his best friend."
Hi, I'm Grace, and I'm a liar. But before that, please like and subscribe. When I was little, my mom worked for this rich woman who was the third cousin of the daughter of the king of bleep. Oops, I forgot. Mom and I signed an NDA, so I really can't say which country or what king. Anyway, the rich woman had a fabulous life. She and her daughter Gigi, who was my age, lived in a beautiful mansion. They went to the spa every week and on vacation every weekend. But the only thing was that the paparazzi never left them alone. They camped in front of the house and hid in the trees to get a glimpse of Gigi and her mom. Gigi and I looked alike, so I'd often pose as her decoy. I'd walk out the front door in her fancy clothes and smile for the paparazzi, while Gigi snuck out the back into a tinted SUV and sped off. Life was great until Gigi and her mom moved back to bleep and Mom lost her job. We moved into a tiny house and Mom had to work 2 jobs just to afford the rent. I hated being poor. It made me sick to my stomach. So I decided I had to be rich one day. I worked harder than ever in school so I could get a good job and make a ton of money. Then one day, I was called into the principal's office and she gave me the best news ever.
Congratulations, Grace! You've been awarded a scholarship to one of the most prestigious private schools in the city.
I was over the moon, but there was one big
problem. My new school was filled with rich kids. There was no way I was gonna fit in. That night, I had nightmares about them laughing at me and chasing me through the halls. The next morning, I woke up and prayed that I could win $1 million. And then the craziest thing happened.
I talked with your Aunt Maddie. She lives near your new school. You'll be staying with her so I can save some money.
I jumped for joy. I just hit the jackpot. Aunt Maddie was a filthy rich lawyer. She was so generous that she'd recently adopted a daughter my age. That evening, Aunt Maddie's chauffeur picked me up in a limousine and drove me to her mansion. My adopted cousin Victoria greeted me at the door. She looked like a supermodel, aside from these huge glasses that were way too big for her face. Victoria took me to my room, and as I was unpacking, she kept staring at my clothes. Whoa, what happened? I've seen homeless people wear better clothes. I was so embarrassed. I started crying like an idiot. They're all I have. I'm poor. Oh, don't worry about it, Grace. I've got your back. You can borrow some of my clothes. I've got plenty. Victoria led me to her room, where she opened a walk-in closet twice the size of my mom's house, filled with dozens of Gucci and Versace dresses, shoes, and handbags. I was in heaven. When we got to school, I strutted like a superstar down the hallway, and all the kids couldn't stop staring at me. In class, the teacher asked us all to introduce ourselves and share something interesting about our families. All the other kids came from wealthy families that owned huge business empires. Some even had parents who were famous celebrities. When the teacher asked me to introduce myself, I walked to the front of the class. I felt really nervous. I couldn't tell them about my poor single mom who worked as a janitor at a beauty salon and waited tables at a 2-star restaurant. Then suddenly, something strange came over me, and the most unexpected words just fell out of my mouth. Hi everyone, I'm Grace, and I'm an heiress to the throne of bleep.
Due to the privacy of the royal family, we cannot...
Jeez, can we skip the legal mumbo-jumbo and get back to the story? Now, where was I? Oh yeah, everyone in class stared at me like I was a unicorn. I took out my phone and flashed one of my photos from a magazine, and the kids went wild. Victoria appeared out of nowhere and pulled me to the side. Have you lost your mind? You just told everyone a big fat lie. My mind is right where it's supposed to be, if you must know. Plus, it's not really a lie. You were Gigi's stand-in. My mom told me all about it. You're stealing her identity. I'm just borrowing it. She won't even notice. Victoria walked away. Then a bunch of popular kids ran over to me. My plan was working like a charm. Are you really in line for the throne? Yep. It's a very real possibility. Everyone in line before me is old and sick.
I thought you moved back to Europe.
That's fake news. But aren't you living with Victoria? Yes. My mother wants me to have a more grounded experience among commoners, but it's just temporary. Ta-ta. Sorry, no more questions today. Maybe we can have crumpets and tea later. Then Damien, the most beautiful boy I'd ever seen, patted me on my shoulder, and my heart skipped a beat. His sparkly brown eyes and warm smile made my heart flutter.
Your Highness, would you do me the honor of coming to my party tonight?
He took my hand and kissed it. Yes, please. That night, I raided Victoria's closet and found the perfect dress. I pranced around in the mirror, flashed my prettiest smile, and practiced kissing my hand. What's up with you? I told Victoria all about how Damien invited me to his party, and she looked pissed. Don't you mention that jerk to me. He's not a jerk. He's really cool, and he looks like an angel. Listen, you'll live to regret it if you choose to hang out with that idiot. Are you sure we're talking about the same guy? Damien's at the top of our class. He smells like fresh strawberries. He's super cute and the captain of the football team. He's perfect. Never mind. I'm out of here. Victoria stormed off in a huff, but I didn't have time to figure out what put a bee in her bonnet. I had to get to Damien's party. Of course, Damien's party was awesome. We danced together for hours, and at the end of the night, he gave me the most romantic kiss.
You're amazing, Grace.
I know. People tell me that all the time.
I've never met a girl like you before.
Which made sense because everything I told him was a lie. I must admit, I felt a little guilty for lying, but I wasn't hurting anyone. After that, Damien and I started dating, and we became the hottest couple in school. My popularity was through the roof. Even Victoria stopped shaking her head at me every time we passed each other in the hallway. Life was great until things took a horrible turn. One day, one of the rich kids invited me to an exclusive restaurant. I was busy enjoying my caviar when I looked out the window and saw Victoria and Damien having a heated argument across the street. I was about to go out to snoop on them, but our waiter Brian, this geeky kid from my math class, stepped into my path.
Excuse me, you forgot to pay for your food.
He gave me a bill of over $200. I had less than $20 in my bank account. I was invited to this party.
And we've been told everyone is paying their bill separately.
A couple of popular kids started staring at us, so without thinking, I handed Brian my bank card.
I'm sorry, but your card has been declined.
That's impossible. I'm heir to $1 million fortune.
We also accept cash.
This is no way to treat royalty. I want to speak with your manager now. I dragged Brian to the side, but I was so afraid he was going to call the cops on me that I decided to tell him the truth. Listen, there's no way I can pay all that money. Maybe we can work something out.
You rich kids always try to take advantage of people. Please pay so I can do my job. Aren't you from some royal family anyway?
I'm seriously not a rich kid. That was all a big lie. I just wanted to fit in. Suddenly, tears started streaming down my face.
Oh, geez, please don't cry. Listen, I know what it's like to want to fit in with the rich kids. I'll put it on my tab, but you have to pay me back this month.
I was so relieved. It felt like a huge weight had been lifted. It was good to tell the truth, but then it hit me. If Brian exposed me, my fabulous life would be destroyed. Could you please keep my secret?
Sure, but only if you agree to tutor me. I'm kind of struggling with calculus, and I saw you got 100 on the test.
I happily agreed. By the time I was done with this drama, Victoria and Damien were gone, and neither of them answered their phones. I called my driver to take me home. I waited in my room for hours, but didn't hear a word from either of them. I was confused, worried, and a little jealous. What on earth could they have been arguing about? A few minutes after midnight, I woke up to hear a car pulling into the driveway. I looked out the window. It was Damien, and Victoria was in the passenger seat. I saw red. I raced down the stairs and ran straight into Victoria. Why are you sneaking around with Damien? We aren't sneaking around. I saw you two arguing at the party. It's complicated, and I'm really tired. Can we talk about it later? It's not complicated at all. You're a jealous witch and a boyfriend stealer. And don't try to deny it. You hate that I'm more popular than you and that Damien's in love with me. Victoria marched to her room and slammed her door in my face. Something fishy was going on between those two, and I was gonna find out what. The next day, I asked Damien about Victoria.
Don't worry about it, babe. She's my partner for a school project. We were only talking about that. You know I only have eyes for you.
After that, Damien got really busy with football practice, so I focused on school and tutoring Brian. To my surprise, I enjoyed hanging out with Brian. He was smart and funny, and we were both huge fans of classical music. One night, he played one of Mozart's concertos on the piano for me. That was beautiful. I didn't know you were so talented.
I'm kind of a music prodigy. That's how I got a scholarship to our school.
A couple of weeks later, Brian aced his calculus test and invited me to his piano recital.
I'll be playing that piece you like, and a new song I wrote for you.
You wrote a song for me? Brian blushed, and so did I.
It's a thank you for all you've done for me.
I wouldn't miss your concert for the world. That night, just as I was getting ready to go to the concert with Brian, Damien showed up in a tuxedo. What are you doing here?
You're funny. I told you I was picking you up.
Oh God, I'd totally forgotten that Damien had invited me to be his date for his family's annual charity ball.
Come on, we don't want to be late.
Damien took my hand and rushed me to his car. When we arrived at the ball, Damien's parents were excited to meet me. They spent the whole night introducing me to all their fancy friends and bragged about how their son had landed the heiress to a throne. I needed a breath of fresh air, so I went out into the back alley for a bit to find Damien and the school's head cheerleader kissing. When they saw me, they turned as white as bed sheets.
It's not what it looks like.
Actually, it is. Damien and I are in love.
I was gonna tell you after the party. I just wanted to impress my parents by saying you were my girlfriend. You're their favorite royal, and they've been dying to meet you.
I slapped Damien hard in the face and stormed out of there. The next day, Brian marched up to me at school with a huge scowl.
I waited for you for over an hour, and you didn't even call.
I'm sorry. I had another engagement.
Like what? Your fake royal duties? If you didn't want to go, you should have just told me. You didn't have to play with my feelings. I may not be one of the popular kids, but I don't deserve to be treated like trash.
Brian stormed off. I was gutted. And just when I thought the day couldn't get any worse, I got an alert on my phone. A gossip website had done a news report on me and outed me as a fraud. All the kids crowded around me like an angry mob. I ran outside and straight into a bunch of crazy paparazzi. They chased me through the parking lot, I darted down the street and jumped into a cab. Get me out of here, please. The driver hightailed it out of there. When I got home, I raced up the stairs and locked myself in my room. Then suddenly, someone unlocked my bedroom door and turned the knob. Terrified, I hid under the bed. My lies had finally caught up with me. The police would haul me off to jail. My mom would be so embarrassed she'd disown me. The whole thing might even go on my permanent record. I closed my eyes and braced myself for the worst. Please have mercy. I'm just a kid. I made a mistake. I'm sorry.
Don't be so dramatic. It's just me. I told you all this would blow up in your face. The lying, and most of all, Damien. Was he dating you too? No, gross. Damien and I lived in the same foster home years ago. That night at the restaurant, I got a text about our foster mother. She'd gotten into a bad accident and had to have a major surgery. She'd just woken up and was begging to see me and Damien. That's it. Damien hates that he was poor and he won't tell anyone he's adopted. Or that he and I know each other from a foster home. And he's always trying so hard to impress his snooty parents. You're not that different. He just wants so bad to fit in. That information hit me like a ton of bricks. At that moment, I decided to make a change. I apologized to Victoria and sent Brian a dozen I'm sorry memes. And I came clean to everyone at school. After my truth was revealed, I wasn't popular anymore, of course. I was even mocked and branded as a liar. But I had Victoria, and I eventually made friends with some nice kids. And it took a while, but Brian and I started talking again after I offered to tutor him for free for a year. In the end, I realized that being a popular fake royal didn't hold a candle to being surrounded by friends that loved me for me.
Hi, I'm Sage, and I have the wackiest condition on the planet. Every time I want to cry, I end up laughing instead. Yikes. Have you ever laughed at the wrong moment and it's been super awkward for you? Well, that's my life. Every single day. At first, my parents thought I was the happiest baby in the world because I laughed at everything. When I started teething at 6 months, instead of crying because it hurt, I'd keep my parents up all night because I couldn't stop laughing. And when I started crawling and bumped my head everywhere, I'd just burst into giggles. That's when Dad started calling me a weirdo. He hated anything unusual. What kind of kid does that? There's definitely something wrong with her. She's a crazy baby and it's embarrassing. She clearly can't help it. Can you, baby boo? But Dad didn't listen. He really started to hate me, and it wasn't just for laughing. Ever since I was a kid, I'd loved to color and paint. When I was 4, I spotted his brand new laptop and thought it was such a dull gray. So I painted the lid a bright red and each key a different color. I thought it looked beautiful, but Dad nearly had a stroke when he saw it. Who's gonna fix this? She's such a pain. Why couldn't you give me a normal child? Even though I was just a kid, his words stung, so of course I burst into laughter, which just made him angrier. But it wasn't just Dad. Everyone misunderstood me all the time. One day in 1st grade, Monica, the richest girl in my class, was crying because her dog was stolen. You lost your dog? What kind of a person steals a dog? That's so sad. Everyone hugging her turned to me in shock. Monica looked at me with sheer hatred. Get out, Sage, you're so mean! After that, I became the mean witch in class. Everyone started picking on me, especially Monica. And no matter how hard I tried to explain that I didn't mean to laugh, no one seemed to believe me. I wanted so badly to be normal. I started watching the saddest movies, listened to the most heartbreaking songs, and read the newspaper to get all the worst news. Nothing helped, because I still burst into giggles at my grandma's funeral. I was actually so sad. I loved my grandma. But as I cackled away, everyone stared at me like I was crazy, and I ran off. Over the years, Mom came up with a way to cheer me up. Every time Dad got mad at me, she put $1 in a jar in my room. By the end of each month, I had enough money to buy art supplies. But obviously I hid this from Dad because he didn't want to spend a single cent on me. In the 6th grade, I entered an art contest in school. I worked really hard to make a nice painting with my cheap paints and paper. But as soon as Monica saw I was participating, she just had to one-up me. She took classes with a fancy art tutor and brought her expensive canvas and paints. She won by a landslide. I was so disappointed that I wanted to cry. So, in the crowded hall, I burst into laughter instead. The art teacher turned to me confused. What's so funny, Sage? Are you making fun of Monica's work? No, I swear. She's just laughing because she's a sore, crazy loser. Well, I had a bad reputation back then, and everyone thought I was mean. I stopped entering art competitions after that. I stayed in my room all day, and nothing Mom did cheered me up. After my homework, I'd spent the rest of the evening painting away and posting pictures to my art account on Instagram. Until one day in 8th grade, I got a really unexpected message there from a stranger. I just loved your painting. I want to buy it. Will you take $150 for it? Someone wanted to buy my painting? For the first time in weeks, I was flying. When I got the money from selling it, I bought more supplies and started painting my butt off. For the next few months, everything I made got sold immediately. I was so over the moon. So one day in the cafeteria, while Monica was going on and on about her fancy French art teacher, I casually mentioned I'd sold 10 paintings for $150 each. Monica was livid. She practically choked on the caviar she was eating. There's no way you and your trashy art will sell on my watch. Oh, and how do you think you're gonna stop it? You'll see. And just a few days later, I did see how low Monica could go. Someone stole my sketch pad from my bag. And right after, a new Instagram account sprung up with all my artwork on it. I knew it was Monica, obviously. I ran to complain to my teachers, but I was pretty upset and couldn't stop laughing. So they all thought I was joking. Why would I do this when I'm so much better than her? Monica convinced everyone that I was a jealous liar who tried to frame her. And then she and her minions started blaming me for all kinds of things I'd never done. One day, she put super glue on the teacher's chair, and when the teacher got up, the chair was stuck to her butt. As everyone started giggling and she tried to pull it off, her skirt ripped. Monica pointed straight at me. I saw her with the glue. You can even check her locker. As everyone stared at me accusingly, I laughed until my stomach ached. And that's how I started ending up in detention every week, because teachers thought I was rude and a troublemaker. At first, I was furious, but suddenly I realized I loved detention. No one could bother me here, and I could paint in peace for hours. As I was busy painting one day, someone tapped me on the shoulder and I turned to see a boy who gently wiped my cheek with a tissue. You had some paint on your face. I just stared at him like a dummy. Who was this cutie? I've seen your paintings and they're amazing. Well, you're amazing. Do you think you could teach me? Eugene was a new boy at school who got stuck in detention often because he'd always prove his teachers wrong. I became his detention art tutor. He was really kind and clever, and somehow he didn't judge me for my laughing. I don't think you're crazy or mean at all. It could be a medical condition, you know? Maybe my dad can help. He's a neuroscientist. I did go see his dad one day without telling my parents. He explained that I had a condition where my brain would get the wrong signal when I felt sad, and my body's response was laughing instead of crying. He said it wasn't in my control at all, and I never needed to feel bad about it. A week later, Eugene made an adorable hand-painted card to ask me to go out with him. Of course I said yes! One day, I was putting away my stuff in the locker when Eugene came running to me excitedly with a poster for a national art contest. You should enter this, Sage. You're really talented. I'm sure you can win. Just then, I heard Monica's nasty voice behind us. Ew, why are you telling this crazy loser that she's talented and raising her hopes for no good reason? Because he's my boyfriend, that's why. And why are you even talking to him? My step-cousin is your boyfriend? Are you out of your pea-sized mind? It's my turn to laugh at you. But I'd had enough. I pulled Eugene close and gave him a long, steamy kiss right in the middle of the corridor. My eyes! Ew, I can't watch this. Oh, no problem. We can just make out in the janitor's closet. And with that, I dragged Eugene into the closet while everyone was hooting outside. Obviously, both of us got detention again, but we didn't care. That was our happy place anyway. I started focusing on the upcoming competition, and I was really pumped for it. With my Instagram sales, I'd even made enough money to buy good quality materials. On the day of the competition, as soon as I started to unpack my supplies, I knew something was wrong. I started laughing. This could not be happening. My tubes of paint had been squeezed almost empty. Just then, I spotted Monica staring at me with a big, evil grin on her face. I couldn't give up. I wasn't going to let her bring me down. I did the best I could with whatever little paints I had, and miraculously, I won. But as I got off the stage with my trophy and $1,000 check, Monica walked up to me. You think you can fool everyone, but I know you're just a big fraud. I was wondering who that idiot was who keeps commenting on your Instagram and buying your paintings. And well, I had them tracked down. All this time, you've been pretending to be a great artist when your mommy has been buying your lame art. What are you talking about? Go on, run home and ask Mommy Dearest. Monica was just a lunatic. But when I got home, I saw something that made me actually like Monica more than my own mother for a minute. Mom was carrying something down to the basement. When I followed her, I saw that every single art piece that I'd ever sold on Insta was lying there. Mom, are you my mystery Instagram buyer? She turned to me in complete shock, and then she started to cry. Yes, it's me. You were so sad after losing that contest, and I just wanted to encourage you. You lied to me. All this time, I thought I was actually good enough. Honey, you are really good, and that's the truth. I only bought these paintings to make you believe in yourself. You what? We turned around to see Dad in the doorway, looking beyond furious. You're telling me that you spent my money just to make her feel more talented? I want every cent back. Give it back to me right now, Sage. Just then, he spotted the check in my hand and leapt forward to snatch it, but Mom stepped in. Don't you dare. It's her money and her talent. Well, it's my house, and I want you both out of it. Mom and I spent the night at Grandma's. The next day, when we went back home, hoping Dad would have come to his senses, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. He'd thrown all my paintings in the yard, and he was driving over them. Mom, I'm not staying here another minute. Dad doesn't love us or care about us, and he's a maniac. Let's just leave him. We can manage on our own, I promise. We took all our stuff and moved to Grandma's for a while. After graduation, I worked super hard and built a new website to sell my art. Mom found a new job, but in another city. I was really sad to leave Eugene behind, but I knew Mom needed me. We tried to make it work long distance, but with work and school, it was really hard. Eventually, we both decided to call it quits. I laughed over my broken heart for days. Eventually, I got into a great art college on full scholarship and had my projects exhibited in many galleries over the years. On graduation day, I broke down into fits of laughter 5 times during my valedictorian speech. Soon after, someone emailed me saying they wanted to be my agent. We set up an interview at the cafe the next day. When I saw the agent, my heart stopped. Eugene! Ha! I knew you'd be surprised. I ran up to him and gave him a hug. He said he'd been following my work, and he couldn't wait to represent me. He booked me for shows that same week. During the last one, he whispered in my ear, I made a painting for you. Do you want to see it? I followed him to the end of the gallery and saw a painting of me and Eugene sitting in detention at school. I felt so moved. Suddenly, I felt something I'd never felt before. Wet tears streaming down my face. Was I finally crying? It was the best time of my life because that's when I fell in love with you. Sage, do you want to be with me again? I threw myself in his arms and gave him a kiss. Yes! Eugene was actually so excited that he'd made me cry. This had to be the weirdest romantic moment ever. 2 years later, we got married. We have 3 children, and the youngest, Freya, is just like me. No tears, only laughs.
Mom, am I weird? Everyone else gets to cry. Why can't I?
No, you're strong and you just laugh everything off, even when things are hard. You're not weird. You're absolutely okay. I made sure that not only her, but none of the kids in her school would be bullied. I studied to be an art therapist and started after-school programs for kids to help them channel their emotions into art. Little by little, I tried to make things better for our kids every day.
I was just walking out of my favorite thrift store when 2 scary maniacs jumped out of an alley and blocked my way.
Give us your necklace, or else!
I was about to make a run of it when suddenly Tom, appeared at my side. He threw a stinky egg sandwich at one of the maniacs' faces, pushed him onto the other guy, and grabbed my hand. We raced down the street and turned a corner. Just then, I saw Tom staring at my necklace with this stupid twinkle in his eye. I pulled my hand away and turned a corner to ditch him, but he caught up to me. I'm usually a fast runner, but you try running in these heels. Anyway, I was running for my life, and stupid Tom hopped in front of me.
Ava, that's a dead end. We should go this way.
Leave me alone.
I'm trying to save your life.
You're a liar. I don't believe you. All you want is my necklace.
Yeah, but I don't want to see you get hurt either.
Since when do you care about me, jerk face?
Since I... realized that I like you.
Hi, my name is Ava, and before I continue, please like and subscribe. Okay, I admit I'm a little weird. It's not my fault. I come from a family of weirdos. My parents own a bug exterminator business, and they're totally obsessed with bugs. Weird, right? Like, they kill bugs for a living, and yet they adore them. They even have a couple pet tarantulas named Simon and Igor. When I was 10, my parents set up a playdate for me and all the kids from the neighborhood. Things were going fine as we played board games and danced to music, but then Dad came downstairs with his huge ant farm.
Kids, did you know that ants don't have ears and some of them don't have eyes?
Ew! Dad went on and on about stupid facts about ants, and just when I thought he couldn't get more embarrassing, he tripped on his shoelace and dropped the ant farm, which broke, and ants flew everywhere. They crawled up a kid's leg, into another kid's hair, and one picked up a handful and ate them. That's crunchy. Their parents were so upset, they banned their kids from coming over. And well, I was now known as the bug lady. It wasn't easy to make friends, and eventually, I stopped trying or caring. And then in high school, things got even worse. My parents lost a huge client, and money got really tight. So I decided to get a part-time job to help out. I applied everywhere, but no one was hiring. And then I walked by this amazing thrift store. It had these beautiful secondhand dresses in the window, and I couldn't help staring. Once I stepped inside, I fell in love. The owner was an old lady, Miss Green, and I begged her to work there. Luckily, she gave me a job. I spent half my money helping my parents out, and the other half I used to thrift. I bought the most amazing retro dresses in all these cool colors, blouses with shoulder pads, bell bottoms, and clunky heels. Every day when I walked down the hall, I'd imagine that I was in a fashion show, but dumb kids would make stupid comments.
Oh my god, what year is it? The year fashion went to die?
Are you a circus clown, or did a rainbow blow up in your face? But I'd just pull down my sunglasses and look them square in the eye. No, it's thrift chic. Then I'd strut down the hall like a boss. Miss Green and I had a blast at the thrift store. I'd help her dress the mannequins and arrange the clothes, while she taught me the art of negotiating a good deal. She was almost 60 years older than me, but she was my BFF. Life was great, until her stupid grandson Tom came to town. Tom was my age, and he thought he was super cool with his perfect hair, perfect teeth, and expensive clothes. The rumor was he had a genius IQ because he aced every test. All the teachers loved him, and all the popular girls waited in line to date him. Tom moved in with Miss Green because his parents had to travel overseas for business. He started working at the thrift store too, but he was the absolute worst. He'd complain all the time about the stupidest things.
It smells like mothballs in here. This music is so unsophisticated. Can I please have a chair? These handmade Italian shoes weren't made for standing all day.
And then one day, I came in early, and I overheard Tom and Miss Green in the office at the back of the store.
Granny, you really should consider selling this place. You're getting too old, plus you're losing money. I found a buyer who's willing to take all this clothes, off your hands. Think of all the extra money you'd have in the bank. We could go on vacation, you could buy me a car, and...
I couldn't take it anymore, so I barged in. You can't sell this place.
No one asked for your opinion.
Please, Miss Green, don't listen to him. This store is too important. Think about the customers. They'll be so heartbroken.
We're losing money right and left. We can barely make rent.
I'm sorry, Ava. Tom is right. I don't know if we can afford it anymore. I refused to go down without fighting, so I put my thinking cap on and came up with a wonderful idea. I went online and found several chat rooms for thrifters. Then I posted a bunch of pictures with me posing in clothes I bought from the thrift store. The next day, a swarm of thrifters showed up at the front door. They raced through the aisles and bought a ton of clothes. We made twice as much money as usual. That night, Miss Green and I celebrated with a sparkling bottle of apple cider, while Tom sulked in the corner like a 5-year-old. Business was steady for a couple of weeks, but then things quickly went back to normal. One day, Tom ambushed me at my locker at school.
You won't stop me from convincing my granny to sell that stupid store, so I suggest you back off.
The store isn't stupid. Miss Green loves it, and you'd know that if you weren't such a selfish jerk.
You're so naive. You don't even know what you're talking about. I'm so sick of you filling my granny with your dumb ideas. She's only keeping that store because of you.
That's not true.
I've never met someone so lame. Your best friend is an 80-year-old.
At least I have a friend. You're so annoying and boring, I'd rather scratch my eyes out than spend another second with you.
That's just your stupid opinion. Haven't you seen how popular I am around here?
It's just because you have amazing hair, gorgeous eyes, a nice set of teeth, and a pack of abs. Lucky for you, people are dumb and superficial. Imagine if you had to rely on your personality. You'd get the Biggest Loser award.
Are you sure you'd be willing to part with the trophy? It would be hard to give it up when you've been winning 16 years in a row.
I shoved him out of my way and marched off. I couldn't stand his jerk face anymore. Later in gym class, we were playing a game of dodgeball, and the gym teacher put me and Tom on the same team. Tom kept giving me dirty looks. Then I got distracted, and a ball slammed into me and knocked me right on my butt. Tom laughed like a hyena, and I got so mad that I tackled him to the ground. The gym teacher sent me and Tom to the principal's office.
This is all her fault.
He started it.
She's crazy.
The last thing I wanted was to be stuck in detention after school for hours with Tom. This is clearly a misunderstanding. Truly, the ball is at fault. Dodgeball is a dangerous game. Someone was bound to get hurt. I blame the gym teacher. I blame society. The principal still gave us detention, and my animosity toward Tom grew even worse. A couple of weeks later, Miss Green got a bunch of new donations, and as we were going through the box, I found the most beautiful necklace that I immediately tried on. Wow, this is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. You can have it, sweetie. No, I can't take this. It's way too nice. I insist. I appreciate everything you've done for me. Consider it a thank you and a goodbye gift. Miss Green's words rocked me to my core. She told me she decided to close the store next week. No, there must be something we can do. The landlord doubled the rent. Tom and I ran the numbers. There's no way we can afford to keep the store. I felt like a knife had sliced through my heart. Tom glared at me from across the room, and then I got a text from him with a stupid meme that said, "I told you so." I put on the necklace and went straight home. All of a sudden, it was like my world turned gray. I couldn't smile or pretend to laugh at my parents' stupid bug jokes.
What's the matter, Ladybug?
You look as sad as a slug.
A sad slug? That's funny.
I told them I was fine, but I really wasn't. The next day, I was in the library, and the most surprising thing happened. The librarian walked up to me, glanced at my necklace, and suddenly her face turned white as a ghost. "That necklace, where did you get it? It was a gift. Come with me." I followed the librarian to an aisle filled with a ton of old, dusty books. She pulled one off the shelf, then showed me a picture of an ancient Egyptian princess wearing my necklace. The next thing I knew, me and my parents were whisked away to this huge lab where a famous archaeologist examined my necklace. Then he had a huge press conference. "Professor, are the rumors really true?"
Yes, we've confirmed it. The necklace is authentic, and it's worth $200,000.
After that night, my life turned upside down, and everyone around me went bananas. Camera crews camped out on my lawn, and magazines and news stations wanted to interview me. There were even conspiracy theories that said that I was a long-lost princess, and the necklace traveled through time and space to find me. Even my parents started acting crazy. One night, they barged into my room with a projector and a slideshow. "You must sell the necklace. It could pay for your college tuition, a sailboat, and a new wardrobe."
We could even expand the bug business worldwide. Cockroaches and termites, beware.
It didn't feel right spending the money on me. I wanted to give it to Miss Green to save the thrift store. The next morning, I went to the store to meet her, but I bumped into stupid Tom instead.
What are you doing here?
None of your business, jerk.
If you're looking for my granny, she's not here. She's out of town, but I'm glad I ran into you. I need that necklace back.
No way! Miss Green wanted me to have it.
That was a mistake. I don't have time to explain. I need that necklace back now.
Tom tried to grab the necklace, but I ran. He chased me around the store. I grabbed a pair of boots off the shelf and threw them at his feet. Tom tripped and fell on his face. I hustled out the door. I was wearing my new ruby red heels, so I didn't move very fast. Just when I thought I was in the clear, these two crazy maniacs jumped into the street. And you know the rest. I guess we can pick back up at the kiss. I like replaying it in my head all the time. Since when do you care about me, jerk face?
Since I realized that I like you.
Then he pulled away, grabbed my hand, and we hopped on a bus. The bus sped away just as the crazy maniacs turned the corner. We were in the clear. I turned to see Tom staring at me. I was totally confused. Just minutes ago, Tom was my enemy, the Joker to my Batman, the pimple to my forehead. And now he tells me he likes me?
Yeah, I'm as confused as you are. I hated you for weeks. Your silly clothes and your obsession with thrifting was so annoying, but then then something changed. The truth is, I was just jealous.
Jealous of what?
You're smart and funny. You don't care what anyone thinks. You pull off your hideous clothes with confidence. And the way you are with my grandma, I've never seen her so happy. I've never seen anyone smile like that in my family before. And you're so brave. You never give up. I guess you inspired me.
Then why did you try to steal my necklace?
I wasn't trying to steal it. A couple of days ago, I was at the shop alone when these scary-looking men came searching for the necklace. I didn't know what they were talking about. They said they'd hurt me and Granny if I didn't give it back. I searched everywhere for that necklace, but I couldn't find it.
But Miss Green found the necklace and gave it to me.
That night you were on the news, the bad men came to the store and took my Granny, demanding the necklace as ransom. They said they'd hurt her if I went to the police. I don't know what to do.
I glanced out the window and saw the bad men tailing the bus in a car. Then I got an idea. I pulled out my cell phone and told my parents about our dilemma. They told us they'd meet us at the next bus stop.
Are you sure about this?
Yeah, I come from a family of exterminators. We know how to get rid of pests. Tom and I stepped off the bus, and just as I imagined, the scary men pulled up. Tom started freaking out.
They're coming. We have to run.
But before I could calm Tom down, we were surrounded by the bad guys.
Give up. It's over, you stupid kids.
Then my parents jumped out of the bushes with their gas masks and exterminator gear, screaming like lunatics and spraying them with insecticides.
Stop it! Stop it!
You better hold still then, or I'm gonna release Simon and Igor on you next.
They bite when they get anxious.
The men revealed where they'd been holding Miss Green, and we called the police immediately. They sent a team to rescue Miss Green from an abandoned building, while the bad men were taken to jail. After that, I sold the necklace. I tried giving the money to Miss Green to save the thrift store, but she insisted that we become business partners instead. Tom and I started dating, and he stopped being a jerk. Well, somewhat.
Your jacket is ugly, but you're beautiful, and I love you.
I'm gonna throw your pretentious shoes in the dumpster later, but I love you too.
I felt really nervous as I walked down the hallway of my new school for wealthy students. I could feel people turning around to look at me and whispering, "Oh my god, I've never seen a goddess like her in my entire life. She looks like someone on the cover of a fashion magazine." Wait, someone thought I looked like a goddess? I was really getting the royal treatment on my first day. I had girls asking me to sit with them at lunch, and boys were dropping by to introduce themselves and bring me food. These people wouldn't look at me the same way if they ever found out about my parents. Just then, a nasty-looking girl walked over to my table and leaned on it, her face inches away from mine. "I don't know who you are or where you've dropped down from, but you better not cross me. I'm the campus queen, and I rule the school." Just then, one of the boys pushed her aside. "Shut up, girl. I've forgotten your name already. All hail the new campus queen!" When I got home that day, I quickly changed into my work clothes and rushed downstairs to meet my adoptive parents. "How's your new school?" "Oh, it's so cool and fun. Everybody really seems to like me and..." "Okay, that's great. Go to the kitchen quickly now and help the cook." I walked into the kitchen to find it in complete chaos, and the cook was relaxing on her feet up on a stool. "Why is the kitchen so dirty? And you haven't even started cooking."
Don't take that tone with me, Missy. Just 'cause you're going to some fancy school, I need to rest my feet. Now chop chop!
To everyone outside this mansion, I was the only daughter of two loving parents, but I was actually their maid's daughter. A couple of years ago, Mom remarried and just left me. The rich couple she worked for, Mr. and Mrs. Richard, decided to keep me, and I worked for them so I could go to a good school. Later that evening, as the cook and I were walking back home from the grocery store, someone suddenly bumped into me, and everything went flying everywhere.
Gosh, Emily, are you blind? Sorry, sir. The child's an idiot.
The man just glared at me and walked away. As I picked up the stuff, I couldn't help thinking I had to do well at the school and get a college scholarship, so I never had to work under her again. The first week at school was going amazingly well. My popularity was on the rise, and honestly, it was all really new to me. I was doing well in my lessons, and all the teachers really seemed to like me too. That is, until the day our real science teacher, Mr. Howard, returned from sick leave. The minute he walked into the classroom, I recognized him as the guy I'd bumped into. "Today, we'll be talking about something I detest. Viruses. I mean, you kids are annoying enough, but I hate it when you're sick and come to school with noses full of snot." Wow, what an unpleasant guy. Now, something a lot of people don't know is that the same virus that causes the flu can also infect computers. So if you don't want your computers to crash, stay away from them when you have the cold. Wait, what? That was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard. Yes? I'm sorry, but that's not possible, sir. I've never given my laptop the flu. As a few kids started to laugh, he looked really mad. Why? Have you never fallen sick? Are you Superman? No. If you're Superman, why don't you show everyone how you can fly around? Go ahead. But I'm not Superman, and I can't fly. Well, then shut up. Just then, the principal walked into the classroom glaring at the teacher. Mr. Howard, you cannot talk to Emily like that. We're very happy to have such a smart girl here. She's definitely smarter than you. Emily, if anyone tries to bother you, you come and tell me, okay? Mr. Howard looked like he was having a fit. When the class ended, he called out to me to stay back. Oh no. Reluctantly, I walked over to his desk, and what he said left me in complete shock. I wondered why you looked so familiar. You're the cook's little helper I bumped into. So what? You're here now pretending to be all smart and rich? I'm not pretending. My parents are really wealthy people, and I am smart. Why were you dressed like a maid? Was that a disguise? Are you Superman? Oh my god, not that again. If you're really rich, answer this. What are the names of all the Kardashians? The what? Ha! I knew it. Every wealthy person knows the answer to that. I know you're just a maid, and I don't like dishonest people, so I don't like you. I'll be watching you. And he wasn't kidding. From that day on, anywhere I went in school, there he was. It seemed like he was hoping to catch me sweeping floors or something. I realized soon, though, that keeping up the rich act wasn't all that simple. These girls just seemed like they lived on another planet. We're going to Paris for Christmas this year. That sounds amazing. We're just having a party on Daddy's yacht. Emily, what did you do last Christmas? Washed 100 dishes and ate leftovers in my room with my hamster. My parents invited Lady Gaga over for a private concert. The girls screamed like hyenas and insisted that they wanted to hear every single detail. One day, they took me to the gym during cheerleading practice. Now that you're like the most popular girl in school, you've got to be in the cheerleading team, duh. Not every popular girl has to be a cheerleader, right? I'm not into this kind of stuff. I like to read books. The girls looked at me like I was an alien from outer space. They pushed me to try out anyway, and I was really bad at it. But the coach just said, "She's so pretty. She can just stand on the side and wave pom-poms. Welcome to the team, Emily." And just like that, I was a cheerleader. As I was walking out, I spotted Mr. Howard in the doorway. Well, being a cheerleader is every maid's dream, isn't it? Wait till everyone finds out about you. The next day in class, Mr. Howard suddenly dropped a book on my desk, making me jump out of my skin. Happy birthday, Emily! How did he know? Thank you, sir? So, I'm sure a rich, popular girl like you must be having a grand celebration, right? Everyone's eyes were on us now, and he was looking down at me with a smirk. Yes, of course! It's so big, I'm still planning it. But it will happen very, very soon. As all the kids gave me excited smiles, I stared down at my quiz in horror. What had I landed myself into? With everyone asking me about the party, I had to come up with something fast. I had no choice but to go to Mr. and Mrs. Richard. I'm really sorry, but I need to throw a big birthday party for my friends. I'll make up for it by doing extra chores. I thought they'd be really mad, but Mrs. Richard jumped up excitedly. Deal. Now let's throw you the biggest birthday bash this neighborhood has ever seen. And boy, did she go all out. The theme of the party was teen models, and there was a fashion show runway, makeup stations, and pink outfits for everyone. I was just really excited about the party favors because Mrs. Richard had let me choose those. As the girls tore off the wrapping papers, they suddenly fell silent. What's wrong? Ew, you gave us books? Yeah, and not just any books. These are limited editions, signed by J.K. Rowling herself. The girls looked really disappointed. But just then, Mrs. Richard came running in and pushed me aside. I know what teen girls want. Diamond bracelets. There, you get one, and you get one. Everyone gets one. The books were rudely tossed aside, and I nearly went deaf from their high-pitched screams. The next day, everyone was still discussing how amazing my party had been. Just then, Mr. Howard walked in with our assignments and started distributing them. I was horrified to see the big, fat D on mine. And you get a D, and you get a D. Everyone gets a D. Mr. Howard, my assignment is just fine. And how can we all get Ds? Are you the teacher now? How can your assignments be fine when all of you were busy partying last night? Oh yeah, I saw the Instagram stories. But we submitted these last week. That's enough. I'll see you in detention now. The bad grade and the detention wasn't even the worst part. Everyone in class was mad at me now. Like this is my fault. Look, Em, we can't be friends with you and fail science. My parents will kill me, so we're sorry, but bye. And they all walked off wearing their flashy diamond bracelets. Ugh, these rich girls were the worst. I couldn't let him bully me and ruin my grades, so I decided to talk to the principal. After he looked at my assignment, he called Mr. Howard into his office. I was looking forward to the principal telling him off, but I was not expecting what came next. Mr. Howard, you're fired. What? You heard me. Now please pack your things and leave immediately. Mr. Howard looked completely stunned, then got up and left quickly. I was horrified. I hadn't meant to get him fired. Don't worry, Emily. I'll have the substitute teacher fix everyone's grades. Later, as I walked down the hallway, I saw Mr. Howard leaving with his belongings. He looked so sad. I'd gotten him fired, but I just felt terrible. I decided to go tell him that I'd talked to the principal about giving him his job back. Later that evening, I sneaked over to his house and pressed my nose against the window to see him having dinner with his mom and 5 rather scary-looking sisters. So, Howie, why don't you tell your sisters your amazing news? He just stared down at his plate silently. He got fired, ladies. What have I done to deserve such a stupid son? Why couldn't you be a lawyer or a doctor or an astronaut like your sisters? Oh my God, Howard, it's a pretty easy job. Isn't it bad enough that you're just a teacher and now you're not even that? Seriously, bro, you're never getting a girlfriend. Loser! Oh, by the way, Ma, I got a promotion at work today. As they all clinked glasses, I saw Mr. Howard leave the table. I could not feel any worse right now, and I kinda understood why he was a bit of a bully. Just then, I heard a voice behind me. What are you doing here? It wasn't bad enough to get me fired. Now you want to see my humiliation at home? And before I could even say anything, he sat down on the bench and started to cry. Mr. Howard, I'm really sorry. I never meant to get you fired. I came to tell you that I'll talk to the principal. Oh, what's the point? I'm just a dumb teacher. Even you think I'm dumb. No, I don't. And your family is wrong. Being a teacher is just as amazing as any other profession. You can make such a difference in so many lives. He gave me a smile. You really are quite smart, aren't you? I'm sorry I picked on you for being a maid. You are a maid, right? Yes, sir. Well, who cares? You're really going to go places one day, Emily. Oh, also, can I have one of the signed Harry Potter books? Thankfully, the principal listened to me and decided to reinstate Mr. Howard. Since then, he's become much nicer to everyone, and he's hired me as his personal assistant to do the fact-checking for him. We've become really good friends, and I finally have someone to discuss books with. Hi, I'm Chris, and I live in Los Angeles with my celebrity mom. Before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. I never knew my dad, but I totally worshipped my mom. She was a famous singer, and with her sparkly clothes and gorgeous voice, she was perfect in my eyes, except Mom never seemed to love me the way I loved her. In fact, growing up, she was always so busy, she barely had time for me. Mom, could you help me with my hair? I'm late for school, and this knot is just the worst. Oh, sweetie, I'm late for a recording, but I've got an idea. And with that, Mom took a pair of scissors and cut a huge chunk of my hair. I walked around the school looking like a shaved lizard for days. When I was 10, I got selected to play the lead in the play. Mom promised that she would come, but I kept waiting and she never showed up. When I got home, I saw her having a spa session in the middle of our living room. Everything is calm. You're in your happy place, in the middle of the meadows, beneath the sparkling skies. Mom? Shh! She's in her happy place. I don't care. I need to talk to her. But Mom just lay there, face down, completely zoned out. I felt so mad. I walked up to the massage lady and smashed the bowl of oil on the floor. What's the matter with you, Chris? Can't you see I'm busy? You missed my play for a stupid spa session? How could you be so selfish, Mom? You have no idea about the stress I'm under. Working on my new album to keep my millions of fans happy? And how about keeping me happy? Ever thought about that? With that, I just ran up to my room and shut my door. Mom and I didn't speak to each other for days, and after that, she left for yet another tour and didn't come back for 2 whole weeks. Over time, Mom and I just got more distant. She got busier with work, and I got busier with school and theater. With time, I got better and started performing in local dramas. Things were fine, but then I turned 16 and everything changed. Mom told me she was leaving on a tour for a year, and I was going to a boarding school. But I don't want to go. My whole life is here. Why are you doing this? Chris, please don't make this more difficult than it already is. You're going to a boarding school, and that's final. I kept arguing with Mom the whole night, but she didn't give a hoot, and 2 days later, I was on a flight to my new school. Mom didn't even come to just see me off. But by now, I didn't care. From the moment I arrived, I hated the place. The walls were so gray it made my eyes hurt, and the hallways looked something straight out of a horror movie. Just when I thought the place couldn't get creepier, I was on my way to the class when suddenly a girl my age collapsed at my feet. Oh my god, my head is so heavy. I feel like I'm gonna throw up. Take me to the nurse, please. The girl started shivering like crazy, and I panicked and took her to the nurse. But she was so busy with someone else and just told me to take the girl to one of the treatment beds. I'm here a lot since I suffer from fainting spells. But you didn't faint. You just dropped at my feet. Right. I mean, normally I faint a lot. But today, I just have a broken sock bone. Okay, fine. I'm just trying to get out of class. Please don't tell anyone. You can stay with me in Miss Class too. I'll cover for you. I'm Melody. Chris. Melody and I got talking and instantly connected over our hatred for the boarding school. Incidentally, she was also my roommate and the biggest troublemaker around. She was always sneaking out, bunking classes, misbehaving with teachers. Her dad was one of the trustees, so the teachers didn't really say anything. This one time, Melody dropped fart bombs in the class and everyone went into a frenzy. Obviously, she got busted and threw a tantrum. I was trying to hide my fart smell with that bomb. I have a very weak stomach and I fart a lot. You know how kids can get really mean about these things. You want me to get bullied? What if I start taking drugs? What if I die? And then Melody dropped like a fly to the ground and the teacher ended up apologizing to her instead. Being with Melody was fun and slowly I started liking my life in school. Until one day, I was on stage reciting a Shakespeare sonnet for a school play when I saw Mom walking in. I was so shocked to see her. I forgot all my lines and ran backstage in panic. But I tripped on the stairs and the next thing I knew, I was in the hospital with Mom and Melody sitting next to me. I'm a horrible mother. I shouldn't have come and upset Chris like that. It's my fault. I called you here so we could finally tell Chris the truth. But I guess we messed up big time, Mom. What? When did you wake up? Around the same time you called my mom your mom. I didn't say mom. I said bomb, because your mom's the bomb. Shut up. I might have hit my head, but I'm not stupid. Now tell me, why did you call her mom? It's okay, Mel. I think it's time. Chris, sweetie, Melody is your twin sister. Mom told me how years ago she was in a horrible marriage with my biological father and she had no choice but to run away from home. But after a week, she found out she was pregnant with twins. She couldn't afford to raise 2 kids, so she gave Melody up for adoption. I ran away to LA and met this music producer who helped me out. When I got successful, I tried looking for Melody, but I couldn't track her down. My adoptive dad's witchy girlfriend wanted me out of the house, so he enrolled me in this boarding school. But last week, Dad finally told me about my biological mom. I got in touch with Mom and asked her if she'd want to meet me. And you chose to meet her here, Mom? You didn't think what would happen if I found out? I thought it would be nice to introduce you to your twin sister. Mom, you paid 0 attention to me all my life, and then you show up here unannounced and tell me I have a twin sister? What part of this is nice? And Melody, you knew I was your sister and didn't say a word to me? Why? Mom asked me not to. And you listened to her? The woman who abandoned you. This is crazy. My head's spinning. Just leave, both of you. Mom and Melody left, and I just sat in my bed feeling totally betrayed. Doctors discharged me that evening, and soon after, Mom left for home. Back in school, I just avoided Melody like the plague, even though she tried talking to me a million times. Soon, it was time for spring break, and I was packing my stuff when Melody walked in. Are you done? The driver's here to pick us up. What do you mean? I'm going home. My dad is traveling for business, so Mom invited me to stay at your place. I know you hate the idea, but I've waited all my life to have a family. Please, just let me have this one spring break. I promise I won't butt in your life ever again. I wanted to say no, but Melody looked like she would break in a million pieces, so I decided to look the other way. It would be good for Melody to discover what a terrible mom we had, but I was totally wrong. Mom was so excited to have Melody around, she took a break from work, made us breakfast, took us out on shopping sprees, dinners, and she even threw a homecoming party for Melody. Mom had never paid me so much attention, and it made me so jealous watching her bond with Melody. Soon after spring break ended, and it was time to get back to school. But a day before we had to leave, Mom gave me yet another surprise. So, I've spoken to your dad, Melody, and we have decided that it's best you girls stay near home. No more boarding school for you guys. Isn't that exciting? Oh, Mom, that's great! It sucks! Mom, I begged you not to send me to that dreaded school, and you didn't listen to me. But now that you have your new daughter, you want her to stay near you? I want both my daughters to stay close to me. I've missed out on so much already, and I just want to make up for the lost time. Yeah, right? You'll just end up disappointing Melody like you've always disappointed me. With that, I just left. And the next day, Mom enrolled us in a school nearby. I just wanted to stay away from home as much as possible, so I decided to join the drama club in my new school. On my first day, we were asked to perform a dialogue from Romeo and Juliet, and I got paired up with this dreamboat of a boy, Matt. He was so cute, I could hardly focus.
Oh, my Juliet, why won't you come down? I want to see your pretty
pretty face and your beautiful sparkling eyes.
Go on.
It's your line?
Sure. Oh, Romeo. You are the light of my life. Your face is so perfect, like a sculpted statue. And those arms, so strong. Do you work out a lot?
I do, but I don't think that's what we were talking about.
Then what are you talking about?
The play? Are you okay? You're not blinking.
I'm fine. I'm just getting into character. You know, Juliet and all. I'm weird. Sorry. Bye-bye. Nice to meet you. I ran in the other direction, feeling totally embarrassed. And minutes later, Matt came behind me. The two of us started talking, and by the end of the day, Matt asked me out on a date. I had the best time with Matt that evening. He was fun, cute, and a really good listener. Pretty soon, I found myself pouring my heart out to him, telling him everything about my family and Melody.
It sounds tough. I grew up without a family too. I mean, I had my dad, but he was hardly around, so I get where you're coming from.
Thanks for listening. I've ruined the date, haven't I?
Maybe there's still time to turn things around.
And with that, Matt leaned in and kissed me, and I kissed him back. We went on a few more dates, and I was over the moon when Matt asked me out officially. Every night, he'd come over, and I'd sneak out with him. We'd go for drives, parties, walks, and it helped me keep my mind off things at home. One evening, Matt invited me to this party at his cousin's place. It was a little out of town, so he told me we'd be staying the night. I was just climbing out my window when Melody walked in. Where are you going? To hang out with your hippie boyfriend? I know you've been sneaking out to spend time with Matt, but Chris, I just don't think he's right for you. I heard he's always skipping school and his grades are trash. And just last week, he almost got arrested for stealing cars. Those are baseless rumors. And you're one to talk. Have you completely forgotten what a mess you were in school? Besides, you should be happy I'm out of your hair so you can spend more time with Mom. I'm just trying to reconnect with my family. And look how great that's going. Now I'm getting late, so go back to your room and stay out of my life. And I just picked up my bag and left. I took a cab and went straight to the location Matt had sent. But when I reached the place, it was totally dark and there was no one around. I walked up to the cabin and knocked, but no one answered, and seconds later, someone tapped on my shoulder. I turned around and saw two big men staring at me, and Matt was right behind them. What's happening? And who are you?
Oh, don't worry, sugar. We'll only keep you here till your mom comes and rescues you.
Rescue me from what? Matt, what is this?
I'm so sorry, Chris. I owe these people a lot of money, and since my dad won't give me any, I had no choice but to kidnap you. Just do what they're saying and we'll all be safe. I promise you.
Are you out of your mind? I trusted you. You're my boyfriend. Oh my god, this is such a mess. Help!
Don't bother. There's no one around. Please, Chris, just sit tight and hear me out.
Get away from me! I pushed Matt away and ran for my life, but one of the two big hounds caught up to me and took me back to the cabin. Just as he was trying to tie my hands, I bit his ear and pushed him away. The other guy launched himself at me, but before I could react, a vase came flying out of nowhere and hit him in his head. He fell backwards, and I saw Melody jump in with a baseball bat. Matt saw everything and rushed out the cabin, but he was stopped by Mom and a bunch of policemen. As they handcuffed and dragged Matt and the two guys away, Mom came running and hugged me tight. I'm so glad you're okay. Thank God. I saw you getting into that cab and noted down its number. He's the one who told me about this place. Don't you dare do something like this again, Chris. I'm so sorry, Mel. I was so mad watching you and Mom together. It just made me jealous and crazy, and I just couldn't think straight. I thought you guys didn't care about me since you had each other. It's my fault. As a single mom, I needed to work hard and I got my career break, but I guess I just kind of got carried away with it. I wasn't there when you needed me, Chris, and I will never forgive myself for that. But I'm here now. Not just for Melody, but for both of you. So please, give me another chance. I'm sorry too. I should have been there for you as a friend before anything else, but I was so happy to have found Mom. I ignored how you must have felt. Hey, at least we're all here and together, and that's all that matters. How about we start with a clean slate? You spoke my mind.
Hi, I'm Marie. Growing up, I liked all things geeky. Comic books, anime, and most of all, video games. I was the kid in elementary school that would sneak behind some trees during recess to play my Nintendo DS instead of socializing. So I never really had any friends. And home wasn't so peachy either. Dad left soon after my sister Ava was born, and Mom, well, let's just say she tries. She worked as an attorney at some huge firm, so she always had money, just not enough time to look after two kids. What's wrong?
Mom's cooking again. She watched some stupid show on TV, the one where they wear big hats and cook fancy meals, and now she thinks she can do the same. She's gonna burn the house down, Marie. I'm scared.
I
rushed to the kitchen, only to see the stove on fire and Mom desperately trying to put it out. I immediately grabbed a damp towel and threw it on top of the flames. And that wasn't all. Once, Mom tried fixing an exposed wire and ended up short-circuiting the entire house. Another time, she decided to grow her own vegetables. But a month later, she quit. And now we have a half-dug garden that turns into a swampy mud pit every time it rains. At least if you guys like and subscribe to MSA, it'll make all this a little more worth it. I always had to be the adult around at home, and basically brought up Ava all by myself. But even though my real life wasn't very cool, I kicked butt in the online realm. Video games were my thing, and no one could beat me at that, except Hero. The first time we met was on the first day of high school. He was new, and the teacher asked me to help him catch up. And I quickly found out that, just like me, Hero loved video games. His mom didn't make a lot, so he was always jumping from one part-time job to another. And it was his dream to become a world-famous gamer. Slowly, we became friends. And every weekend I'd invite him over and we'd go bonkers on my gaming system.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I'm the winner, you're just lazy.
That's not even a phrase.
But you get the point, right?
So yeah, having Hero around was fun, and I was glad to finally have a friend. But then I turned 18 and things kind of glitched. Hero and I had planned on checking out this new game store in town, and I was waiting for him at school, but he never showed up. I even tried to sell, but he didn't answer, and his social media accounts were gone. He disappeared without a trace, and as weird as it was, I decided to stop chasing after him and move on. I threw myself into my studies, topped my class, and got into a good college. With Ava in high school now, I figured she could handle herself, and I could finally get a fresh start away from home. Then one night, I was in my dorm playing video games when I got stuck on this one particular level. After my 5th attempt, I was ready to throw my controller out the window when I heard someone behind me.
Need a hand?
I turned around and found myself looking up at Adam, a senior, and easily the most charming guy on campus. What are you doing in my room?
Just came by to say hi to a friend down the hall. And then I saw you struggling, so I figured I'd stop and help.
I appreciate your not-so-called-for help, but hey! Adam had snatched the controller from my hands and started pressing buttons like a pro. Within minutes, he'd cleared the level like it was nothing.
The trick is all in the NPC interactions. They each have coded movement loops that line up with the mission objectives. You pick up on those patterns, follow the right ones, and they practically guide you to the finish line.
Of course I knew that. I was just trying to improve my timing.
Right. You know, my friends and I are playing at the video game arcade tomorrow. You could join us if you want.
Thanks, but I like to play alone.
Suit yourself. But just in case you change your mind.
And he wrote his number on my desk and left. I tried to shake off his offer, but then I thought it had been a while since I was playing solo and maybe teaming up with others wouldn't be so bad. So, the next day I called him and he sent me the address. I expected it would be a casual gaming session with a few friends, but I was stunned to see that it was a massive gaming tournament. Hundreds of gamers sat around, dead serious, fingers flying over controllers, and eyes glued to screens. Just then, Adam spotted me and ran over.
Hey, perfect timing. You're playing with me.
I nodded and took a seat next to him. And together, we breezed through every challenge. The games were tough, but our sync was on point, and by the end of the tournament, Adam and I were on top of the leaderboard.
That was incredible. I knew you had skills, but this is next level. I couldn't even tell it was our first time playing together. You know what? You've gotta meet my dad.
I don't think I should, but Adam was already pulling me through the crowd before stopping in front of this tall man who looked like he ate gigabytes for breakfast.
Dad, this is Mari. I think she'd be perfect for a team.
Such a pleasure to meet young prodigies like yourself. Tell me, Maria, has the world of digital gaming always intrigued you?
It's Marie.
I know, but I prefer Maria. It has a certain melody to it, like the soft patter of keys under one's finger in the heat of play.
Sorry, what?
He just means you have a nice name. Anyway, Dad's a game developer and a professional gamer himself. He's the reason I picked up gaming. He's my hero, the legend, the person I look up to the most. Also, he'll be coaching us.
For what?
The tournaments, of course.
Adam told me he played for an international esports team. They traveled the world, competed in the biggest tournaments, and now they wanted me to join them. Playing international esports had always been my dream. So it didn't take me long to say yes, and the next few months turned into a wild roller coaster. We traveled from one tournament to the next, diving headfirst into the intense, fast-paced life of esports. And while I loved competing, Adam's dad made things really complicated.
Our primary objective is to establish dominance in the early stages by monopolizing resource nodes and obstructing adversarial progression.
What is he saying?
He wants us to capture as many resource points as we can at the start and block the other team.
Why doesn't he just say that?
That's just how he talks. You'll get used to it.
But Adam's dad's constant hovering and descriptive plans made every practice session feel like a mental marathon, and I just couldn't keep up. Then one day, after a grueling practice, I was scrolling through my phone when I came across an invite to the closed beta test of Infinity Nikki, a game that had been making waves as the coziest open-world experience out there. I was tired of playing endless battles and high-stake combat games with Adam, and I was looking for something that felt more comforting and fun. And the game seemed like the perfect escape. So I enrolled for access to the closed beta, got in, and boy, was that the best decision ever! The game took me into the magical world of Mirrorland, where Nikki, the main character, went on amazing quests with her cute companion Momo. The coolest part of the game were the ability outfits that helped Nikki navigate Mirrorland, gather resources, and complete quests. I got to explore dungeons, tackle boss battles, ride vehicles, and even capture beautiful moments with the photo feature. It was so much more than a dress-up game. It was pure magic. I was so amazed by it, I even joined Infinity Nikki fan forums to know more about shortcuts and outfit combos. And I found myself chatting regularly with one user in particular, Silent Warrior. Oh my god, Momo camera is so cute. I could pose in front of that forever.
Oh, but here's something that makes it even better. Usually, you can only take pictures of the scenery in Nikki, but there are certain spots on the map where this Feywish sprite, Dakabo, will suddenly pop up and look straight at the camera while you're capturing the shot. I swear, it's the funniest and most unexpected thing ever.
No way. How did you even figure that out?
Spent hours wandering the map, taking random shots. The first time Dakabo appeared, I almost dropped my controller. You've got to try it. It's seriously worth it.
Well, since you've been so helpful, I've got news for you too. December 6th is actually Nikki's birthday, and to celebrate that special day, all Infinity Nikki players will be getting this stunning new dress called Starlit Celebration, absolutely free of charge. I mean, talk about a sweet deal. But you have to log into the game before December 19th to redeem it, so tell all your friends to download it now. I've already told mine. It felt like I'd found someone who spoke my gaming language, and I really wanted to meet him. So naturally, a week later, I was one of the top players invited to play Infinity Nikki live at an exclusive arena. I walked in feeling excited, and I was at the snack bar getting a soda when another hand reached for the same can. I looked up and froze as I saw Hero smiling at me.
Didn't realize this one was yours.
Well, it certainly doesn't have your name on it. Just then, the announcer called all gamers to the stage for a quick face-off, and I hurried to the stage. I was settling down in my seat when Hero pulled up the chair next to mine. He opened his mouth to say something, but I shushed him and focused on my game. I entered the breezy meadow, collected a bunch of daisies, and was just enjoying my walk through the vibrant flowers when Momo told me that there was a Whimstar nearby. So I hurried through the meadow, collected the Whimstar, and upgraded to a new outfit.
Wow, you're still as good as I remember.
Oh, so you do remember me. I thought the way you vanished, you probably forgot all about me.
Okay, yes, I deserve that. But I had a reason for leaving so suddenly, Mari.
That's when Hiro told me that his mom had lost her job, and since they lived in her employer's house, they had to pack up and move to a new town, almost overnight. You could have dropped a text, at least.
I just couldn't find the time to. I had to pick up jobs to help Mom out, until I figured out a way to make money through gaming. You have no idea how many times I thought about calling you, but I just didn't know what to say. So when I saw your name on the Infinity Nikki forum, I decided to send you a message as Silent_Warrior.
Wait, you're Silent Warrior? So you took me for a fool not once, but twice? That feels good.
I'm sorry, I just didn't know if you'd talk to me. I even learned the whole game just to get to this live event and meet you, Mari. So, what do you say? Can we restart? I kinda miss you.
Okay, yeah, I missed him too. Hiro was the one person who always understood me, and he did genuinely sound sorry for the way he'd acted. So, I agreed, and we reconnected. We spent hours chatting about games, and I told him everything about my new team and life at college. Our conversations felt effortless, and I was happy to have him back in my life. But while things with Hiro got better, with Adam, it only got more tense.
Maria, grab the plasma cannon next to you. You're wasting essential resources.
I'm pinned down by these two enemies. I need to deal with them first to advance.
Incorrect. Your role is to support Adam. He's leading the mission. Provide suppressing fire, and use that weapon to neutralize the opposition.
But if I expose myself, I'll get eliminated.
Then strategize smarter. Honestly, you're making me question your tactical skills. Did we make a mistake by bringing you onto the team, Maria?
Oh, I don't know, sire. Maybe you did. So why don't you go ahead and find someone who's better than me and can understand what you're actually talking about? And yeah, for the record, my name is Marie. And I just threw the controller down and walked out. And seconds later, Adam followed.
How dare you talk to my dad like that?
He's constantly breathing down my neck, Adam. It's annoying.
He just wants you to do better. And honestly, Mari, you could use a little extra practice. Dad doesn't think you're ready for the tournament, and he might be right.
Your dad thinks no one is ever ready. And every time I talk to him, I feel like I'm in the middle of a test I didn't prepare for. I don't think I can play like this. And before Adam could get out another word, I flung my bag over my shoulder and left. I was so distracted that evening, I could barely focus on my game with Hiro. I had to jump through some glowing hoops in a sequence before the time ended, and I just couldn't keep up. Hiro immediately understood something was off and asked me what happened. And I told him everything.
Why are you even with them if they don't value your skills?
It's not all bad. The rest of the guys on the team are great, and Adam's a bit edgy, but he's a good player. It's his dad who gives me the ick. My mom's a saint compared to him. At least she never trash-talked me the way he does.
Mari, you're a great player, and from what you're telling me, this Adam sounds like a jerk. I think you should just quit and play with me instead. We're good.
I just laughed at Hiro's suggestion. He was clearly joking. There's no way he'd actually expect me to quit my team at the last minute. Although, I'll admit, the idea was kind of tempting, considering how Adam being on the team was seriously getting on my nerves lately. Later, I ended up talking to my sister Ava about it, and the next day, she and Mom showed up at my dorm with dinner to cheer me up. I was struggling through the lasagna Mom made, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Hiro? What are you doing here?
Okay, don't freak out, but I kind of put our names down together for the tournament tomorrow.
What? Why?
Because your team sucks, Mari. Adam and his dad are dragging you down, and it's obvious you're not happy. But playing Infinity Nikki with you these past few days made me realize how amazing we are together. If we team up, we actually have a chance of winning. And I found out from my sources, and the prize money on this tournament is insane.
Hiro,
Planning to ditch me at the last minute?
I saw Adam standing behind Hiro with a hard expression on his face. You're taking this the wrong way.
Oh, am I? Wasn't he just telling you to leave us and join him? My dad gave you the opportunity to be a great gamer, and you tossed that aside to play Infinity Nikki with him? It's that same dress-up game you keep raving about, right?
It's more than a dress-up game, Adam. It teaches you about friendship, care, and warmth. and it tests your skills and presence of mind. You have to strategize your way through each puzzle. It's not easy.
Sounds like a pretty easy game to me. Really? Then why don't you and I go head to head? First one to complete his quest wins, and Mari joins the winner's team.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Why? Scared I'll kick his butt? We'll see about that.
But the food's getting cold. Believe me, Mom, no one wants to eat that. And this is way too entertaining. Adam shoved me aside and took over my gaming system while Hero pulled out his laptop. And they both dove into the game. Hero skillfully switched between Nikki's ability outfits, jumping between platforms with precise timing. The puzzles were tough. Rotating tiles that moved unpredictably, hidden traps waiting to catch him off guard, narrow pathways requiring precision, and lasers that could slice through in an instant. But Hero kept his pace steady. Adam, on the other hand, was clearly struggling. The caged greed towered over him, and he just couldn't figure out how to break through its defenses. While Hero completed his challenges with absolute ease.
This is not fair. I was just getting the hang of the game. Besides, you already knew the shortcuts and how to switch between the ability outfits. Fine. Then how about we do a dress-up contest? Mari can rate which dress combo looks nicer. Does that sound fair to you? Huh. I breathe fashion. Bring it on.
The combat started, and just like before, Hero nailed this one too. He carefully curated a stunning look. A bright yellow playsuit called the Sunny Agenda, paired with a set of elegant stockings and white high-top sneakers. He finished the outfit with a sleek ponytail and the sweetest headband, creating a perfectly coordinated ensemble. I was just watching him work in awe when Adam jumped up.
That's how you do it, baby!
Adam, why have you paired the red shimmery gown with the green shimmer jacket? And what's up with these blue glitter stockings?
So, it's all glitter, and I know girls like glitter a lot.
Yeah, if you're 5 and dressing up your doll, your outfit has no synchrony, Adam. Everything looks great individually, but together, it looks like Nikki fell into a pool of glitter. It doesn't make any sense. And that's why I vote for Hero. Hero smiled at me proudly, and I was about to shake hands with him when Adam jumped in between.
You're a cheat. Obviously, you'll vote for Hero because you like him.
Hero won because he's good, and he genuinely made an effort to learn the game.
Yeah, right, liar. What's your problem, dude? I beat you in 2 games straight, and you're still crying like a baby. Be a man and just admit you suck. What did you just say to me?
And with that, Adam launched himself at Hero, grabbed his laptop, and threw it across the room. Hero lost his mind, swung back, and the two of them got into a fight. I tried to stop them, but they kept swinging at each other. And then Hero pushed Adam, and he went flying into the table with all the food.
Oh my god, I made that with my own 2 hands. It took me hours to get the flavor on point.
And somehow it still sucked.
What did you just say to me?
Ah! Shut it! All of you! What is wrong with y'all? And Mom, I love you, and I'm happy you're here, but you've got to stop cooking. As for you two, I'm not teaming up with either of you. I've decided to go solo.
What?
Oh, don't look surprised, Adam. After the way you and your dad have pushed us around, it's a miracle I stayed as long as I did. But I'm a gamer with ethics, so I stuck it out for my team when it mattered. And Hero, these past few days have been fun, but you can't just show up and expect me to jump on your team. You didn't even know about this tournament until I mentioned it. And now you want to participate for the prize money? I get that it's a big opportunity, but I can't make decisions like that on a whim. Maybe someday we'll team up again, but for now, I need to do this my own way.
And I totally respect your decision. I don't. It's a stupid decision, and I'm not letting you get away that easily.
Adam grabbed my hand, but I twisted his arm around in one swift motion, and he winced in pain. Guess I picked up a thing or two from your so-called combat games. Maybe you could learn a little something from Infinity Nikki and handle defeat with a little grace, instead of throwing a tantrum every time things don't go your way.
Wait till my dad hears about this.
You and your dad can both eat slugs for all I care. Now get out and don't come back. Adam left that night, but I knew he wasn't gonna stay quiet. Not that I cared. I'd already made up my mind to pull my name from that stupid tournament. I didn't want to be part of something that sucked the joy out of the one thing I loved. It was time to take back my happiness, to focus on what made me feel alive again. And for the first time in weeks, I felt free. It's showtime, baby! Hi, I'm Dinah from Sweden, and I've got a story to tell you from many years ago about the weirdest parents ever. I didn't have the internet back then to keep me company, and I was just stuck with them. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I never knew what my dad did for a living, but I knew he was a weirdo and a liar. And Mom, she was worse. We would only leave the house at night and never together. It was either me and Mom or me and Dad, and we never had any visitors. Dad always said it was safer that way, whatever that meant. I used to call myself an only child, although I had a sister. Her name was Maria. She was 2 years older than me, and she never left her room, and I was never allowed to go near her. Whenever I told Mom I wanted to see Maria, she'd get annoyed. How many times do I have to tell you? She doesn't want to see anyone. I knew Mom was a crazy liar. Of course my sister would want to see me. Eventually, I just stopped asking to see Maria. It was useless. Once I started school, my parents told me to even lie about who I was. They gave me a different name to tell everyone, Jane. Now remember, talk less and listen more. In fact, if you could act like you're mute, that would be perfect. Yes, Mom, I'll do exactly that. I only had one friend named Hope, and she was nice and really talkative. Once when we were in 4th grade, she said, "So Jane, why don't you ever talk about your family? You never asked." "Okay, I'm asking now. What's your family like?" "Oh, you won't believe it. They're weirdos. Dad never lets us go outside, and we never have any visitors, except some strange men he brings sometimes. And Mom, she's insane. She does whatever Dad tells her to do. Also, I have a sister, but I kind of don't have a sister. How to explain this? Okay, let me start from the beginning." And I told her every single thing about my weird family. And the next day, Hope was gone. I asked the teacher about her, and she said that she and her family had moved to another city. I was furious. That day, I screamed at my parents and blamed them for sending Hope away. They acted all innocent and said they had nothing to do with it, but I didn't believe them one bit. I didn't talk to them for days, until one night, I sneaked into the lounge and found my parents watching TV. The news channel was showing a picture of my dad with big words on the screen like liar, hypocrite, and fraud. And even worse, my picture and my mom's were also being shown. I knew it! You're an evil man, a criminal. Finally, everyone knows who you really are, and they'll take me away. Me and my sister will be free. Mom came running to me and picked me up and took me to my room. Put me down! Pack your things, Dinah. We're leaving. What? Where? Why? There's no time for questions. I'm not doing anything you say. I slammed the door behind Mom and locked it. I climbed into my bed feeling furious, and after some time, I dozed off. And when I woke up, I was in a different room. Apparently, we had moved to another city. I was so pissed at my parents. But at least I'd go to a new school now and have new friends that I could tell everything to. But one night, Dad came to my room with a gift.
This doll is for you, baby.
I'm too old for dolls, Dad. Do you even know how old I am?
Well, we have the entire year to know each other because I've decided to homeschool you.
What? There's no way that's gonna happen. Dad ignored me, but I was determined not to be homeschooled. Whenever they tried to teach me, I'd come up with some excuse. Nope, I'm sick. My eyebrows are hurting. Ugh, I had a bad dream that a chicken ate me. I'm still not over it. Try tomorrow. And it kept going on like that for a year until my parents gave up.
Dinah, you can join school now and even use your real name.
You mean my real name? And everyone would know I'm your daughter?
Yes, honey, exactly.
You guys are awful. I saw Dad on TV. Now that everyone knows he's evil, you want people to know that I'm your daughter? No way. I'm not falling for your games again. You're gonna give me a fake name, you hear me?
No, your dad isn't a bad person, Dinah. It was all a big misunderstanding, and it's cleared now.
Don't defend him. I don't believe you.
Don't believe us, but you're still going with your real name.
Fine, but I'm not showing anyone my face then. I'm gonna wear a mask and a hoodie, and no one will ever know who I am. That's not going to happen. I didn't ask for permission. I'm done listening to you guys. I'm going to school, and I'm wearing a mask. Period. My parents didn't argue with me anymore, and they just left the room. And the next day, I wore a hoodie and a mask and went to school. Everyone was staring at me, but I didn't care. When the teacher asked me to introduce myself, I ignored her and went to sit at the back. And I noticed after some time that the girl next to me was constantly looking at me. Can you stop staring, please? You're making me uncomfortable. Well, you're making me uncomfortable. But I gotta say, the mask idea is genius. It's the perfect way to hide your ugly face. But I'm sure you're not uglier than me. I should wear a mask too. I'm not ugly, and neither are you. Oh, come on. You're a liar too? Look at my nostrils. They're so wide you can see my brain. And penguins have better teeth than mine. And this dent in my chin, it looks like I have a butt on my face. My eyebrows are like a bridge over my eyes. Giraffes are competing with me for the longest neck. And see this mole. Oh, God, stop talking. Why do you hate your face so much? It's not that bad. Yeah, it is. I have 6 sisters, and I'm the ugliest. Yeah, they told me. They're all beautiful like models, while me, not even close. I mean, look at my legs. My calves are like tree trunks, and my nails, I bite them and chew them sometimes. They don't taste that bad. The point is, my hands are the ugliest. Please, stop talking. I'm not used to someone who talks a lot. Why? No one talks to you? What about your family? Are they dead? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm such an idiot. My sisters say that too. No, they're not dead. Can you please stay quiet unless I ask you something? So, you're not going to tell me about your family, huh? I told you everything about myself. Also, you expect me to shut up so I won't annoy your majesty? Who do you think you are? You're just a weirdo with a mask. I didn't mean to upset you. Listen, I'll tell you everything once I trust you. Why can't you trust me now? I just need some time, okay? Fine. I trust all people, especially the weird ones. But whatever. Oh my God. Her name was Nastya, and she was nuts. But at least she was helpful. She gave me a tour of the school and helped me get familiar with everything. But she wouldn't stop introducing me to everyone. Hey guys, this is Dinah. She doesn't like talking about her family. Weird, right? And I still don't know anything about the mask. And no, she says she's not ugly. I knew there was no use asking her to shut up, so I just waved to the kids and kept walking. Nastya and I got closer over the coming weeks, and I started to trust her a little bit. But that was a mistake. One day, we were walking down the hallway when we saw a group of girls coming towards us, and Nastya freaked out. Oh my God, that's Eva! Before I could ask her who that was, Nastya got down on her knees and held Eva's hand. How are you today, our princess? How was your trip? Oh, get up, Nastya. You're pathetic. I just saw you this morning, and you asked the same questions, and I ignored you. Can't you take a hint? And who is this weirdo? That's Dinah, my best friend. She's at your service. She likes you so much. No, she adores you. No, I don't. I don't even know who she is. And she doesn't seem very nice. Oh, we have a brave one here. That's a lot of nerve for someone who covers their face. Let me guess. You're the school bully. Gotcha. Nastya, let's go. We don't have time for this. I started walking away, but Nastya didn't move. I don't think you understand how things work around here. Everyone does what Eva says. Girls, catch her and take her to the bathroom. You too, Nastya. Now. The girls started approaching me, including Nastya. I couldn't believe it. No, Nastya, are you crazy? You're my friend. But as she kept coming closer with a cold face, I suddenly slapped her hard. Just then a teacher came into the hallway and Eva whistled to the girls and they all backed off and followed her, like they were her pets. And I couldn't believe that the only person I trusted a bit turned out to be as terrible as my parents. I was never going to talk to Nastya again. But I had a bigger problem right now. Eva. It looked like I'd made an enemy out of the most feared girl in school. I found out from some kids that she was 2 years older than me, and she could make or break your life here. And she was untouchable. Eva has perfect grades and perfect manners in class, and the teachers worship her. She never gets into trouble. She put stolen exam papers in my sister's locker and got her expelled just because my sister refused to do her homework. My best friend is in therapy because of how much Eva hurt her. Jeez, this girl seemed like a monster. And now, I was wondering what she'd do to me. The next day when Nastya walked into the classroom, I almost fell off my seat. She was wearing an avocado-shaped outfit with 2 horns on her head. Everyone was laughing as she sat down. What are you staring at? Why are you wearing that? What? You're the only one allowed to look weird? I don't care, dude. Be as weird as you like. It's not like we're friends. Why was I even talking to her? And Nastya didn't take off that ugly outfit for days. But then one day I was in the bathroom stalls when I heard some voices outside. Eva, I've been wearing this for 4 days and it's itchy. Can't I take it off now? A deal's a deal, loser. You begged me not to hurt Dinah, and I said I'd leave her alone if you wore the outfit for a week. Now stop whining or else. Wait, Eva hadn't hurt me because of what Nastya did? I peeked out the door to see Eva leaving, and then I came out. You've been wearing this ridiculous costume for me? Why are you doing this? You don't have to be so afraid of that witch, Nastya. I'm not. That's because you don't know her, Dinah. She's my sister. I have to do what she says, or she'll make me miserable. She's already making you miserable, can't you see? You can't live like a coward. Coward? Says the girl who can't show her real face to anyone. And if you had a sister, you'd understand. I do. Do what? I have a sister. I don't know what happened, but the moment I said the word sister, I broke down and started crying like crazy. And I told Nastya everything, but I made sure not to mention my parents' names. When I was done, Nastya didn't say anything. She just hugged me tight. Despite my protests, Nastya wore the outfit for the whole week, and we started hanging out again. Eva seemed to keep her distance, but I didn't trust her one bit. A few days later, Nastya came running to me excitedly at recess. Oh my God, Dinah, you won't believe this. You know that cute jock Peter I have a crush on? The one in Eva's class? I saw him putting this note in my locker. Pinch me or punch me. I think I'm dreaming. I saw the note, and he'd asked her out to the Valentine's Day dance. You saw him put this there? With my own ugly eyes? No, my eyes must be beautiful if Peter likes me. But Nastya, has he ever even talked to you before? Why is he suddenly asking you out? What's your point, Dinah? I mean, what if this is a prank? What if Eva planned it? And suddenly, Nastya looked mad. Gosh, you really can't trust anyone, can you? And basically what you're saying is, why would someone like Peter ask out someone like me, right? No, that's not what I said. You didn't have to. I'm not as stupid as I look. You're no better than my sisters. And before I could reply, Nastya ran away tearfully. I tried talking to her the next few days, but she just acted like I was invisible. I had no plans to go to the Valentine's Day dance. I didn't even have a date. But my gut feeling kept telling me something about the whole Peter thing was off. So an hour before the party, I decided to go. And when I got there, it was worse than I'd feared. I saw Nastya walking up to Peter and tapping him on the shoulder. He turned around and burst out laughing.
Well, hello, Nastya. I didn't know this was a party for clowns.
I didn't get the joke. Sorry, my sisters say I'm dumb.
Girl, what's wrong with your makeup? Did you do it sitting on a roller coaster in the dark?
No, my sister Eva did it.
You're kidding, right? Eva always looks perfect. And you look like a mess.
That's no way to talk to your date, dude.
Date? Are you out of your mind? I'm here with Eva, loser.
I'd heard enough. I ran forward and punched Peter in the face. Shut up, you jerk. Don't talk to my friend like that. Just as I took Nastya's hand to get her out of there, I heard Eva whistle, and her friends grabbed me. Oh, Dinah, you're about to find out how stupid it is to mess with me. But I really want to see your face before I teach you a lesson. With that, Eva leapt forward and snatched my mask off. But suddenly, she screamed in pain. Ow! Nastya, let go, you psycho! Nastya had jumped onto Eva and was pulling her hair so hard, I thought she'd take them right off her scalp. Her minions ran to help Eva, but Nastya wasn't backing off. I am a psycho. Don't mess with me or Dinah, or I swear, Eva, I'll chop your hair off in your sleep. I'll find the fattest rats and set them loose in your room. I'll switch all your Diet Coke with regular Coke so you'll get fat. I won't stop until you're as miserable as you've made me. Suddenly, the other kids started cheering for Nastya and pushed Eva's minions away. And Eva looked furious. She screamed as everyone booed her and stormed off with her gang. I hugged Nastya tight, and suddenly, she gasped. Dinah, that's the first time I'm seeing your face. Wow, you're gorgeous. Oh God, in all the chaos, I'd forgotten my mask was off. And now everyone had seen me, and they were giving me compliments about how pretty I was. And then I heard the dreadful words.
Wait a second, I know your dad. He was the famous politician who was accused of stealing public funds. We saw him all over the news.
What? Dad was a politician? And he was a thief? No, you're confusing me with someone else. My dad isn't a thief.
No, it's you. I saw the pictures too. And yeah, of course he's not a thief. Your dad is an honest, kind man. Everyone knows he was proved innocent.
Yeah, he helped a lot of people, including my cousins. He must be like a hero to you. What in the world? So my dad was actually a good man? I was so shocked and I couldn't breathe. I just ran away and Nastya followed me. I went straight back home to confront my parents.
You're not wearing your mask.
Just tell me one thing. People are saying you used to be a politician, Dad. A very kind one. Is that true?
Yes, honey. We tried telling you he was a good man, but you never listened.
Why didn't you tell me the truth from the start? Why did you treat me badly?
Sweetheart, we never meant to treat you that way. There were many people who wanted to hurt me while you were growing up, and we thought the less you knew, the less danger you'd be in. We're sorry we didn't tell you the truth. We just didn't want to scare you.
What about my sister? I want to see her, now! My parents looked at each other and then led me to her room. I saw her for the first time lying on her bed, sleeping peacefully.
She's been in a coma for years. We were wrong to keep this a secret, but we didn't want you to feel sad about her. We're sorry for all of this, Dinah. We love you so much.
She's so beautiful, just like you. I turned around to see Nastya and I hugged her. Guys, I think it's time for you to hug your daughter. Such weirdos. My parents joined our hug and I whispered, I'm sorry.
It's okay. We love you.
I love you too. I love you 3. Cheesy, but who cares?
Hi, my name is Tina, or at least that's what my adopted parents named me. And that's pretty much the only nice thing they've ever given me. When I was a baby, my parents adopted me from an orphanage in New York City. I don't remember anything from back then, but they told me the place was horrible. It was filthy! You better be grateful we rescued you from there. I never really believed her. How could it be any filthier than their own house? It was practically a pigsty. The carpet always had a horrible damp smell, and the floorboards and walls were all stained. They already had one child, my younger brother Steven, but he was super dumb. They knew I was smart, so they probably thought I was a good investment. You can do our son's homework since he's busy all the time, the little darling. Look, Mom, Dad, I can snort marbles out of my nose. Well done, Steven. We're so proud of you. Tina, those math exercises aren't going to work themselves out. I rolled my eyes as I walked away. Did I have to get adopted by the dumbest family in New York? I ended up doing all of his homework all the time. But of course, he was never grateful. Instead, he chased me around with scissors and threatened to cut my hair. Come on, Tina. I just want to give you a haircut. I was smarter than all 3 of them put together, but they hated the thought. It would kill them to admit it. When I was 10, my dad owned a sports memorabilia store. And he was too cheap to hire a real accountant, so he made me work there as one. It's the least you can do after all we've done for you. Fine, but let me tell you, your dumb store is not making any money. You're probably doing it wrong. Aren't you supposed to be smart and good at this stuff? Go over the books again. Well, I wasn't surprised when he lost his shop 3 months later. Meanwhile, at home, my mom would make me stay upstairs whenever she had company over, which was all the time. She liked to make her friends think she was really smart, even though she was an idiot. Go to your room and don't you dare come down. God only knows what complicated and weird thing you'll end up talking about. They'll think I'm a freak like you. Don't embarrass me. I decided to have some fun one day while her friends were over. I set up a trivia board game I knew my mom would lose, and I told her friends I'd play on their team. We won by 25 points. It was epic. We didn't know Tina was so smart. My mom was so embarrassed. She flipped the table over and told everyone to leave. How dare you make me look stupid in front of my friends? Maybe if you ever read a book, you'd know a thing or two. Maybe if you weren't so ugly, you'd have friends other than books. I make myself laugh. Good, because no one else thinks you're funny. And I skipped out of the room before her flying shoe could catch me. One day, while Mom and Dad were at work, Steven decided to spray paint the living room wall. What are you doing? Mom and Dad are gonna kill you. No, Tina. They're gonna kill you. He hid the can of spray paint in my room where I couldn't find it. When my parents got home, they freaked out. Tina, what did you do? Clean this up right now. It wasn't me, it was Steven. But they wouldn't listen to a word I said. Just then, Steven walked into the room holding empty cans of spray paint. Look what I found in Tina's room. That was it. I was doomed. One more stunt like this and we're taking you right back to that orphanage. At least it looks better than it did before. This house is disgusting anyway. I spent the next 5 hours scrubbing paint off the wall. Even after that, I couldn't get it all off. I missed dinner, and my parents made me go to bed hungry. It wasn't much of a loss, really. My family just had gross canned junk for dinner anyway. They didn't have enough money to buy good food, apparently, but they could somehow afford a gigantic flat-screen TV for their filthy living room. My dad loved that TV and sat in front of it all day after work, watching baseball. Steven loved baseball too. So Dad signed him up for the Little League team. But equipment wasn't cheap. So Dad gave all of my measly allowance to Steven to buy a baseball bat. That's not fair. That's my money. No, it's my money that I gave to you, and I can take it back. My mother agreed with him. Maybe Steven will grow up to be a famous baseball player. At least he'll be doing something good for this family, unlike you, Tina. Steven's not even good at baseball. He strikes out whenever he gets up to bat. I'm better than he is, and I've only played once. It was true. Steven was horrible at sports, but my parents didn't care. Somehow, it was still my fault. Maybe if you were there to cheer him on, he hit the ball more often. I wish you had never adopted me. I wish I could go back. I stormed off to my room. I knew I had to get out of here, but I didn't have any money or anywhere to go. My friends at school all came from rich families in the city. I never told anyone I was adopted, because it would be so embarrassing. One day at lunch, the girls were just boasting away as usual. My parents are taking me to Paris this Saturday for breakfast. We just got back from Hong Kong last week. It was so exotic. I decided to chime in. My parents let me get extra pepperoni on my pizza last night. That was a lie. They actually said pepperoni was too expensive and I wasn't allowed to get it. Actually, we never ordered pizza either. The girls all looked at me like I had 3 heads. It's okay, Tina. We all know your family is dirt poor. Pepperoni is all they can afford. I was mortified. I ran out of the cafeteria in tears as the girls laughed at me. I stopped next to a bulletin board and noticed a help wanted sign. Angelo's Pizza was hiring delivery drivers. I was only 14 and I couldn't drive. But Angelo didn't need to know that. I lied in my application saying I was 17 years old and had a driver's license. He hired me and placed an Angelo's Pizza hat on my head. Guess it was time to teach myself how to drive. Driving wasn't easy. I knocked over so many trash cans and street cones at first. I didn't have anyone to teach me, and watching YouTube videos only helped so much. I couldn't tell my parents because they'd want the car for themselves. They only had one car, and Mom was only allowed to use it if she asked Dad's permission. Once I taught myself the basics, it was time to start delivering pizzas. It was actually pretty fun. I got to play my music and smell fresh pizza all day long. I told my parents I'd be studying at a friend's house after school. They didn't care where I was, as long as it was out of their faces. Do we have to feed you? Can't you just have lunch and dinner there? Sure, Mom. Her parents' dinner are even worse than yours, but I'll eat there. Nothing made me happier than missing meals at home and eating pizza instead. Angelo was always good about feeding his employees. I delivered pizza all over the city. Sometimes I'd even deliver to those mean girls from school. They'd laugh at me in my uniform. Little did they know, I had stolen a few bites of their pizzas, especially the ones with extra pepperoni. Sometimes I'd spit on them too. I saved up enough money and planned on buying myself a car. I was going to start my own delivery service. I hid the money under a loose floorboard in my room. I couldn't let my parents find it, or they'd probably spend it on another big TV. Then, disaster struck. I arrived at a house, got out of my car, and walked up to the door. I rang the bell and my dad answered the door. Tina, what are you doing here? He was at a friend's house watching the game, and they had ordered pizza. I should have recognized the address, but I was just so busy that I hadn't noticed. Since when do you have a job? You better not be hiding money from us. You know we need it. That night, my parents ripped my room to pieces. They knocked over every piece of furniture and tore open every drawer. I found it! Stephen pulled my box of money out from under the floorboard. Stop! Put that back! How dare you hide this from us, Tina? We adopted you from that horrible orphanage, and this is the thanks we get? That was the last straw. I stormed out of the room and grabbed Steven's baseball bat, the one they bought with my money. I walked right up to the big TV in the living room, wound up, and smashed it to pieces. How's that for thanks? I dropped the bat and stormed out of the house. I went to the one place I knew I was safe, Angelo's Pizza. Angelo was closing up shop when I showed up in tears. I told him what had happened and how my parents stole all my money, and he felt really bad. Here, I know you've been saving up for a car. It's yours. And he just handed me the keys to my pizza delivery car. I gave him a big hug. Thank you, thank you, thank you! He invited me to stay with his family for the night. They had a small home, but it was really nice. His wife was an amazing cook, and their son was in school to become a hairstylist. Tina, would you like a real haircut? He worked some serious magic on my hair. I looked like a movie star and I felt like one too. Angelo's family felt so bad for me that they offered to let me live with them. They became my second adopted family, my real family. Balancing work and school wasn't easy, but I managed. I learned as much as I could about starting a business and finally got my driver's license 2 years later. My parents didn't come to my high school graduation. They didn't even try to contact me after I smashed the TV. Instead of going to college, I started Tina Taxi, a full-service food delivery and rideshare company like Uber and DoorDash. Tina Taxi was different because I made each ride a party and worked a pure tip system. That meant my rides were free, and if people wanted to give me money, they could. My brother heard about my new job and called for a ride. He made me drive him all over the city pretending like he was lost. Sorry, I meant to go somewhere else. So sorry. Can you go in that direction now, please? He finally got out and didn't give me any money. Instead, he poked a hole in my tire and took a bus home. I lost a whole day of business because of him. While driving one day, I saw a bunch of signs all over town that were making fun of me. One in particular read, "Tina Taxi is a scam." I knew it was my idiot brother because he couldn't even spell taxi right. Take those signs down. You'll ruin everything. Buy me a new baseball bat and TV, and maybe I'll take them down. Why don't I give you a job and you can buy your own? Work for you? Why would anybody ever want to work for you? I tore the signs down myself and left them on my parents' lawn. I knew Tina Taxi was a good idea, and plenty of people already wanted to work for me. I got my own apartment and decided it was time to hire more drivers. By the next year, I had 20 drivers working for me, and Tina Taxi brought in over $1 million. Soon enough, I got a call from a multi-billion-dollar company that wanted to buy Tina Taxi. They offered me $2.5 billion for my company. I told them I'd only sell if they maintained my business model. Tina Taxi was always meant to help those in need. They agreed. After everything was said and done, I went back to the orphanage where my parents had adopted me all those years ago. The kids were so excited to see me.
That's Tina from Tina Taxi! I want to be just like her when I grow up!
You're already just like me. I used to live here when I was just a baby. They were thrilled to know I started out just like them. I donated millions of dollars to help remodel and build orphanages all over the world, but especially one in my home state of New York. I even adopted a little girl named Amira, and I promised to give her the childhood that I never had. Together, we live in a huge house outside of New York City. I never heard from my adopted parents ever again. I never heard of Steven either, so he probably never did become a famous baseball player.
Hi, I'm Chloe. This is my story. Ugh, strap in. And remember to like and subscribe to MSA. I was born to the wealthiest family in town. No, I'm not talking normal rich. We were stupid rich. Dad's a billionaire oil tycoon and Mom's a socialite, so I rarely saw them, but they always spoiled me rotten. As for me, I was enjoying my best life. I was popular in school, everyone adored me, and people would yell how gorgeous I was as I walked by. When I was 13, my dad brought me to Little Miss California since he was a judge. People were shocked when they saw me. This is the look we want. She should be crowned. Dad beamed with pride, but when the other contestants heard this, they weren't happy. Especially this one girl, Molly, who threw a massive tantrum. That's so unfair. We've been practicing for weeks and she just walks in and wins? All the other contestants agreed, but the judges didn't care. The next day, a video of her tantrum was all over Facebook. It's bad enough she felt I'd stolen her crown, but now she had an army of bullies after her. I felt horrible. Desperate to fix it, I begged Dad to redo the contest and sponsor a scholarship for the top 3 winners. The girls were ecstatic, and Dad loved the positive press. Molly won, and I was so happy for her. She visited me and brought me a huge bouquet of flowers. I just want to say thanks. I see why they chose you. You're gorgeous, but I worked my butt off to win that competition. Sometimes being rich has its perks. Besides, don't talk like that. You are just as pretty. Stick with me, kid. You're insane, but I like you. I like you too. Let's be besties. Deal? Deal. From that day, we became inseparable and did everything together. Although Molly and I were total opposites, we got along super well. She was the serious nerd to my carefree self. Some might say I was spoiled, which is true, but it never bothered Molly one bit. I wasn't the best student, so she'd always let me copy her homework, and I loved buying her new clothes and books. In the 8th grade, I made Dad enroll Molly with me in a private school. She didn't want to go at first, but there was no way I'd face high school without her, so I didn't give her a choice. One morning in the cafeteria, I was busy copying Molly's homework like always, when suddenly she began freaking out. OMG, he's the boy I told you about. Here comes Jesse. I've been crushing on him for weeks. Okay. Wow. I wonder what he wants. Jesse came over and sat down next to Molly.
So, I wanted to ask you out on a date. How's Friday?
Oh, wow, Jesse. Yes, Friday is perfect.
Holly? I was talking to Chloe. So, what do you say?
That jerk. If you can bring me my favorite flower, I'll consider it. It's called the violet monkshood. Chloe, that flower only grows… Shh! Jesse is up for a challenge, right?
Yeah, of course. I'll get on it right now.
Jesse ran off happily, and I felt good about teaching him a lesson. The only way he'd ever get that flower was with a quick trip to the Himalayan mountains. What a moron! But Molly looked upset at me. What the crab? He called you Holly. He deserves it. Mess with them before they mess with you. I don't need you to fight my battles. Give me my books back. You don't deserve the answers after that stunt. Molly grabbed her books and stormed off angrily, leaving me stunned. I was just trying to help. Whatever. That was hilarious. After school, I packed my bags for my first sleepover at Molly's house. I visited there often, but she never invited me to stay the night. But with my birthday around the corner, I only had one wish: to have a sleepover at her house. She had no choice but to say yes. Molly's mom was the sweetest woman alive and went out of her way to cook amazing food. As soon as I opened the door, she had me in a bear hug. Coco, come in. Oh, you're all skin and bone. Let Auntie make you something yummy. Bring it on, Mrs. G. I'm starving. While I waited at the dinner table, something great happened. Molly's older brother Lucas walked in, and oh my gosh, when we made eye contact, I thought I was gonna faint.
What's it been? Like 2 years? Coco?
Where have you been hiding, handsome? Chloe, ew! Lucas has been away at boarding school. He's at the top of his class in physics. That's interesting.
And you? What have you been up to? You look great.
The way he looked at me made me blush. Well, you know Chloe, breaking hearts and taking the fashion world by storm, one maxed out credit card at a time. Rude. I haven't done that in weeks. Don't worry, I still love you, even if you are a spoiled daddy's girl.
I wouldn't expect anything less from Chloe. She's a force not to be messed with.
His cheeky smile sent my heart racing. The rest of the night went fine. Molly and I laughed, played games, and did dating quizzes online. But I could tell something was going on with Molly. She seemed different. Molly passed out in a bag of marshmallows, but I was still feeling hungry. So I decided to sneak downstairs for more of Mrs. G's amazing leftovers. As I stuffed my face, I heard someone giggle behind me. You scared me.
Hungry, are we?
Ahem. You know me. It's even better cold.
I was hoping to run into you this weekend.
Oh?
Yeah, you sure have gotten beautiful. I've kinda had a crush on you for a long time. You're so funny and carefree. I've always liked that about you.
Why are you only telling me this now?
Because of Molly. She said you're strictly off limits, but I can't hide it anymore.
Was he going to kiss me? My stomach did a funny flip and I dropped the food bowl onto the floor. Just then, the light flicked on and Molly glared at us angrily. What the crap is going on here?
I was helping Chloe here clean up this mess. Chill out.
Get lost, Lucas. And you? Go upstairs, now! I quickly cleaned up as I watched Lucas leave. Before he disappeared, he turned and winked at me. Back upstairs, Molly slammed her door. You can have any guy you want, Chloe, but not my brother. Calm down. That was nothing. He's a good guy with a bright future. I won't let you treat him like all the other boys at school. I'd never seen her this mad before. Excuse me, what's been your deal lately? Mess with them before they mess with you, right? Did you know Jesse dropped out of school this week to get you that stupid flower? Oh, please. Jimmy knows that was a joke. His name is Jesse, and no, he doesn't. He did go. It was a joke. What a moron. Molly's face said she didn't find it half as funny as I did. Just go home, Chloe. While you're at it, stay away from my brother. I won't let you hurt him. Come on, don't be like that. Molly turned her back to me. I had no idea she felt this strongly. Maybe I did take it too far with Jesse. Later that night, I texted Jesse and apologized. I told him to forget about the flower and come home, but he never responded. Molly was still mad the next day at school, but I refused to accept it. Please, let's just make up. I'll take you to your favorite place in the whole world. Ugh, fine. But make me one promise, okay? Anything. Promise me you'll stay away from Lucas. I wanted to promise instantly, but I paused. Something about Lucas I just couldn't shake. Earth to Chloe, promise me. Swear on our friendship. Okay. I promise. A few days passed since seeing Lucas, but I couldn't stop thinking about him. I'd never felt this way before. But a promise is a promise. Later that night, I got a text from an unknown number. Wanna go for a walk? Meet me at the gate. Lucas. Lucas was here? I jumped out of bed, dressed quickly, and rushed to the gate. When I got there, Lucas stood behind some bushes, waiting. He looked so handsome. What are you doing here?
I wanted to see you. Walk with me, please.
I opened the gate, and we walked the grounds of our estate and talked for hours. For the first time, I saw him as just Lucas, not Molly's older brother. I had no idea he was so smart and kind and sweet, and the longer we spoke, the more I began to like him. But I couldn't help but feel guilty for betraying Molly.
What's wrong?
I'm a bad friend.
It's not like we're breaking any rules, right?
I am, though. Molly thinks I'll break your heart. Lucas took my hand.
I'm a big boy, Chloe. If I decide to give someone my heart, it's because I trust them with it. And I trust you.
Lucas stepped closer and cupped my cheek in his hand. But I love Molly, and she'll never forgive me.
She doesn't have to know.
I wanted to say no, but just then, Lucas pulled me in for the most magical kiss. I kissed him back, and it felt so good for a second. But suddenly, I remembered Molly and my promise. Wait, this wasn't right. Lucas, stop. We can't. I'm sorry. Molly's my best friend. Leave me alone, please. I ran home and away from temptation. The next day, I ignored Lucas the entire time. I couldn't be around him anymore. The best way out was to make a move on the first guy I could find, and when I found the perfect one, I walked right up to him. I have a craving for sushi. Want to take me out tonight and get some? Pick me up at 8. I nudged him on the shoulder and walked away, leaving him speechless. I should find out what his name is. Later that night, I was getting ready for my date when someone knocked on my window. Lucas, what do you want?
You're not responding to my texts.
That's on purpose. Go away. I have a date.
A date? With who?
His name is, Kenneth, and he's hot and sweet. So get lost before he sees you.
I know what you're doing. It's not gonna work.
His smug look made me want to slap him. Just stop. You and I can't work, ever. Accept it and move on.
Fine, I'll move on if you can do one thing.
What? Lucas gently leaned in, almost kissing me. I felt my knees go weak.
Go your entire date without thinking about me once. Then I'll move on.
Easy. As soon as Lucas left, I canceled the date. He was right, and I had to confess. I texted Molly to meet me at my house, and I told her everything the following day. I know you hate me, but I can't keep this from you anymore. I'm so sorry. I can't believe you. I told him to leave me alone. You promised. That's why I'm telling you. I knew it was wrong the second he kissed me, so I stopped him. You still did it, even after I begged you not to. I knew Molly was hurt, but now she was just being mean. Oh, like you're so perfect. You're just as bad as me, except I don't pretend to be this sweet, innocent little victim. Excuse me? You let me send Jesse away because he hurt you. You could have stopped him, but you didn't. That's different. You're the one who sent him to get you a flower from across the world. You're a selfish, rich, spoiled brat. That's never bothered you before. I splurged on you and you never said a word. Suddenly, you have a problem with my money because you didn't get your way? Don't you think that's a bit selfish? I regretted the words instantly, and Molly stormed off in tears before I could apologize. My heart was broken. But if that's how Molly wants to treat me for doing the right thing, then I'll follow my heart. Straight to Lucas. I called him immediately, and within 30 minutes he came to my house. Molly hates me, Lucas. We had an awful fight.
She'll calm down. Just give her time.
I don't know. Not this time. I said some horrible stuff. Lucas pulled me closer and kissed me softly on the forehead. For the next few weeks, we were inseparable. We did everything together, and I couldn't have been happier. But I missed Molly too. For weeks after that, Molly ignored me. She didn't even RSVP to my birthday party. This was the first time I had celebrated without her, and it broke my heart. But then, Molly texted me just before my party, and I was thrilled. I skipped the party to meet her near the fountain, but I couldn't find her. Just then, someone walked out of the darkness, and when they finally came closer, it was Jesse? Before I could stop him, he grabbed me by the waist and kissed me while Lucas and Molly stood behind me. I pushed him away, but it was too late. Lucas was fuming. I can explain. It was Jesse.
Save it. Molly was right about you.
He stormed off and drove away in his car as Molly turned to me. Finally, Lucas sees the real you. What are you talking about? Do you know that Lucas gave up a huge scholarship to stay with you? Of course not. You only care about yourself, Chloe. That's not true. I love Lucas, but that never mattered to you at all. I fought back tears as Molly looked at me in surprise. Just leave me alone. You ruined everything. For the next few weeks, I ignored both of them. I was done with everything and needed to focus on myself. It was all going well until Molly came to my house one morning in a panic. Lucas, he had an accident. We have to leave now. We rushed to the hospital, and when we arrived, I was so happy to see Lucas standing in the hallway, unharmed. I'm so glad you're okay. Lucas, Chloe, I'm sorry. I had no idea you were serious. Molly confessed to everything as Lucas looked at her in shock before turning to me.
I'm sorry for not trusting you. Let's just put all of this behind us, please.
I'm happy you're safe, but no, I'm done trying to prove myself. To both of you, I can't keep playing games like this.
What are you saying, Chloe?
Goodbye, Lucas. I turned around and left before Lucas could stop me. I had to put him before me, even if that broke my heart. I couldn't focus for days. My dad recommended a fashion program in Paris, so I enrolled. This helped me escape from Molly and Lucas. The day before I was about to leave, I got a visitor. When I opened the door, Jesse stood in front of me, holding the violet monkswood flower.
Chloe, happy belated birthday. When can I pick you up?
Oh God, Jesse, you really did it. I was just choking.
Are you kidding me? Do you know what I went through to get that? I missed my exams. I have to go to summer school now.
I'm so sorry, Jesse. I'll make it up to you, somehow. After Jesse left, I realized what a horrible person I had been. I couldn't even look at myself in the mirror. I needed this trip more than I realized. Later that night, I decided to cyberstalk Lucas and saw that he'd missed out on a huge scholarship opportunity. I immediately called the school and told them I'd anonymously pay his fees. At least I'd be able to help him in some way. The next day at the airport, I was just about to get onto the plane when I heard someone shouting my name as I was headed to the boarding gate. I turned around to see Lucas running in my direction. If you're here to stop me, don't.
I just had to say, I love you. No amount of time or distance will change that.
I love you too, but I have to do this. I have to change.
I know. I'll wait as long as it takes.
I've been miserable without you, Lucas. But promise me, no more sacrifices. Your future comes first.
I knew that was you. Come here.
Lucas held me close and kissed me softly. After we said goodbye, I got on the plane and smiled. New life, here I come. Hi everyone, I'm Gina from China. Or so I thought. Please like and subscribe. I was only a newborn when my adoptive dad found me outside a Shaolin temple in China one night. He was a martial arts teacher and the owner of the Shaolin temple. He tried to find out who my parents were, but when nothing turned up, he decided to take me in and raise me like his own daughter. I knew nothing of my real family, but the only clue I had was a very unique-looking necklace they'd left with me. Growing up, I was weaker than the other kids, but Dad was always there to look after me and trained me hard so I'd become stronger. But the kids at the temple were the worst, and they always made fun of me. Their nasty comments would make me really upset.
What happened, Gina? What's wrong?
Everyone says you're not my father and I should go back to where I came from, Dad.
Oh, honey, you should not let their words get to your heart. You are my daughter, and you're super strong.
But I'm so small.
No, you're not. Look at that ant. It may seem small, but see how she's lifting a sugar cube? The same way, your strength should come from your mind and not your body alone.
Dad's words always encouraged me, and I started focusing on myself. By the time I turned 8, I had a sudden growth spurt, and suddenly I was taller than most kids my age. With time, even my martial arts skills improved a lot, and I started winning many competitions. But the kids at the temple would feel jealous and try to mess with me all the time. This went on until I was 17, and then one day, something weird happened. I was in the market when I crashed into someone, and all my groceries fell to the floor. Hey, watch where you're going and say sorry. But he just ran off into the alley, and I went after him and pinned him down.
Oh God, stop! Are you gonna kill me?
What were you trying to do, huh? He told me his name was Drake, and he was a super famous singer from the US. And now he was running away from some crazy fans who were chasing him.
I left my hotel in disguise to take a walk around the city, but my fans somehow recognized me. I'm totally lost. Please, help me get back.
I decided to help him, but he didn't even know the name of his hotel. What? But you have your phone, right? Call someone.
I left it at the hotel.
Gosh, he was such a handful.
Take me with you.
What? I can't do that. No outsiders were allowed inside the temple, but this guy kept begging me, and I decided to sneak him in. You have to stay all quiet in here, okay? Ugh, I sneaked in my share of the food, and he ate like he was starving for days and didn't leave any for me. That's it. You're gonna have to leave tomorrow morning, or
you're saying all this because you have no idea how popular I am. Otherwise, you'd have never wanted to let me go, baby girl.
Huh? Who did he think he was? Suddenly, he grabbed my phone and started showing me all these pictures of himself online, and that's when I noticed something very strange. A woman in one of those photos was wearing the exact same necklace as mine, and she looked so much like me. Who is she?
You want to know her and not me? Ah, fine. She's a family friend, but why?
Could I really have some connection with this lady? But what were the chances? The next day, I woke up to loud noises in the temple and saw Drake was being taken by his security people. Turns out, one of the girls from the temple knew him and reported it to his managers. I didn't even get to say goodbye. But ever since that day, I kept wondering about who my real parents were and why they left me. And my dad could tell soon that something was bothering me.
Gina, it seems like you're lost, my dear. What's the matter?
I told Dad everything that was going on in my mind, and he had the best advice.
If it bothers you so much, you should go out there and seek the truth for yourself, my love.
But Dad, how can I leave you and go all by myself?
I raised you to be strong and independent. I know you're going to be just fine.
Oh, Dad. A few weeks later, when I reached the US, I tracked down Jake's place and went over, but his security people wouldn't let me in. But I know him well.
Oh yeah. All the crazy fangirls know him well and try to break in all the time. You see that line over there? That's why we're hiring personal bodyguards for him.
Well, yeah, that's exactly why I'm here, to be his bodyguard.
Nice try, but it's male bodyguards only. Now off you go, little girl.
I couldn't give up like that. Only Drake could lead me to that woman, and I had to find a way to get to him. So, I bought some makeup and wigs from a nearby shop and disguised myself as a guy. Later, when I went to audition for the job, everyone was fascinated by my smooth martial arts skills, and they hired me in an instant. They even gave me a room to stay at Drake's mansion. On my very first day, Drake's manager told me that he was running late for a photo shoot and asked me to go wake him up. But when I reached his room, I saw a girl trying to click pictures of him while he was asleep.
You, get away from him.
I pulled the sheets from under their butts and they both fell to the floor. What? Are you nuts? You broke my butt. Before she could record more, I took her phone and threw it out the window and she jumped onto me. You jerk! That was my brand new iPhone. Seconds later, Drake separated us and told me that she was his girlfriend.
Then why was she clicking your pictures like that?
Turns out, Drake's girlfriend, Blythe, was a social media star, and all she did was post pictures with Drake for popularity. She stuck to him like chewing gum and wouldn't give me any time to be alone with him. Even when we'd step out, she'd join us and give me death stares. Why do you keep following me all the time?
Ma'am, I'm Drake Sir's bodyguard, and it's my job to protect him. That's enough, Blythe. He's just doing his job, so cut it.
But she wouldn't miss a chance to mess with me. There was a fan signing event for Drake soon, and Blythe was live streaming when she tried to make me fall and humiliate me in front of Drake and the crowd. But I moved aside just in time, and she ended up bumping into one of the fans and falling face flat. Ah, are you blind, moron? Can't you see? When the fans saw her rude behavior, they got real mad, and Blythe ran out of there to save her butt. But some of the anti-fans started throwing rotten eggs and tomatoes at Drake. I ran towards him and shielded him from all the nasty stuff and took him inside safely. When all the chaos was over, I realized I smelled gross, and I immediately ran to the washroom. But the moment I started washing my clothes, I heard a loud scream and Blythe came running towards me. You moron! I knew it! You're a pervert, and you've been following me this whole time!
What? Have you lost your mind? Why would I do that?
It's then when I realized I was in the girls' washroom, and Blythe pulled me out in front of everyone. I want you to fire this guy immediately, Drake. He followed me into the washroom.
I swear, it was a mistake. I was the one who asked him to go and look for you.
What? He took my side in front of all those people over his girlfriend, and I had no idea why. So later that night, when I saw him sitting in the garden, I went to talk to him.
Hey, are you okay? Yeah, all thanks to you, man. You were the one who came to save me even when Blythe ran away.
That's just my job. He then signaled me to sit down, and I did as he asked.
Why did you take my side today? 'Cause I knew Blythe was lying. I've known her ever since we were kids, and I know when she doesn't like anyone, she makes a huge fuss about it. But still, she's your girlfriend. Sometimes, I wish she wasn't. I always saw her as a friend, but one day, she asked me out. I said no, but my mom and Blythe's mom are best friends, and Mom said I couldn't break Blythe's heart. But you should have told your mom you didn't love Blythe. I did, but she didn't listen. Like she never listens to me about wanting to quit music for a while. But I thought you loved creating music. I do love music, but I just want to do it at my own pace. But my mom keeps pushing me into advertisements and other projects all the time. Then you should tell her to stop. If you don't like something, you don't have to do it, Drake. You're right, man. I'm just sick of everyone trying to use me for their own benefit. I can't even talk to any of them about this. But I'm so glad I found a friend like you, whom I can trust.
Those words pierced my heart. I was staying by his side and lying to him for my own benefit too. Just then, I spotted a mouse running on the ground towards me, and I just squealed loudly and jumped onto Drake's lap.
Oh my God, what's wrong? I don't know why I thought something was about to attack you, and I was just protecting you with my body, like a human shield. Just my training, you know? Okay, and is the girly scream part of the training too? Yeah, totally. It's like a war cry to scare the enemy. It's gotta be shrill. Makes sense. You wanna get off my lap now, princess?
I jumped off his lap, muttering something, and excused myself quickly. I'd acted like such a moron and almost given myself away. I just couldn't tell him who I was now. He trusted me and would feel so betrayed. So I started keeping an eye on all the women around him by myself, hoping I'd find the woman from the picture soon. And Drake learned to take a stand for himself with his mom and instead started doing things that he loved, like playing soccer. He also started ditching Blythe more often, and we'd sneak out to go on motorbike rides and eat the greasiest burgers across town.
Come on, you can't finish a burger? Be a man. I'll finish it, dude. Not all of us inhale our food like you. Wait, you got mustard on your face.
And without thinking, I leaned forward and wiped the mustard close to his mouth with my thumb. He just looked at me quietly, and I swear I had butterflies in my stomach. Luckily, just then, his phone started ringing and the moment passed. I was pretty sure he thought I was his gay bodyguard now. A few days later, Blythe followed us to the match and offered to take everyone out for drinks. I quickly sneaked into the shower room first so no one would know my real identity. But just as I was done taking off my makeup and wig, I turned around and saw Drake standing there, and I let out a loud scream. Suddenly, I could hear some footsteps approaching, and Drake pulled me into one of the shower stalls. What the?
Stay quiet, or someone's gonna see you.
He was so close to me, and my heart was racing. But seeing how Drake didn't look shocked one bit, I could tell he already knew who I was. How long have you known?
Almost since the start. What do you think I am, an idiot?
Why didn't you say something then?
I wanted to see what you were really up to, or how long you'd keep up the act. It's been fun, liar.
Drake, I'm sorry. I never wanted to lie to you. I was just trying to find the woman with the same necklace as mine.
Huh? What necklace?
I told him everything, and when I noticed that the person outside had left, I stepped out to show him the necklace. But I was shocked to see that all the stuff I'd taken off while removing my makeup was gone, along with my necklace. I looked for it everywhere, but I couldn't find it.
Calm down, Gina. It must be here somewhere. And I know who the woman in that picture was.
But before he could tell me, Blythe barged in with the cops who wanted to arrest me for fraud. Fraud? That's a lie. Oh, come on. You pretended to be a guy and stole expensive things, including my mom's necklace. I've called her. She'll be here any minute, officers, and you can ask her. But arrest that fraud first. Your mom's necklace? What are you talking about? I didn't steal it. It's mine.
Gina's right. She didn't steal anything and she didn't lie to anyone. I knew who she was all along. And Blythe, I'm breaking up with you.
Blythe looked ready to explode. But just then, Blythe's mom entered and took the necklace from her hand.
Where did you get this from?
It's mine. She turned to me, and that's when I saw she was the same lady from the picture, and she was wearing the same necklace. I told her everything about myself, and at first she looked stunned, but then she broke into tears.
Oh, honey, my daughter. I can't believe it's you. You're alive.
She then told me how she got pregnant before marriage, but her super rich family was against her giving birth here and ruining their reputation, so she fled to China.
Soon after I gave birth to you, my parents found me, and the doctors told me you had passed away because you were too weak. But now I know. They lied to me.
So you didn't abandon me? Ugh, stop with your act. She's a liar, Mom, and this necklace must be a fake.
Blythe, I know it's a lot to take in, but it's not a lie. She's indeed your sister. I can tell just by looking at her.
Ugh! Blythe stormed out of there in anger, and the lady turned towards me.
I'm so sorry that you had to live like this for all these years, but I'm so glad that you found your way to me. Please, give me a chance to make up for all these years.
I can't do that. What? All my life? I wanted to know the truth about who I was, and now that I've discovered it, my heart is at peace. But this isn't where I belong. I have a life and a loving dad back in China, but I promise I'll visit often and get to know you more. Oh dear.
Does this mean I'm losing my favorite bodyguard?
Pretty much. But you've got a friend for life.
Just a friend? No chance you'd say yes if I asked you out?
I'll have to think about it.
Hi, I'm Elena, and I got stuck in a parking lot with my crush. Sounds juicy, right? It definitely was. It was the summer after 10th grade, and my very best friend Rachel and I were learning to drive. But she said that she had a great idea. As much as I loved Rach, the very idea of her great ideas horrified me. But before I could try to talk her out of whatever it was, she pulled into the dump. The dump is haunted, was all I managed to choke out. But Rachel just laughed and said, I've got a great idea for TikTok. We'll be in and out before you know it. I sighed. I just started recording Rachel when I heard a loud rustle. Felt like someone was watching us. I looked around nervously, but Rachel kept demanding my attention. Suddenly, there was a loud crash through the entire building, and I screamed. Then I heard footsteps. Loud, echoing footsteps. Coming closer. Steven? Standing just behind me was the man of my dreams. As I stumbled away from him, he put his arm around my waist to stop me from falling. Whoa, easy there, he said softly. My heart went wild. Did Steven just touch me? Steven had been my crush for forever. He told us he'd seen her car parked outside and wanted to check if she was okay. What an absolute sweetheart. She laughed and said our car had broken down. What? She winked at me. What was she doing? Then, Steven turned his glorious eyes to me. Who's your friend? He asked. My heart broke at his words. He didn't even recognize me. She's Elena, you idiot. She goes to our school. She's in our grade. Don't tell me you've never seen her. Rachel laughed, and I just wanted the ground to swallow me whole. Steven looked a bit embarrassed and smiled at me. He asked if we were done with the TikTok. I'll drop you guys at home and have someone come for the car, he offered like the gentleman he was.
Rachel was thrilled. Clearly, she'd hoped he'd ask. We started towards his car when suddenly Rachel remembered she'd forgotten her wallet in the car. "I'll catch up with you," she said, and sprinted away before I could say anything. With butterflies in my stomach, I walked beside him toward the parking lot, which was below the mall. I shivered as we went below. It truly felt like a scene out of a horror movie, but I felt safe with Steven. There was a buzzing throughout the entire parking lot, and then there was a loud crash. We dropped to the ground, afraid that it was an earthquake, but I quickly realized what it was. I ran upstairs to try and leave, but the door was closed and locked. We were trapped. I banged on the door as loud as I could, but I knew that it was no use. There was nobody to hear our screams for help. I checked my phone. Of course, there was no signal either. Steven checked his phone too. I can't call anyone. "What are we gonna do now?" I asked. Now that the door was closed, it was even darker. If I didn't know any better, I would think the shadows in the corners were alive and coming for us. "It's gonna be okay," Steven said soothingly. Then he did something unexpected. He took my hand and led me away from the door. "Let's look for an escape." We started exploring. My heart hammered wildly, and electricity seemed to run up my arm from the hand he was holding. Yes, I was stuck in an awful place, but I was holding Steven's hand. We looked for a way out, our hands clasped together the whole time. I wanted this moment to last forever, but then I saw a narrow ledge next to a window a few feet above us. "If we climb to that, we can yell for help," I said. Steven wasn't sure, but we managed to pull ourselves up. There was an alley running just behind the mall, but it was too risky to jump. That's when I noticed a man sleeping next to the dumpster. He looked homeless. He had a thick beard and his clothes were torn. "Hey, you!" I yelled as loudly as I could. The man woke up, but he seemed very angry and started cursing. "We're stuck up here. Can you please call somebody for help?" I said when he saw us. The homeless man said, "Give me some money and I'll let you out." What a selfish jerk. I didn't have any money, so I turned to Steven. He shook his head. "No money, no help," the homeless guy said and walked off. I wanted to cry in frustration. Suddenly, the stool I was standing on shook, and my left foot slipped, making me fall off. I screamed. I fell into Steven's arms, and he didn't let me go. When I looked up, his eyes stared into mine. He looked so strong and handsome. We stayed like that for a moment, and I almost thought he would kiss me. I wanted him to kiss me so bad, but the moment was interrupted by a loud horn. I looked at him in horror, but he looked like he hadn't even heard it. Was my imagination playing tricks on me? I looked around, shivering slightly in the cold. The place was getting really scary, and I couldn't wait to get out. I had the feeling of being watched again. To distract me, Steven offered to play some songs on his phone. I recognized the first one right away. It was one of my favorite singers. Just then, the music turned to static, and scary voices came out. "That's weird," Steven said, frowning at his phone. I clutched his arm tighter, terrified. Steven told me to stay where I was, while he went to look for his car. We would be safer inside it, he assured me. I wanted to go with him, but my ankle hurt from falling. After he left, I sat on the floor when I noticed a shadow move. I froze. Then, all of a sudden, a huge black figure raced towards me. I turned around to run, but fell flat on my face. Panic welled up, and I started to scream and cry. "No, please," I begged out. What I heard next was the sound that terrified me worse than any ghost ever could. I heard loud laughter. I opened my eyes and saw that it was Rachel. She was clutching her stomach and had tears rolling down her cheeks. She was laughing so hard. Steven stood next to her. He wasn't smiling, but of course, he'd been in on the joke the whole time. Worst of all, I saw one of Rachel's hands was in Steven's pocket, and she was holding a video recorder in the other hand. "Rachel, why would you do something like this?" I cried. I couldn't believe it. "You're such a loser for even falling for this," she said. I started to cry harder. I couldn't help myself. My best friend had betrayed me, and she seemed to be enjoying my misery. "Why did you do it?" I asked. "Don't take it personally," she said, rolling her eyes. "You were just easy bait because you're such a scaredy cat." I ran out of the parking lot in tears and called my older sister to come pick me up. There was no way I was going anywhere with those two. Before the day was out, the video was already on TikTok. By the next day, it had gone viral, and I was the school's laughing stock. While this was happening to me, Steven avoided me like the plague. At least he looked guilty, but it was Rachel who truly hurt me. She pretended as if I didn't exist. So much for childhood best friends. When the sadness and shock faded, I was angry. So angry. I wanted revenge. I had done nothing to them, and they treated me like dirt. To top it all off, Rachel and Steven were getting closer. They'd even started dating. This was something she'd done before. Whenever I had a crush on a guy, she would also start liking him, date him, and then dump him after a few weeks. This time, I decided enough was enough. I was going to take Steven away from her, and I knew how to do it. I made an Instagram account and hired a professional to take some pictures of me where my face wasn't visible. I wanted to make myself seem mysterious, and my plan began to work. Once my account took off, I followed Steven. After a week of suspense, he followed me back. I slid into his DMs. I flirted with him, and at first, he didn't flirt back. But over the next few days, we texted each other all the time, and I began to think he liked me. Back in school, I was still a big joke, and Rachel encouraged the meanness. I couldn't understand why she hated me so much all of a sudden. I tried to find comfort in the fact that I was going to have my revenge soon. Steven texted me without fail every day, and soon enough, I realized he had feelings for me. He had told me literally everything about himself. The only problem was that I was afraid I would fall for him again. He was such a sweetheart. My heart fluttered every time he messaged. But this was revenge. No mercy. Then I decided it was time to test my power. When he was sitting with the other jocks and Rachel, I texted him asking him to meet me outside. He immediately left the table without telling Rachel or the others anything. I laughed for the first time in days. Revenge was mine. 2 days before the homecoming dance, the time I had set for completing my revenge, I was cleaning my locker when I saw Steven. The hall was empty. I ignored him, but to my surprise, he walked up to me to talk. "Hi, Elena," he said shyly. I had no intention of talking to him and walked away. That night, Mom peeked into my room and said, "There's someone here to meet you." But when I went to the door, there was nobody there, just a small note on the doormat next to a big, beautiful sunflower. It said, "I'm sorry, Elena, for everything that happened. I know it's no excuse, but I had no idea that things would go this far. I wish I had known you before. I know you will never forgive me now." Even though it wasn't signed, I knew immediately that Steven was the one who'd sent it. But why was he apologizing to me after all these months? My heart melted. I was pretty sure Rachel was the one who had convinced him to prank me. I could forgive him. The day before homecoming, I texted him from the anonymous account and confessed to liking him. He said he liked me too. I told him that if it was true, he would have to break up with his girlfriend and take me to the dance instead. He agreed immediately. It'd be so great when he saw I was behind the account and that I'd forgiven him, I thought to myself. I was finally going to date him and Rachel would get what she deserved. It was the day before the homecoming dance. Today, all of my plans would come into play. First, I rushed to school and waited for the cheerleading practice to start. While Rachel was practicing, I emptied the shampoo bottle she carried and filled it with instant blue hair dye. If anyone was super proud of their blonde hair, it was Rachel, and that was only the first thing she'd lose today. I waited outside the locker rooms. Soon enough, I heard a scream and lots of muffled laughter. I walked away to work on phase 2. I went to the biology lab and released all the frogs and cockroaches. Then I rushed out. I went to Mrs. Hawkins, the lab instructor, cried, and told her Rachel had been waiting for me in the lab. But when I got there, all the frogs and cockroaches were all over the place. She jumped up and rushed to the lab. I heard her cursing. Then she went straight to the principal's office. 10 minutes later, they called Rachel. I hung around the office till I saw her. Her hair looked a horrible shade of blue, and it was so patchy I almost felt sorry for her. Some of the dye had stained her face, too. People were laughing at her. When she saw me, she glared at me and went inside the office. Then I heard yelling and crying. 10 minutes later, Rachel rushed out crying. "You did this!" she yelled. She had been banned from the dance. Finally, it was lunchtime, time for the icing on the cake. As Rachel sat complaining and crying, Steven got up and tried to leave. Obviously, Rachel tried to throw a huge tantrum, but he just shook her off and loudly said, "We're over." Everyone heard. The next day was the homecoming dance, and Steven messaged that he had a huge game before it. He said scouts from huge colleges would be there. I told Steven that even though I wouldn't be able to come to see his game, I was definitely cheering for him. My plan was, he wouldn't see who I really was until the dance. On my way to the game, I saw 2 of the football players who were really close friends with Steven. They were talking about Rachel and Steven. I got closer to hear. "Damn shame that he broke up with Rachel like that," one of them said. "I'm not really surprised. Remember what he did to that freak Elena? His idea for that prank video was genius. He's planning to try out another epic idea on her." "He what?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was Steven's idea all along, and he was planning to prank me again? I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. He had almost tricked me again. Just then, my phone buzzed with Steven's text. "Can't wait to see you." I texted him a location and asked him to meet me there. I deleted my Instagram account as I walked out of the locker room. I knew exactly how I would come clean to Steven. I rushed home and grabbed a few cameras and my Wi-Fi device. On the way, I made a quick stop to the toy store. Then I rushed over to where it had all started, the dump. It was evening and the place looked as haunted as ever. But today, I wasn't scared at all. Before he got there, I fitted the cameras in the garage and connected them to my phone. Finally, he walked in, calling me to come out. As soon as he walked in the door, it crashed and locked behind him. On my phone, I heard him laughing. "You naughty girl," he said, looking around for me. I hit play and a recording began playing in the garage. I told Steven who I was, and suddenly I noticed his expression change. He got angry and started yelling for me to let him out. My recording kept playing. "Guess who you shouldn't have told about your fear of spiders?" it went on. Suddenly, Steven stopped yelling. By now, Steven was begging, but it was too late. I released the toy spiders. I'd gotten the biggest, hairiest ones I could find. I heard him screaming, begging, and apologizing to me. The spiders crawled towards him. I waited for him to realize before I pressed the button that would live stream everything to the big screen that had been set up for the big game tonight. That should make it easier for them to find him. I heard his scream as I started my car and drove away.
Hi, I'm Adley from Boston. Please like and subscribe, because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the next coming 7 days. My mom got pregnant many years ago after she married my dad, and they were both overjoyed to have a daughter. After my birth, they were waiting anxiously for me when the nurse walked in, looking nervous. I'm not sure if you want to see her.
Oh my God. Is she ugly? I'm going to have a heart attack if she's ugly.
I think she's a dwarf. Mom leapt forward and took me from the nurse, and Dad stared at me in horror. I was really tiny and ugly, like a frog.
I'll have you fired, you moron. I don't care what my daughter looks like. She's mine, and she's beautiful. So what if she's a bit small?
But as years went by and my progress was monitored by doctors, I was diagnosed with slower growth than most people, which meant I'd always look younger than I actually am. Mom didn't care, as long as I was healthy, but Dad couldn't handle it.
How is it even possible? Everyone in my family is practically a basketball player. Be honest with me, woman. Is she even mine?
Mom started screaming and throwing things at him, and he went running out of the door, and that's the last I ever saw of him. Once, when I was 6, Mom took me to a birthday party at her boss's house. I was really excited to meet other kids, but the minute they saw me, they all started staring and then laughing.
OMG, just look at it. It's so tiny.
With that, the birthday girl Brenda took my hairband off.
Hey, give it back, you jerk. Catch it if you can, shorty. Come on, jump a little higher.
Suddenly, I lost it. I climbed onto a chair and pounced on her, and we went crashing into the pile of birthday presents, which landed straight in the pool. As Brenda screamed, Mom's boss came running and went ballistic.
Who is this out-of-control toddler? Where did she come from?
That's my daughter, Adley.
But you said your daughter was 6 years old. I don't know who this child is. I'm calling the police.
Her boss just picked me up and started carrying me away. Oh my God, she's mine. But her crazy boss wouldn't let us go till the cops arrived. Of course, Mom was able to prove I was her kid, but she was so furious. She flung a piece of cake at her boss's face.
I'm not working for you, psycho. I quit.
Even though Mom was struggling to find a new job, she soon enrolled me in the best school around. On the first day, I was about to go inside the building when a giant limo almost bumped into me. Hey, are you blind? You could have hurt me. A girl got down from the car, and it was that awful Brenda.
Ow, shut up. You're hurting my ears. It's not our fault you're as tiny as an ant. Who can even see you?
She spat on my shoes and walked off. And when I went to my classroom, I discovered she was in my class. Ugh! And all the kids were flocking around her like she was the queen of the school. Over the years, Brenda never failed to mock me. But it wasn't just her. It felt as if I walked into school every day wearing some ridiculous costume because someone was sure to point and laugh.
Where's your lower half, shorty, buried in the ground?
Which dwarf are you, sleepy, mopey, or grumpy? I was so sick of it all. So, in the 7th grade, I decided to do something about it. I Googled how to increase your height, and there were so many tips. One of them was hanging. I didn't have a pull-up bar, so I decided to stretch from a tree branch. But just as I stepped on it, it snapped under my weight, and I fell to the ground, hurting my leg. Oh, Adley, what are you doing? I just want to grow tall, Mom. Everyone else just keeps getting taller. What's wrong with me? Honey, there's nothing wrong with you. So what if you're not as tall as everyone else? It doesn't make you less smart or kind or beautiful. I waited so long to have you, Adley, and I wouldn't change a thing. You're perfect. Mom's words really stuck with me. It was okay to not be like everyone else. A few days later, when I was heading out for home, I suddenly saw the school bus leaving without me. I ran and waved and shouted, but it just went faster. The driver probably couldn't even see me. Just then, I tripped over something and fell face first into a muddy puddle. As I got up, I saw some kids on the side staring at me, and I snapped. What? What are you looking at? Didn't your parents ever tell you it's rude to stare? Is it so weird that I'm short, or do I have something on my face? To make things even worse, Brenda walked out just then, and she started cackling when she saw me. Ew, are you covered in poop, Adley? Because something sure stinks. I think it's your mouth, you awful witch. I attacked her, and she screamed. She managed to push me off and jumped onto a bench, but I bit her leg really hard. We were both sent to the principal's office, and our moms were called in. They were not happy to see each other. But worse, the principal said I would be expelled. What? You're going to expel my daughter? Well, ma'am, biting other students is unacceptable. And bullying is acceptable? Because my daughter's been getting bullied under your nose every day, and you've done nothing. I know why you're punishing Adley. It's because that woman is much richer than I am, isn't it? You wait and see. I'm going to sue you. Mom wasn't kidding. She did sue the school for not protecting kids from bullying, and the school board actually settled. They fired the principal, suspended Brenda for a month, and we got $100,000 as compensation. I had the best month of my life in school without Brenda. And then Mom and I took a fantastic trip to Europe over summer break. A few days before school was about to start, I came home from the library one evening and found a boy sleeping on my bed. Thief! There's a thief in my room! The boy suddenly jumped up, and I saw he was very tall and really cute. Just then, Mom came running and told me he was her friend's son, Andrew, from France. He'd be staying with us for a few months because he was here as an exchange student in my school. But why is he sleeping in my bed?
I guess I got the wrong room. Take a chill pill, tiny loser.
I hated him already. And for good reason. Andrew was so annoying. He left his giant shoes everywhere that I kept tripping over. He put all my snacks in the highest kitchen cupboard. And the worst, he hogged the TV remote all evening. One day, Mom had gone out, and it was just the two of us at home. We decided to order food, and he took over everything.
Yes, hello, McDonald's. I'd like a cheeseburger, extra large fries, and a Coke. And for my little friend, one Happy Meal. It comes with a toy, right?
I stared at him furiously as he just hung up. And then he switched on the sports channel. Hey, no, we're not watching football again. It's my turn. I want to watch my show.
Oh, that's not happening, dwarf girl.
I wasn't having it this time. I ran to the TV screen and hugged it, blocking his view. He kept yelling at me, and then suddenly leapt off the sofa and just picked me up. I kicked and screamed, but he just dropped me in my room and locked me in. Oh my God. How was I gonna stand him at home and at school? On the first day of 8th grade, I walked in with newfound confidence in my European wardrobe. Of course, Brenda gave me death glares all morning, but the rest gave me plenty of compliments. As I sat down in the cafeteria later, some kid who looked like a 5th grader joined me at my table and put a red rose next to me. What are you doing?
Oh, it's my first day here, and I'm already in love with you. You're so beautiful. I'm a little older than you, but that doesn't bother you, right? I'm marrying you as soon as I graduate high school.
What? This idiot thought I was younger than him? Just then, I spotted Brenda and her minions howling with laughter. OMG, this is epic. You guys look so cute together. You'll surely be the hottest new couple in school. But suddenly, Andrew pushed the kid aside and sat really close to me, kissing me on the cheek.
Hey, babe, I was looking everywhere for you. Oh, you got some mustard on your nose.
What are you doing?
Helping you just play along.
And well, I had to admit, the boy was a genius. I turned to look at Brenda, and her jaw was practically on the floor. What the? I mean, how do you two know each other? Oh, we met in Paris during summer break.
She had me at hello. Who wouldn't love this cute little cream puff?
Brenda stormed off angrily, and I immediately pushed Andrew away. Barf! But we decided to stick to this plan for a while, and my popularity was rising fast. I was the girlfriend of the hottest new jock in school. Suddenly, I was invited to all the cool parties. I had front row seats at all of Andrew's games. And when his team won the final football match, he picked me up and ran all over the stadium with me on his shoulders. Gosh, he was such a nut. But I was actually having a really good time with him. Sometimes I even felt butterflies. On Valentine's Day, Andrew put a heart-shaped chocolate box next to me on the table at breakfast. No one can see us here, so what's with the chocolates?
They're just chocolates. Eat them, or whatever.
They're heart-shaped chocolates on Valentine's Day. Is that supposed to mean anything?
Do you want it to mean something?
No, of course not. Yuck.
Yeah, exactly. Forget it. I'll give them to someone else.
He picked up my box and stormed off. What a jerk. And why did I have these weird feelings for Andrew? He was so annoying. The next day when I went to school, Brenda was standing by my locker with a huge grin. I just knew it was too good to be true. What are you talking about? You and Andrew. I just didn't get it. This makes more sense. And with that, Brenda turned her phone to me and showed me a picture of a blonde girl with her arms around Andrew. And I felt a pang of jealousy. I just turned and started walking away. Aw, is your itty-bitty heart broken? He was obviously playing around with you. Everyone could see it. Why would someone like him want to be with a dwarf like you? You look like his kid. Maybe I'll ask him out. I'm prettier than this blonde girl. Do you really think calling me a dwarf hurts me now, Brenda? I've been hearing that stuff since the day I met you. I may not have grown much in inches since then, but I've certainly outgrown you. You don't bother me anymore, and I like myself just as I am. Go ahead, ask Andrew out, but trust me, he's gonna turn you down because he knows what a small, petty, mean mommy's princess looks like. Suddenly, Brenda snarled and attacked me. As I was trying to push her off, I was pulled away by Andrew, and standing next to Brenda was the new principal. You were given a strict warning last time, and I saw you attack this girl for no reason with my very own eyes. You're expelled, Brenda. And with that, he angrily marched her away. That witch had it coming.
Adley, are you okay? What are you two fighting about?
Oh, just get lost. Go back to your dumb girlfriend.
What dumb girlfriend? I don't have one, but I'm trying to get one.
Yeah, go on then. Who's stopping you?
You idiot. I want you to be my girlfriend. I like you.
I stared at him in shock and then smiled. Oh, yeah, well, who wouldn't want a cute little cream puff like me? Andrew grinned, and I stepped onto a stool and pulled him in for a kiss.
Hey everyone, I'm Bella, and I get crazy when I'm angry. How crazy exactly? Well, you have to stick around to find out. And please, like and subscribe to MSA. My parents were stinkin' rich. We lived in a huge mansion, had tons of servants, and every spring break we'd go on the most luxurious vacations. I was one of the most popular girls in school, and my life was literally perfect. But as I grew older, things started to change. Dad got busier at work and hardly came home. Mom suddenly had tons of committees and parties to manage. The three of us didn't spend much time together. But I was busy with my school and social life too. And at least we'd still have the annual family vacation on my birthday. I was really looking forward to my 16th in Tokyo. But then my parents ruined it by dropping a nuclear bomb on me.
Bella, your mom and I have decided to separate.
Separate what? Honey, we're getting a divorce. What? Why on earth would you do that? Because I haven't been happy in a while, and neither has your dad. What do you mean you're not happy? You literally own every piece Prada makes before it even hits the runway. And Daddy, what about all your yachts and sports cars? We have great lives. We're happy people!
We're not happy with each other, and we don't want to continue like this forever. It's better if we part ways now.
No way! I won't let you! That's not up to you, sweetie. This is what your dad and I want. I don't care what you want, okay? I want things to stay just as they are! Don't you see how badly this will affect me? How can you be so selfish? I threw my dinner plate to the ground and ran to my room. I heard Dad call after me, but I just slammed my door shut. I thought my reaction was enough to talk my parents out of their separation. But the next week, Dad moved out and they filed for divorce. The next few months were the most difficult of my life. But thank God for my best friend Eloise, who was always there to console me and keep me sane. I kept thinking about how I could get my parents together. But then one day, Mom had told me that Dad had already met someone else. He wanted to introduce us to her over dinner at his place. I hated the idea, but Mom had already agreed, so I didn't really have a choice. That night, when we reached Dad's new place, my heart dropped when I noticed an elegant woman at the door next to him with a girl my age. Hi, you must be Bella. Your dad has told me so much about you. It's funny how he's never even mentioned you. Not once, not ever. I mean, he did mention this morning that he had a girlfriend, which I thought was weird since he already has a wife. But other than that, nothing.
Bella has a weird sense of humor. You'll get used to it.
Don't get used to anything. I don't see you being a part of Dad's future too long.
That's enough, Bella.
It's okay, Dad. It's a lot to get used to. I'm Keisha, by the way, and I've really been looking forward to meeting you. Come, I'll show you the house. Did this girl just call my dad Dad? Before I could even speak, Keisha pulled me in. She showed me around, and I noticed how all the trophies in the house belonged to her. Even at the dinner table, Dad couldn't stop talking about how talented Keisha was, and it made me furious.
Keisha is not just great at studies, but she's an amazing piano player. Oh, and you should hear her sing. It's like a symphony to the ears.
Oh, Dad, you sound really needy calling him Dad. And literally everyone these days is a singer. What's so special about that? I'm a great gymnast and can do the perfect cartwheel. And with that, I jumped from the chair and did a cartwheel. But I lost my balance and ended up crashing into the dining table. My parents rushed to my rescue, and I was embarrassed. But then I noticed Keisha giggling in a corner, and it made my blood boil. I wanted to give her a piece of my mind, but I'd hurt my hand, so Mom excused herself and we left for home. And the next day, things took a turn for the worse when I walked into my school and saw Keisha in the parking lot. Are you stalking me? No. Dad just got me enrolled in your school. By the way, how's your arm? You crashed pretty bad last night. I was also a gymnast in my previous school, so if you're really interested in perfecting a cartwheel, I can help you. I don't need your help. Also, he's not your dad, and you can fool everyone with your sweet smile, but I won't fall for your tricks. You're evil, and soon everyone will know that. I walked off before she could even reply, and I was so annoyed because everyone seemed to be instantly in love with her. Girls couldn't get enough of her style, and boys were tripping over each other to talk to her. She's so fake. Look at her with her fake smile and fake bag and fake attitude. I just want to knock her teeth in. I understand why it's bothering you having her around, but I think you're giving her way more attention than she deserves. You're far prettier and smarter than her. Eloise was my BFF, and she was right. I didn't want to waste my energy on Keisha, so I decided to take the high road and move on. But then, I was passing through the girls' locker room when I saw Keisha giggling with some girls. It would be easier for everyone if she could at least play nice. I mean, it's not my fault if her mom and dad didn't want to live together, right? Totally. She's being a weirdo, but you're so sweet. And girl, I need your hairdresser's number. Keisha laughed again, and that's when I decided that I was gonna show Keisha her place. The next morning, as we all sat down for the biology class, I flashed Keisha the brightest smile. She looked a bit confused until she opened her bag and found a bunch of dead cockroaches inside. Keisha jumped up in horror before banging into the guy next to her. Both of them fell on a shelf, and all the beakers came tumbling down. and I couldn't stop giggling. Another time after gym class, I swapped Keisha's shampoo with blue dye, and she got out looking like a smurf. Everyone rushed to her in concern, while I stood in a corner laughing my butt off. Suddenly, Eloise pulled me to the side.
You did this, didn't you?
Of course. Keisha looked like someone pulled her out of a flask. Genius move, right?
No, it's called bullying. I get that you're annoyed with your dad, but Keisha doesn't deserve this. Stop being a jerk.
I'm not being a jerk. I'm just showing Keisha that she can't mess with me. I just want her and her dumb mom to leave our lives so my parents and I can be a family again.
That's not gonna happen, Bella. Just face the truth. Their marriage is over.
Oh, shut up. My parents aren't a lost cause like your parents. Instead of telling me to face the truth, when are you planning to tell your mom that you caught your dad cheating on her months ago? The minute those words Eloise had told me in confidence left my lips, I felt regret, and even more so when I noticed a bunch of girls behind us had overheard the conversation. Eloise looked shocked, her eyes tearing up. Listen, don't even bother, you witch! Eloise just walked away before I could apologize. I was feeling really bummed out that evening, so I thought I'd try to catch Dad at his office and spend some time with him. But as I was about to enter his room, I saw stupid Hillary inside, pacing back and forth and talking to someone in a low, urgent tone. As I tried leaning in closer to make out what she was hearing, I suddenly lost my balance and fell right in. Hillary turned around in shock and cut the call immediately. Hey, sweetie, are you okay? Let me help you up. Ew, no, don't touch me. Where's my dad? I'm here to see him, alone. He's in a meeting. He should be done soon. I was just leaving. As she reached for her handbag on the table, she accidentally knocked it over, and thick wads of cash fell out. She looked panicked as she shoved them back in and quickly left. What was going on with her? Later, as I hung out with Dad, I couldn't help voicing my suspicions. Does Hillary know the combination to your safe, Dad? Does she have access to your accounts?
Why are you asking me these strange questions?
Don't you feel worried that she might be with you for money? I mean, I tried Googling her and I couldn't find anything about her or what she does. What if she's a con artist of some kind?
She isn't, and she loves me, and I love her. She makes me really happy, Bella.
The words cut through my heart like a knife. I wasn't exactly in the best headspace when I walked into class the next day and found Eloise sitting next to Keisha. It physically hurt. I walked up to them and slammed my books on the table. So what? Now you're just gonna try to make me jealous by hanging out with this moron? I thought you hated her.
No, Bella, you hate her. The only person I hate right now is you.
I'm sure you don't mean that. Bella, why don't you join us at recess and I'm sure you guys can sort things out. Stop acting like you're some freaking angel. You're so fake.
Just forget it, Keisha. Talking sense into Bella is like asking a donkey to solve a complicated math equation.
Was that an attempt at humor? Because it pretty much sucked.
Still sucks less than your stupid face.
I'll show you, stupid. I pushed Eloise and she landed on her butt as Keisha rushed to help her. Just then, the teacher walked in and everyone around her told her that I'd pushed Eloise and I landed in detention. It wasn't even the first time because after that, I was often being rude to my classmates and teachers, and then I also failed a few tests. Mom and Dad tried to get me into therapy to help me cope with our family situation, but after several failed sessions, they gave up. If they thought I was just gonna forgive them and move on, they had it all wrong. And at school, the more I saw Eloise and Keisha hanging out together, the more determined I felt to get even with Keisha. And I found an opportunity when Dad invited me for Keisha's 17th birthday party, to which half the school was invited. Now all I needed was to find a way to humiliate Keisha, and I'd finally have my revenge. I was trying to figure out what to do when suddenly I noticed Hillary sneaking through the back door holding a thick envelope. I followed her outside, only to find her talking to a big guy wearing a hoodie. And suddenly, I noticed the gun he was holding. I quickly whipped out my phone as I inched closer to listen, my heart pounding. I told you not to come home.
You weren't answering your phone. I had to make sure you guys were okay.
We're fine. You're here for the money, right? There.
Thanks. And just so you know, you can't hide the truth forever, Laura.
I don't have a choice. No one can find out my real identity. So do me a favor, take this money and just zip your mouth. The guy nodded and left. Just as she turned around, Hillary saw me and nearly screamed in shock. I knew it. I knew there was something shady about you and your daughter. What else are you hiding besides your real name? Bella, it's not what it looks like. Of course it's not. You know what? Maybe you'll confess in front of the whole crowd. I've recorded everything. And now my dad will know what big imposters you and Keisha are. Hillary tried to stop me, but I ran inside and went straight to the huge TV screen placed in the middle of the room. I stopped the music and plugged in my phone. Everyone fell silent as the video played, and Keisha looked like she'd seen a ghost. Just then, Dad jumped in, unplugged my phone, and threw it on the floor. Dad, why'd you do that?
Because I had enough of your nonsense, Bella.
My nonsense? These two lied to you. Her name's not Hillary, it's Laura, and she's paying someone your hard-earned money to keep some big secret. Aren't you even curious?
No, because I know the truth, and the money you're talking about is Hillary's, not mine.
And that's when Dad told me the whole truth. Apparently, Laura, or Hillary, was married to some mafia guy, and Keisha was their daughter. I didn't want to bring up my child with a criminal, so one day when Keisha was 4, I stole money from my ex-husband's vault, grabbed Keisha, and just ran away. I changed my name, made a few investments, and things started picking up, but I was always afraid of being found out by Keisha's dad. And lately, I've been feeling more paranoid. The man you saw is an ex-FBI agent I hired to protect me and Keisha. But you told me my dad was a surgeon, that he died before I was born. Baby, I said that to protect you. By lying to me all these years? And this is how I find out thanks to you, Bella. You ruined my party and you ruined my family. This must be the best day of your life. Keisha, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. You know what? I tried to be nice because I could see you were having a hard time dealing with your parents' divorce. But now I know that you're just a vengeful, horrible person, and I can't stand your face. I felt so ashamed as Keisha cried and then ran to her room. I wanted to apologize, but Dad called the driver and sent me home. I couldn't sleep a whole night, and I kept thinking about how horribly selfish I'd been. I was so blinded by my hatred for Keisha that I crossed all lines. I just wanted to apologize and make up for my behavior. But the next morning, Mom told me that Keisha and Hillary were leaving for London. For good. I couldn't let that happen. So I rushed to Keisha's place and ran up to her room as she was zipping up her last suitcase. What are you doing here? I don't want you to leave. Listen, Keisha, I was stupid and jealous, and I thought you were stealing everything from me. My dad, my best friend, my life. You were right. I've just had a lot of trouble accepting my parents' divorce. But I know Hillary makes my dad really happy, in a way that I haven't seen him happy around Mom in years. You know, all my life, I felt really alone because Mom was always moving from place to place, and I never had siblings or friends. I really did get excited thinking I'd finally settle down and have a family. I wasn't trying to steal anything from you. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say, except that I want to make this work because this is the version of family I have now. It includes you and your mom, and I don't want to keep fighting this. You really mean it? I do. And then we hugged, and it felt nice. Great. Now that we have that sorted, I have to go and apologize to someone else too. You mean me? I turned around and saw Eloise walk in.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. So an average teenager living with her parents. My childhood was amazing. The 3 of us lived well enough, with my father working in the fields and my mother taking care of the household. But my blissful life didn't last. The drought arrived, like every year in the rural town I lived in. The wallets of the small community dried up as well. Over those 3 months of drought, people went less to the store to buy food because they could not afford it. Teachers used their small amounts of money to buy snacks for those kids who went hungry. But soon, their wallets dried up as well. But my parents always made sure I believed everything was okay. What I did not know is that my father during that time would sneak out at night when I was sound asleep to work the night shift as a postman and come back just in time to sleep 1 hour before going to his day job. And my mother would wash people's clothing for money until her hands cracked and her knuckles bled. They did everything to make sure my lunches weren't scarce, and I didn't suspect a single thing. They were scared to introduce me to poverty. Every year, I watched my mom do something very interesting. Every once in a while, she and my father would take the money they saved up, and after buying a big load of vegetables, my mother would cook enormous amounts of delicious hot tomato soup, her specialty. She would open the doors to our house and feed everyone that came by. Families with many kids, kids alone, old folks, everyone. The community came alive and happy on those days, as everyone would huddle up in our front yard and talk as they enjoyed my mom's doing. She was the most generous soul around. And not only did she never let me starve, but she never let anyone starve as well. Years went by, and I grew older. Soon enough, I began to realize that things were not what they seemed, that my princess fairy tale was over, and I needed to be confronted in the real world. My parents eventually grew older, and by the time I was in high school, I was babysitting my neighbor's kids, and my lunches soon grew scarce as well. Things got worse and worse. My mom got sick, incredibly sick. Money was not prevalent enough to afford her treatment. We didn't even have enough to pay more than rent and food for the month. She passed away before I left for college, leaving me and my father to figure life out by ourselves. My father was miserable. He missed her every single day. I always believed his heart was broken. Now I needed to stand on my own 2 feet. I ended up going to college. I had studied hard during my school years and had gotten a scholarship for a college near my small town. It was not Harvard, but it was good enough to give me a second chance. My father was put into a retirement home, so I was on my own. On my own, with no money, with a void in my heart that I was not able to fix. I studied and worked in order to afford the basic needs. I had 2 jobs, one at a fast food restaurant, and I was also a babysitter. My days went by between books, kids, and flipping burgers, and that is how I went by. I really missed my fantasy childhood, having homemade lunches and living life with my only worry being what princess dress to wear during the day. I was tired. It was a Saturday afternoon, but not a regular one. It was my mother's birthday, and for once, I really looked forward to going home and getting a good lunch. Every year, I would save up enough to buy myself a special lunch on her birthday, almost as if it was a sort of gift. It was usually one of the only full meals I had that week, as everything I could afford to cook at home was rice and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I walked home, dragging my feet under the sun. I looked around me. Kids were playing in the playground, laughing and screaming in their little fantasy world. Looking after them, tired parents falling asleep on park benches, I was looking forward to my meal. I had to study all night, and I hadn't eaten anything the night before. I just wanted to sit down and eat, and finally get a rest from my crazy life. I tried to keep my energy as I walked home, but my march was becoming slower. As I passed the gas station, I noticed something I hadn't seen in a while. A girl was sitting on the curb, with her head to her knees. Beside her, what looked like her only possessions laid in supermarket bags. Her hair was messy, and so were her clothes, and she looked exhausted and cold. I quickly noticed the sign she had next to her feet. I need money. I'm homeless. She reminded me of my old hometown. I would see people like her every passing season, people who had lost all their hope and had no one to help them. For a brief moment, our eyes met. I shook my head and fixed my gaze forward. Now is not the time for distractions. I have work to do and can't do it on an empty stomach. My home was close, and so I rushed there before I had time to think of something else. I sat down and opened my lunch. The warmth reminded me of home. For a moment, I was that little girl again, with no worries of the world. I began to eat, each swallow harder than the last. I miss you, Mom, I whispered, as tears filled my eyes. I stared at the warm food I just couldn't eat. Before I knew it, I was rushing back out in the heat. The girl was still there. I approached her and placed a hand on her knees. She looked at me. "How long have you been without food?" I asked. She counted with her fingers. 2, she said. Her face was sunken in. "My parents abandoned me a month ago. I have been struggling to find somewhere to live, and I ended up on the streets," she explained. Memories came back to me like a flood, moving out of my hometown and struggling, never to the point of being homeless, but fighting to afford rent every month and avoid eviction, and checking prices at the supermarket to buy products at their cheapest price. I nodded. I understood her. I looked at my food bag. I was hungry, starving even. I had looked forward to the special restaurant-cooked meal that I had worked so much for, and also for the memories that it resembled. However, I remembered my mom, how she made sure no one ever starved, no matter what the situation was. "Here, I can share my lunch with you," I offered, sitting down next to her. Her eyes sparkled in seconds. "Are you sure?" she asked. I nodded with a smile. Studying could wait. I sat down next to her and took out the small containers. In one of them, creamy pasta with shrimp. In the other one, a decadent piece of chocolate cake. As she ate her first meal in 2 days, she shared with me her life story. I couldn't help but notice how much she was enjoying it. She was taking every bite as if it was the last one, And as much as I wanted to enjoy it as well, I knew what was the right thing to do. You know, you can have the whole meal, I said. Her eyes widened. No, I can't accept that. It's too much, she said, closing the containers. I grabbed her hand and looked into her eyes, which were glossy. Have it. You need it more than I do. As I left, she grabbed my hand. Thank you. I will pay you back one day, she said, and I smiled back. I was happy as I went back home. Yes, maybe now I didn't have lunch for myself, and let me tell you, the outcome was not easy. Skipping such a meal, especially since I had avoided breakfast that day and dinner the night before in order to enjoy my special meals to the maximum, had not worked in my favor. I spent the next day relishing on the consequences of not eating, which included almost fainting at work, a grumbling stomach, and extreme tiredness. But helping that girl and making her less miserable left me satisfied better than any meal could. I knew my mother, especially on her birthday, would have been proud. Time went by, faster than I thought. I worked and studied day in and day out, saving up money little by little with my hard work. I always made sure to help others, and that helped my happiness grow with time. I tried to continue my mother's legacy. Soon enough, I graduated college. My life was starting to make sense. I found the love of my life and got married. We had one daughter, and she was the light of our eyes, the blinding light at the end of the dark tunnel. My father passed away soon after my daughter was born, but he died happy. I hadn't become any close to a millionaire, but my life was comfortable enough, and just like my childhood, we lived in a small town, in a small neighborhood, in a cozy house that was perfect enough for the three of us. Then, my daughter became sick. All our savings went so fast. I would never let my family suffer like I did. Never again. With this determination, I went for job after job. No jobs wanted to take me in. I walked into the job agency and my name was soon called. A woman behind a desk asked me questions about my studies, my background, and my goals. After a whole deal of talking, she looked at me with a non-promising face. "Your curriculum is amazing," she said. "However, and unfortunately, we can't find any jobs that fit your profile. I am so sorry." Her words were a blow to the back. I sighed and buried my face in my hands. My plan was failing. I was, for once, very scared. I was scared that I would not be able to give my daughter her fairy tale life just like my parents had given me. I refused to show my daughter the face of poverty. Suddenly, someone put a hand on my shoulder. I looked up, and a woman, close to my age, was looking down at me. She wore a black, beautiful dress and the most expensive jewelry I had ever seen. She smiled brightly. "I think I can arrange something for her," she said. The lady behind the desk nodded and quickly left, and this mysterious woman sat in her place. Her eyes looked familiar. The sparkle was something I had seen before, but could not remember where. "I want to know about you," she started. "Tell me, who are you?" she asked. I looked at her with curious eyes. This woman was mysterious. She had appeared right at the moment when I thought everything was lost. Could I even trust this woman? However, something told me that I needed to tell. So I sat up straight and began telling her my story. She listened intently to every single bit, from my childhood to my college years to my adult life. I told her about my parents, about my mother, and about how I wanted to be as generous and open-hearted as she once was. About my daughter, how I wanted her to live in a fantasy world. She nodded and smiled every step of the story without interruptions. She then asked me questions, the typical formal questions of any job interview. I answered truthfully. This is when I thought I was going to lose my chance. When I was done, she looked at me. She started. "I knew you wouldn't ever change," she said with a bright smile. I raised an eyebrow in confusion, but before I could ask, she continued, "I want to discuss working with you." She finally said those words that sounded like heaven to my ears. "I would like to analyze giving you a position at the job agency. You are determined and ambitious, someone the agency definitely needs." I sighed in relief and smiled. I started crying. Everything was going to be fine. "Thank you," I cried out with a huge smile. "Thank you so much. I don't know how I'm ever going to pay you back," I said. "You don't have to," she answered. "After all, I told you I would pay you back one day." I looked at her with confusion. "But we have never met before. What do you have to pay me for?" She took my hand. A few years ago, I was homeless, abandoned, and hungry. You found me sitting at the curb of a gas station and gave me the only lunch you had instead of keeping it to yourself. You were my only glimpse of hope when I was abandoned by my own parents. You saved me. I was eternally grateful. My mind went blank. Images of that event were very vivid. She was the reason I wanted to be like my mother, always. She had been a girl like me. She knew what struggle looked like, what hunger looked like. Let's discuss the rest of it over dinner. What do you think? I accepted her invitation. I started small and worked my way up. Played it safe, never letting my ambitions get the better of me. Then, as my daughter recovered and we were stable, I began getting more involved, taking bigger risks, bringing her with me so I could teach her what I learned. She made herself at home and helped me in whatever ways she could. I know my mom would be proud. We organized big charity dinners and raised money to help during the drought. After some years, the job agency even decided to make a big donation to a homeless shelter that took care of everyone in my small community during the drought. I gave a big, enormous check to the owner of the shelter in an official announcement that made it on television. Everything around me began to make sense. Finally, I was back at my old home. But I was not that little girl anymore. I could make a difference. And that's what I did.
Hi, I'm Isla from Turkey. The night I was born, Dad held me close and said tearfully,
God, she's so beautiful. I will name her Isla, my moonlight.
Just then, the doctor came in with a grim face and told my parents that they couldn't have any more children. Dad immediately dumped me in Mom's arms.
You mean this is all I get? I won't have any sons, ever? This is the darkest moment of my life.
Growing up, Mom adored me, but I knew Dad thought I was a burden. The nicest thing he ever said to me was,
You're just a stupid girl, but thank God you're pretty.
Dad owned a small tea shop in the city. Once when I was 10, he came down with the flu, and he was being such a big baby.
No one knows my suffering. If only I had a son to run my tea shop, but no, I got a dumb daughter.
He buried his head in his blanket and started to cry. Mom and I just rolled our eyes and went to the shop that day, and I thought we were doing great. Sometime later, a foreign-looking woman sat down at a table. When I asked her what she'd like, she said with a tired smile, Why don't you surprise me? I skipped off and brewed my favorite mixture of lemon and saffron. I make it for Mom when she's tired. It'll make you feel better too. And you don't have to pay for this. The woman's eyes flew open as she tasted it. My God, this is really special. And so are you. Thank you for this tea of kindness. She tried to pay me, but I refused. And she left. But a few days later, Dad came home from the shop and threw a newspaper at me.
What is this stupid tea of kindness that everyone's been asking me about?
It turns out the woman was some big journalist, and she'd written an article about the amazing tea at our shop. And now suddenly, tourists and locals were coming over asking for it. I'll teach you how to make it, Dad, if you say please. All I got was a flying shoe, but I did teach him, and he even let me help out more often. Once in the 8th grade, I was serving customers on a really sunny day when suddenly my back and arms started to itch horribly. I dropped my tray and started scratching like crazy as people stared at me, and I just ran home. Mom, what's happening to me? My skin was all red and peeling off. Mom quickly took me to the doctor, and he said I had a condition called desquamation. My skin started flaking when it was too irritated by something. There wasn't a cure, but he gave us some expensive cream to soothe my skin.
Don't tell your dad about this, okay? I'll get the money for the cream somehow.
A week later, Mom came home with some great news. She'd gotten a janitor's job in a fancy high school, and even better, I could go there for free. But it was so much fancier than I'd imagined. The minute I entered the classroom, I knew I was being scanned from head to toe, and everyone was judging my clothes and shoes. And turns out, no one even wanted to sit with me at lunch because I didn't look a certain way. But I didn't care. I had a chance to study at a great school, and I wasn't wasting it. One day, I went into the bathroom, and I found some girls from my class there, and the meanest one, Zara, was screaming at Mom. You moron! You spilled all that dirty water on my shoes. I get that you're a janitor because you're stupid, but are you blind too? I pushed her up against the wall. No one talks to my mom like that. Do you hear me? Mom? Finally, it makes sense why someone like you is in this school. She pushed me back and pounced on me. As Mom ran forward to pull us apart, she slipped on the wet floor and fell really hard. Oh my God, Mom! The school staff rushed her to the hospital, and after hours of waiting, we found out that Mom had injured her back and she couldn't walk. I was devastated. It was all my fault. If I hadn't been fighting with Zara, none of this would have happened. The principal said I could still attend school at half the fee, but I couldn't afford that either. One evening, as I was working at the shop, I came across the journalist I'd met years ago. Wow, look how lovely you've grown up to be. But sweetheart, why do you look so sad? I broke down and told her everything. After I was done, she said, I have an offer that might solve some of your problems. You could become a model. I could connect you to all the right people, and it pays really well. Me? A model? The woman told me to think about it, and I did. It could mean I'd still be able to go to school and even save money to get Mom better treatment. I decided to bring it up at dinner that night. Dad, I'm taking up a modeling job, and he suddenly spat out his food.
Modeling? Where did you even get such a stupid idea?
What's wrong with it?
It's for morons who don't have any brains, and it's disgraceful.
Well, I do have brains, so I'm not gonna be stupid enough to waste this chance. I can make our lives better, especially Mom's.
I said no!
I already said yes! And with that, I angrily smashed my plate on the floor. Dad looked shocked, and I stormed off. I called up the woman and said I was taking the job. I put my cream all over my skin before going to the shoot. I couldn't let anyone know about my condition, or I'd never get the job. Everyone on set welcomed me warmly, and I was surprised that I was kind of a natural at this. 2 weeks later, I was on the front cover of a teen magazine, and Mom was delighted when I showed it to her. But of course, Dad still wasn't talking to me, and I found the magazine torn up in the trash later. But I'd been paid good money. I was able to buy some new clothes for Mom and myself, and I was back in school. And suddenly, it was a different place. People who acted like I hadn't existed before were smiling at me like we were best friends. And at lunch, I had a lot of company. A boy even asked me for my autograph. Of course, none of this was sitting too well with one person, Zara. I could see smoke coming out of her ears from a mile away. Soon after, we had a fundraiser modeling contest in school, and I was excited to participate. But as I was getting ready, I suddenly saw Zara come and sit in the chair next to me. What are you looking at? One magazine cover and you think you're the princess of this school? How hard can modeling be anyway, if you can do it? Turns out, pretty hard for her. Zara was so bad at it. She walked like a monkey and kept waving her arms like a freaking robot. And then suddenly she tripped on her dress and landed flat on her face. I ran forward to help her, but she just pushed me away. Get away, you witch! You'll pay for this! How was it even my fault? She was crazy. But a few days later, I was shocked to find her at a shoot, and I was told we'd be working together. Why are you even here, Zara? You're really bad at this. Oh, I know. But when you're really rich, you don't have to be good at anything. You just throw money at stuff and get what you want. And let me tell you, it's amazing. Ah, this girl. Also, she was so awkward, the shoot took us 6 hours. Later, as the makeup artist was removing foundation from my arms, I suddenly felt my skin sting terribly. OMG, your skin's coming off. What did I do? Oh, it's just allergies. It'll be okay. I quickly took the cream out of my bag and put it on, and then left as fast as I could. Thank God no one else was around. A few days later in the library, I was reading when someone pushed a note towards me. I looked up to see a cute, nerdy guy everyone knew as a math genius care to be my date at the spring dance. I didn't even know him, but just then I spotted Zara frowning at me like a creep. So I wrote yes and gave it back with a smile. I'd go out with a monkey if it annoyed her. But luckily, it turned out Omar was a sweet guy, and I was having a good time with him. Once he was over to help me with a math assignment, and suddenly he lifted my chin and looked into my eyes. Was he gonna kiss me? Just then my door flew open, and it was Dad. He leaped at Omar, who shrieked, and jumped out of the window faster than lightning. Dad, we were just studying.
Do you think I'm a fool? I knew you'd be out of control once you became a model. You're grounded for a month. No school, no modeling.
I slammed the door behind him. I had a really important show the next day, and he knew it. I had no choice but to sneak out with Omar's help. Backstage, he kissed me on the cheek and wished me luck. As I peeked out at the runway, I saw that the lights looked really intense. I quickly put some cream on my arms and legs before walking out. Suddenly, I felt crazy itching all over, like nothing I'd ever felt before. I tried to ignore it and go on, but it felt like the longest walk of my life. And then, I couldn't bear it any longer. I went wild, scratching myself and screaming as I looked at my skin, and I could feel hundreds of eyes on me. Then, I passed out. I woke up hours later in the hospital to Dad's worried face.
Oh God, Isla, are you okay?
The doctor came in holding my cream and asking me if I'd applied it before the show.
We tested it, and it had some unusual chemicals which made your condition 10 times worse.
What? But I'd been using this cream for ages. That's the first time Dad heard about my condition, and he was shocked I'd kept it a secret from him. I guess I didn't want to make you even more disappointed, Dad. He was just silent and took me home. The next day, I woke up to find that my video of going bonkers on the ramp had gone viral. I could just see my modeling career going down the drain. I didn't even go to school. I decided to go to the tea shop that evening, and I got the shock of my life. I spotted Zara on a table with Omar.
Oh, hi, Isla. Back to being a waitress? Well, my brother and I will have some of your special tea, please.
Brother?
Yeah, brother. And I may have found out about your condition, and I may have asked him to mix something in with your cream.
What? Are you guys absolutely insane? Why would you do that?
Because someone needs to show you your place. Let me tell you something I discovered. Our dads are brothers. Yeah, we're cousins. Ugh, yuck. Cousins? You're making that up. I wish. But there's a big difference between us. I'm the daughter of a millionaire businessman, and you need to remember that you're the daughter of a loser tea seller and a crippled janitor. I was about to leap forward and attack her, but suddenly some of our customers jumped in.
Hey, we love this place and the owners. You can't treat them like trash.
They all started shouting and booing, and Zara and Omar fled from there. Dad had witnessed the whole scene, and I asked him about these secret cousins.
I've never seen them before myself. My brother and I haven't spoken in 20 years. He cheated me out of all my wealth and left me penniless. I had to start from scratch with this tea shop. That's family for you.
For the first time, I felt really sorry for him. I took his hand. But that's not your family anymore. Mom is, and I am. And for the first time, Dad actually smiled at me. I thought my modeling days were numbered, but none of my agents cared about what had happened at the show. They said I was one of the best models they'd worked with, and I'd never let my condition hold me back before. So why should it matter now?
Hi everyone, my name is Misha and I'm from India. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I was born into a super rich family where my parents always treated me like a princess. But it all changed when 2 years later, my little sister Dia was born. And then suddenly, the earth started revolving around her.
Oh, honey, doesn't she look like an angel?
Oh no, she's definitely a goddess. Since her birth, our wealth has doubled.
My little sister was indeed really pretty and a natural genius, while I was dyslexic and could hardly read even at the age of 7. But John... You should just give up, Misha. No matter what language you study, it's all gonna read stupid to you. And while she'd bully me for being different, Mom and Dad would just adore her for her little achievements.
I've run out of career goals for her. She can be anything in this world. My daughter is perfect.
Mom, do you even know she hit a kid at school today? How's that any good?
She fought against a bully. You should be proud of her.
Proud? She was the bully.
I just hated her at times, and I wished she would just vanish somewhere. But then, our lives took a terrible turn. On Dia's 6th birthday, Mom and Dad took us to see the Grand Kumela, a festival where almost 15 million people gather once every 12 years. It was super crowded, so my parents asked me to hold Dia's hand. But the moment they went ahead for the prayer, she started acting like a brat.
Let me go. I don't want to hold hands with you. I'm a big girl now, and you can't even read. If we get lost, I'll be the one saving you.
Shut up, this is no joke. Stay next to me. But she kept complaining and then bit my hand. Ouch! I suddenly let her go and she ran into the crowd. I ran after her, but she was nowhere to be seen, and I started to freak out. Some security people rescued me, but we just couldn't find Dia. Mom fainted as soon as she heard this news. For months, my parents kept looking for Dia and put out several rewards for whoever found her. But that just ended up with frauds coming from random girls dressed like Dia to receive the reward money, and Dad would have kicked them out. And seeing Mom spiral into depression, I couldn't help thinking it was my fault. I had let go of Dia's hand, and thinking about it broke my heart.
Oh, honey, you shouldn't cry like this. We're gonna find your sister, okay?
But what if we don't? I won't be able to forgive myself, Dad. It's not your fault, love. Mom, you don't blame me? Of course not. It could have happened to anyone. And all we can do now is love and support each other and not give up hope. Mom hugged me tight and I felt better than I had in ages. I started working hard on myself in my studies and my parents cheered me on, but they never stopped looking for Dia. Years passed, and one day when I topped my 10th grade exams, I went home with gifts for everyone. But when I got there, I was stunned to see my parents crying and hugging a girl. Oh, honey, look! It's Dia! Dia's back! This boy found your sister. I was still in shock as my parents showed me her DNA test, which was a match. We checked her birthmark, and she remembers things from her childhood days. She's really your sister, Misha. I missed you so much, Misha. I missed you too, Dia. Look at you, you're so grown up now. She then told us that after getting lost, she'd been rescued by a monk who'd raised her all these years. I'd been living in a monastery, and then this guy came here as a tourist a week ago and told me I looked a lot like a girl a family had been searching for. So he brought me here. Dad offered the guy Neil a handsome reward, but he turned it down.
I'm grateful, sir, but what I really need is a job. I have a sick mom to look after, so it would be great if I had a regular salary. My family and I can never truly pay you for everything you've done for us, son. You can take both the money and the job.
The guy's face lit up and Dad hired him as my driver. The same night, I was super excited to hang out with Dia, but the moment I entered her room, she threw a nasty fit. Ugh, can't I get any sleep now? I'm tired of answering everyone's questions all day. Just get out. And there I knew she was my sister for sure. Who else could be so bratty towards me? I was heading back to my room when I spotted Neil outside.
Ugh.
Gotcha.
Oh, that was scary, miss.
What are you doing? Need some help?
No, yes. I can drive cars, but this one's so complicated with all the automatic settings. I just can't
move.
What?
Just do as I say. I moved into the driver's seat and showed him how everything worked, and he looked impressed.
If you're so good at this, I'm sure you can drive well too.
Shh, it's a secret. Until I turn 18. After that, we started talking, and he was the funniest guy ever. My cheeks hurt from laughing so much. Soon, Neil became the friend I never knew I needed. He drove me around everywhere, and in between, he'd pick me up meals too. OMG, I was craving this burger so bad. Gosh, this tastes like heaven.
Only the best and greasiest for you.
But my peace around the house was being hijacked by my sister again. Mom had promised to perform certain rituals if Dia returned home safely, but Dia had the most ridiculous wishes of her own. The monk I lived with told me to wear gold all over my body, Mom. My skin feels so dry. I want to bathe in milk from now on, Mom. I don't think I can go to school so soon. How about you send me on vacation somewhere first? Why is your list of demands getting so absurd? And you need to go to school, Dia. Unlike you, I haven't been able to live in luxury for the last 8 years of my life. And now you have issues if I want to live a bit? A bit? We'll go broke if you keep making Mom and Dad spend this way. Even after all these years, you haven't grown up at all. That's enough, Misha. Mom came in and scolded me, but I was so pissed that I just stormed off to the rooftop. And surprisingly, Neil was there too. What are you doing here?
I was just getting some fresh air. It's been quite tough lately.
What do you mean? Neil told me he spent all the reward money on his mom's treatment, but now the doctors were asking for more.
I don't know how to ask your dad. He's already paying me for the job and…
I can lend it to you.
What?
Yeah, you can take the money and pay me back later. That's the least I can do for you.
You're an angel, Misha. I don't know how I'll ever be able to thank you. Anyway, why are you here? You look bothered too.
I ended up telling him everything going on with Dia.
She's been away from her family and friends for so long, and it's an adjustment phase. Or maybe she's acting out. Just give her some time. And you need to take some stress off too. Come with me.
We drove to a beautiful beach and spent the entire night there talking and laughing, and it was then that I knew I'd started having feelings for Neil. I dozed off in the car on our way home, but when I woke up, I found myself in Neil's arms as he was carrying me to my room. As he put me in my bed, I felt in a dream-like state, and I pulled him in for a kiss. Ew! I saw Dia standing at the door. She ran to my parents, screaming that Neil and I were madly in love.
Do you have no shame, Misha? He's a servant and you kissed him? I dreamt of marrying you to some billionaire and you're settling for a driver?
Dad, Neil's a good guy.
Yes, he must be, but not good enough for you. We can't fire him because of what he did for us, but stay away from him, okay? He is way below your league.
Their words pierced my heart, but I wasn't going to give up on the person I loved so easily. I went to Neil's room later that night with some money and told him we could run away.
What? No, Misha, we can't do that. They're your parents, and you know how miserable they were after losing Dia. They'd be heartbroken to see you gone.
He calmed me down and told me we were going to find a way to convince my parents someday. Fine, I believe you, but you can keep this money for your mom's treatment since you need more. The next day, Neil was assigned as Dia's driver, and she kept sending me pictures of how she was bossing him around, which made me angry. And later that night, that witch came to my room. Seeing how pathetic you guys are feeling without each other, I've decided to do you a favor. You know how much Mom and Dad adore me and can't refuse anything I ask, so I was thinking I can convince them to let you two date.
Really? You're gonna…
No, not yet. Well, there's nothing in it for me. So how about you give me something I want?
What do you want?
Soon it's my birthday, and Mom told me she's gonna distribute all the ancestral jewelry between us two. Just tell her that you don't want any, and she can give everything to me.
What? That's ridiculous. Those are family heirlooms and…
Well, if you want heirlooms more than your one true love, then so be it. No, wait, I'll do it. I'll give it to you. It's a deal. The next day, it was Sunday, and Neil mostly spent it with his mom in the hospital, so I went to see them both. Excuse me, can you tell me which room Mrs. Bertha is in?
Oh, honey, she passed away 2 years back.
What the heck? I immediately called Neil and asked him to come meet me. Did you lie to me? About your mom? The hospital staff said she'd passed away 2 years ago.
I'm so sorry, Misha. I didn't mean to lie, but I needed the money to pay off my debts.
What?
My dad borrowed a lot of money for my mom's treatment, but after she passed away, he left me all by myself. Now the moneylenders are after me, and if I don't pay them back, God knows what they'll do to me.
He broke down in tears, and I hugged him. Hey, it's all right. You didn't have to hide the truth from me, Neil. And don't worry, I'm here for you. I'll always be here for you. The next few days, Neil was really busy with all the preparations for Dia's grand birthday party. I couldn't speak to him in front of Mom and Dad, so I sneaked up to see him on the rooftop. Looks like someone's super busy.
Misha, I missed you so much.
I missed you too, Neil. We sat down and talked for a while. You know, this time my parents are super excited for Dia's birthday, but for the last 8 years, it was the saddest day for them. They'd instructed the servants to decorate the house with lights in her memory, hoping she'd return one day. And now she's finally with us, thanks to you, Neil. I love you so much. Suddenly, his eyes became teary, and I told him about my deal with Dia to cheer him up.
What? You're willing to give up something so precious for me?
You're more precious to me than all the jewels, and she's gonna help us.
No. I can't do this anymore, Misha. I just can't fool you anymore. I'm such a horrible person, and you shouldn't give up anything for me.
What do you mean?
I lied. To you and your family, that girl, she's not your sister. She's a con artist I picked up from the street to work with me.
What are you saying, Neil?
It's true, but I can explain.
You jerk! How dare you! I told you not to tell anyone anything!
I'm sick of being your puppet. I brought her here to fool your family, Misha, but then she started to blackmail me, and I had to ask you for money for her. I can't do this anymore.
This girl wasn't my sister? And the guy I loved was a fraud? I felt devastated and rushed to tell my parents the truth.
How could you do this to us? How could you play with a mother's feelings?
Dad called the cops and had them both arrested, and it just broke Mom down.
That's it. No more rewards, no more searching. My heart can't take it anymore. We should accept the fact that our daughter is gone. For good.
After that, Mom fell super sick and we had to send her to therapy. We also stopped looking for Dia, and I moved to the US for university. When I came back after 4 years, I started working for Dad's company, and within the next 2 years, he made me the CEO. On the day of the handover celebration, I was in my office when a guy broke in with security chasing him.
What's going on? Who is this guy? It's me, Misha.
Neil? I asked the guards to take him away, but then he said the most shocking thing.
Dia is here with me, your real sister, and I swear I'm not lying this time. It's really her. Trust me, Misha.
I didn't trust him one bit, but given there was the smallest chance that it might be my real sister, I decided to see her. He introduced me to a girl who did look like Dia and didn't remember much about our childhood together, except that she was our family. Of course, I got a DNA test done, this time under my observation. And to my shock, the test results proved she was my real sister. I immediately called my parents and they came running.
Oh, honey, I can't believe it's you.
Mom, Dad, I thought I'd never find you guys. I missed you all so much. I missed you too, Misha. But as everyone was busy hugging, I noticed Neil was leaving and I followed him outside.
Stop. Where are you going? I just wanted to make up for what I'd done to you and your family, Misha. But I still can't look you in the eye.
You spent all these years looking for my sister?
I had to. I couldn't live with myself otherwise.
Then why did you con us in the first place, Neil?
To get revenge for my family, but it was so wrong.
Revenge? What do you mean?
My mom was your and Dia's nanny, and she loved you both so much and often told me stories about you guys. That's how I was able to tell the fake girl some things about your childhood. But after Dia got lost, Mom was fired. The cops took her in for an investigation, thinking Dia's disappearance might be a kidnapping. She had a hard time dealing with those false accusations and got super sick. I couldn't help blaming your family.
And that's why you decided to take revenge.
I'm really sorry for everything, Misha. Living with your family and getting to know you, I realized what a terrible thing I'd done. You were so good to me and I fell for you. And then I couldn't think of hurting you.
That's enough, Neil.
Trust me, I really love you, and I thought finding your sister was the only thing that could make you forgive me. But I know it won't be easy, so I won't stay and bother you.
He started walking away, but something in my heart felt heavy. Wait, stop. I forgive you, Neil. You've been through enough yourself. I can't forget what you did in the first place, but I can definitely forgive you.
Do you really mean it?
Yes, I do. So please stay, because this time I want to know you for real.
Hi, my name is Eliza, and I've always wanted to be a successful author, just like my dad. But I never thought this dream would turn my life upside down and make me question everything. The thing is, my dad hated it when I wrote stories. Every time I wrote something and showed it to him, he'd rip it up and say it was horrible. "Do something else, you idiot! You couldn't write a decent story to save your life," he said to me once. However, my teachers thought my stories were great, so I decided to find out what Dad's agent would say. I snuck onto his computer and secretly emailed my story to his agent. The agent loved it. I was thrilled, but there was one small problem. I had emailed him pretending to be my dad. The agent asked my father to come by and do an official pitch for the story on Monday. I was in trouble now. There was no way I could tell my dad what I'd done without him getting really mad. So I decided to keep it a secret from my dad. I went over to his agent's office and made the pitch. I told him that my dad was ill, and he'd sent me instead. The agent wanted to make a whole series out of my story. But just as I was leaving, he said, Tell your dad to come sign the contract tomorrow." Then he closed the door in my face. I was terrified. How was I ever going to tell my dad the truth? But I didn't have to. When I got home that day, Dad was already waiting for me in the living room, and he looked mad. "I told you not to try writing," he growled at me. I asked why he thought I was a horrible writer when his agent clearly loved my work. He said he didn't have to explain anything to me and dragged me to my room. He snatched my computer and laptop and walked out of the room. "I never want to see you write again," he said, and locked me inside. I banged and banged at the door, but Dad wouldn't open it. He said he wouldn't let me out until I promised not to write again. After 5 days, I agreed. He made me sign a piece of paper that said I would never write a book, and if I did, he would claim it as his. What? I was furious, but I had no other option. At least I could go back to school now. One day when I was looking for a book in the library, I bumped into someone. Our hands touched, and I felt electricity through my whole body. He said his name was Felix, and from the way he kept looking at me, I thought he liked me too. Within a few weeks, Felix and I were hanging out all the time. I even showed him some of my stories and told him about my horrible dad. He looked like he felt so bad for me and said he'd help me however he could. I was so happy. So what if my dad was a monster? At least one person in my life loved me. A few months passed. I spent all my free time with Felix and avoided Dad as much as I could. I didn't know what was going to happen. I was passing the local bookstore where a new book was being launched. I decided to peek in and was left shocked by the book I saw. It was the same one I had written and pitched, but it had been published under my dad's name. I rushed home to confront my dad, but he wasn't there. I called Felix, and he came over immediately. I told him what had happened, and he suggested that we wait for my dad to come home. But he didn't. Not that day, not the day after. Not even after a week. I tried calling him, but no luck. Felix said he thought Dad had run away with my money. I asked him if I should call the police or the agency, but he said that since I was only 17, calling them would be useless. "All they'll do is put you in foster care and call you crazy," he said sadly. I started to cry, and he said that the better thing to do would be to write the next part and pitch it to the agent. He said I'd turn 18 soon, so I could publish it under my name. Excitedly, I sat down and began working on my second book. I worked day and night, and a few months later, I told Felix I was close to completing it. He looked so happy and took me out on a date. When we got back, though, what I saw left me in tears. Someone had trashed the house. My computer was gone too. That meant my story was gone. I was devastated. If Felix hadn't been around to help me, I'd have been traumatized. But he told me it was okay and that I could always write other stories. I refused and said I needed a break. Another few months went by, and I saw my second book published under Dad's name. That was it. I was calling the cops now. I called Felix, and he rushed home to me. He tried to convince me not to call the cops, but I was determined. There was no way I was going to let Dad get away with this. Not again. Just as I picked up the phone, Felix snatched it out of my hand. "You stupid, stupid girl!" he yelled. I was horrified and asked him what was wrong, but he didn't answer. Instead, he dragged me to the basement and locked the door. "What the hell, Felix?" I asked angrily. He laughed and said he was working for my dad. He said my dad had hired him to make sure I didn't try publishing any stories in my own name. Once he found the transcript of your first book, he had it published, and my job was to make sure you didn't try anything on your own again, Felix said. He said he was the one who had organized having the house trashed and getting my computer stolen. "It was so easy to trick you because you're so stupid." Then he said that I had to write more novels for my dad to sell. "And if I don't?" I challenged him. He laughed and said he wouldn't give me any food. "It's not like anyone will notice you're missing." He'd stolen my phone and laptop, and I couldn't reach out to anyone. I begged him to let me out, but he drowned out my screams with loud music. Hunger came quickly, and I had no choice but to write the book. This would be the last in the series. For weeks, I lived in the basement, writing for Felix and my dad. Then, I had an idea that was sure to get me out. I had known Dad's agent since I was a kid. I knew if I left the right hints in the manuscript, he could probably find me. Sure enough, a week after I gave Felix the final draft of the novel, the police came banging on the door. Loud music was blasting in the house when 3 officers kicked down the basement door. I rushed out as fast as I could, relieved to be free. Felix, however, was nowhere to be seen. I was furious. I had to catch him, and I yelled at the police officers to work harder, but no luck. He was gone. In fact, he hadn't left any traces of who he was either. The only thing the police had was a sketch I had helped them make. They also couldn't trace my dad anywhere. As upset as I was also glad that they were gone from my life, and I could go back to being normal. But boy, was I wrong. Once they found out what Dad had done, the publishing agency gave me all the money, and since I was still a year from being 18, I was made to go and live with a distant aunt. She seemed very eager to have me. When I went to live with her, I was very nervous at first, but to my surprise, she was very welcoming. She would even make me cookies and soup and whatnot, and was always feeding me. She also kept bad-mouthing my dad. One day, my aunt said, "You know, kiddo, I think you deserve a vacation." And she insisted on taking me to a family lodge in the woods. I had a seemingly endless amount of money now, so I guessed we could go. The minute I said yes, my aunt packed everything and put me in the car. "You really are psyched about this vacation, aren't you?" I joked to her, and she simply smiled as she drove us away. A few hours later, we ended up in a very strange and creepy-looking meadow. It was surrounded by huge trees and had no real trail. I checked my phone and realized there was no signal either. I was so freaked out. I asked her about it, and she said, "It'll be a true nature experience." But I had a feeling something was wrong. Later that day, after dinner, I started to feel woozy. When I woke up, I found myself tied to a chair. "Not again!" I thought angrily. I demanded my aunt let me go, and she began to laugh. She said she wasn't my real aunt. My real aunt was a homeless addict who she had let stay at her place. But my real aunt had tricked her and run away with her husband. This woman had traced my aunt for years and had found me instead. Somebody had to pay for the loss and suffering I faced. She started to cry. I was so mad. Why was I constantly around psychos? I asked her exactly what she wanted from me. She said she just wanted to see me suffer. You do look a bit like her. I rolled my eyes. Gosh, get over it, I thought. That night, when this woman, Linda, as she had told me, was asleep, I began to look around carefully. After what Felix had done, I had a habit of keeping a small blade up my sleeve, and since she had been acting suspiciously this morning, I'd taken care to sharpen it. I carefully slipped it out of my sleeve and cut the rope that bound my hands. To my utter horror, though, as I was trying to free myself, the chair toppled over and Linda woke up. She screamed at me and lunged forward. I managed to run away just in time. Thankfully, the door of the cabin wasn't locked, so I grabbed my bag and rushed out into the darkness. I ran without stopping till I was sure I had lost her. I then realized that I was lost too. I had no idea where I was and no idea where I had to go. I checked to see what I had in my bag and was relieved to see that at least I had some money. But I was so tired, I knew I had to stop. I sat next to a tree and tried to sleep in the cold. The next day, I woke up to someone screaming. Oh no! Had Linda found me? No, it wasn't. There was a man throwing pebbles at me. The guy looked so familiar, but I couldn't place him. He asked me who I was and why I was sleeping next to his tree. His tree? I sighed. Another psycho? I braced myself to run, but he motioned around him, and I realized that somehow I had stumbled into an apple orchard last night. There, some 50 feet away, was even a small house. I tried to come up with a convincing story, but he shook his head and said, "Don't tell me if you can't. For now, come inside and freshen up. You look like you've been to hell." I smiled at him and said, "I've been to hell and back." He took me inside his house, and I realized that I was suddenly, incredibly, wildly attracted to him. He was so sweet. After I had eaten, he offered me his room to sleep in. At first, I was reluctant, but he swore he wasn't a psycho killer. I double-checked the locks and went to sleep. When I finally woke up, I heard him yelling into the phone, "I will never tell you where she is. You're not going to take her away." Immediately, I jumped up. I just knew I had to get out of here. But the room had only one door and no windows. I figured I'd have to trick him. Acting sleepy and normal, I walked out and smiled at him. He smiled back, and for a minute, my heart melted. How could someone with such a beautiful smile be bad? I asked him if I could use his phone, and he said he didn't have one. But I knew what I'd heard. Over the next few days, this guy, Finn, wouldn't leave me alone. He never bothered me and didn't say anything. But he also never let me out of his sight and kept asking me to stay a bit till I was better and he could take me back to where I came from, safely. I still hadn't told him about me, though. There was no getting away from him. So, one day, I went downstairs and found him working in the kitchen. I had to admit, he looked so hot. I stared at him, walked up to him, and kissed him. He kissed me back and held me tight. Then I fainted. Well, basically, I pretended to faint. I hoped he would take me to the hospital or something, but I was wrong. As worried as he was, he didn't take me anywhere. But he did take out his phone to call someone. I was relieved to see him put it on the table. Just as I was about to grab the phone, I heard screaming outside. I jumped up and snuck out. I saw Finn. He was arguing with someone. It was Felix. I knew I had to get out immediately. It suddenly dawned on me that Finn had reminded me of Felix. They had the same eyes and the same smile. How had I not seen it before? Finn was going to hand me over to his psycho brother and my crazy dad. I ran downstairs and out the door. Behind me, I heard screams. They had seen me. I ran recklessly. I saw a car and ran for it, but there was already someone in it. When I saw who it was, I thought I had officially lost it. In the back seat, asleep, was my dad. I turned and tried to run the other way, but Felix jumped into my path. Finn was nowhere to be seen. I tried to grab a rock to hit him, but Felix was faster. In a few seconds, he knocked the stone out of my hand. I ducked to protect myself and hit my head on the car behind me. Everything began to fade. Just before I passed out, I saw Finn run out and he was covered in blood. He pulled Felix off of me and punched him. After that, everything went black. When I woke up, I remembered what had happened. I tried to get up, but I couldn't. Oh no! What had the brothers done? Was I back in the cabin? The basement? Was it Linda? I dared not to open my eyes. Finally, I heard a soft sobbing. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. It was my dad. I opened my eyes and saw him in the bed next to me. He was covered in bandages. Between our beds sat Finn. I gasped and tried to run, but all of a sudden, I realized I was in a hospital. I saw a nurse and finally figured that Finn couldn't hurt me in public. I began to scream. He begged me to stop. The doctors rushed in and asked me to listen. Finally, Finn told me the truth. Your dad never ran away with your money. Felix had kidnapped him too, he said. I was shocked. Finn continued that he and Felix were definitely brothers, but Felix was crazy. Felix was a fan of Dad's work. When he found out about Dad stealing my work, he made a crazy plan to make it look like Dad was behind stealing my work so I wouldn't look for him. When I found out, I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen, so I moved to the family farm, where I saw you. I just knew I had to keep you safe, he said. He told me that Linda, who knew Felix, was looking for me and had told him I was probably on the farm. Thankfully, they were both sent to jail. Finn testified against them both. It's been 5 years, and Finn and I are set to marry. For our honeymoon, we'll go to a small apple orchard his family owns.
I saw my boyfriend Walker holding his guitar and I nearly burst with pride. We'd come so far to get here, especially me. Finally out in the real world again. I felt like my old self again, confident, happy, and free. Walker pointed at me and spoke into the microphone.
They say that when true love comes for you, you won't know what hit you. My girl Lacey came at me like a freight train. Babe, this song is for you.
Every girl in the club turned to me with their eyes popping out of their sockets and their jaws wide open, like they thought I didn't deserve him. I don't care what anybody thinks about Walker and me. Well, that's not exactly true. I did care about what one person thought. Bex, Walker's little sister and my best friend. When Walker and I got together, I was sure I'd added a boyfriend and subtracted a best friend. I should probably start at the beginning, but first, please like and subscribe. It all began on the day we were born. Yep, we. Bex and I were born on the same day in the same hospital. Our parents lived next door to each other and our moms were inseparable. Soon, they were pregnant at the same time. I can't believe we're so close to meeting these little ones. I know, they're gonna be the best of friends. It's as if Bex's mom had a crystal ball because she was spot on. Bex arrived 17 minutes before me, and we've been BFFs since. She's always been kind of motherly to me, and she took her job as the oldest seriously.
We should clean up these toys and get a snack. But I was still playing with that. Did you pack your raincoat? It looks like it's gonna rain.
When I say we did everything together, I do mean everything. We went to dance class together.
Lacey, how are you so flexible?
tall. I feel like a statue next to you. Double jointed, I guess. We were each other's biggest cheerleaders, and we told each other everything, too. My parents were fighting again last night. I'm worried they won't make up. Don't worry, babe. Your dad'll get a new job, and that stress will just go away. But then, one day, when we were 13, life as I knew it changed forever. Bex and I were walking home from school. We were on the crosswalk when suddenly a car came screeching through the red light at high speed. All I remember was the sound of metal and glass and the smell of burnt tires before I was hit with a huge force, and then everything went black. When I woke up, I found myself in the hospital. Oh, honey, thank goodness you're okay. What if something had happened to you? I couldn't do life without you, bestie.
Sweetheart, you just take everything easy now. You need to heal.
And I did heal, kind of. My body was fine, but my brain was broken. For some reason, every time I left my house, I was terrified. When I stepped outside my door, I could hear that car and I could smell the burnt rubber. My world shrank in an instant. The only place I could make it without a panic attack was across the 5 cement pavers that separated Bex's front door from mine. Anything else brought me paralyzing fear, and I even stopped attending school. Bex, can we just stay at my house today? I don't think I can go out. Oh, sure. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just cancel with our friends. Bex, do you want to watch a movie at your house? I thought we might go to the mall. I really don't want to go anywhere. I think that's when Bex started to resent me, which made me feel guilty. I didn't mean to be this way. I didn't want to live the rest of my life inside a house, but everything just felt safer there. At least to me. To Bex, it must have felt like a prison. Ugh, we never do anything anymore. This is boring, Lacey. There's so much out there to see and do. I was ashamed. Why was it so hard for me to just go outside and act like a normal teenager? Bex, you can go to the party if you want. I'm gonna stay here. Are you sure? You could try coming, right? We can leave early. Couldn't you just try today for me? Who knows? It might not be as bad as you're imagining it. A party sounded about as much fun as scrubbing tiles with a toothbrush, but I decided to make an effort for Bex. I was sweating bullets, and my heart was pounding by the time we made it to the party. My friends from school seemed happy to see me though, and I started to relax just a bit. I sat down in a corner, not ready to join the dancing crowd yet. Maybe Bex was right. This wasn't so bad. But just then, a waiter carrying a tray of drinks suddenly tripped, and everything went crashing to the floor. The sound of the smashing glass sent me into a panic. I dove under the table and buried my head in my arms, crying hysterically. Everything went completely silent, and Bex tried her best to make me come out, but I couldn't move an inch. Eventually, she had to call my parents to come and take me. Lacey, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I've been trying to tell you. I can't go out, and now things are even worse. Everyone probably thought I acted like a freak. I'm not trying to hold you back, Bex. You want to go to parties? You can go without me. I won't mind. Okay then, maybe I will. A few nights later, I went over to Bex's house, but I found her brother Walker instead. He smiled, and I was distracted by the dimples on his cheeks.
Hey, Lace, Bex isn't here.
Whoa, when did Walker get so hot? He was usually always in the garage practicing with his band. He had a major glow up. Right, I forgot she might be out.
Is something the matter? You look a little glum.
I'm just bored, I guess.
Yeah, me too. Come on in.
That's how it all began. That night, Walker and I talked. I told him I was scared I'd be hit by a car again. I said that I'd felt trapped in my own mind. I told him I felt guilty keeping Bex from living her life, and about what happened at the party.
Don't be so hard on yourself. What happened to you was a huge trauma. Healing takes time. As for Bex, don't worry about her. She's your friend. She'll always be there for you.
Hearing Walker say that felt good. You're right, Walker. I just can't help it. Sometimes I feel like a freak from another planet. I'm sure everyone at school now thinks I'm a total weirdo. That was when Walker picked up his guitar and started strumming it.
Why does it matter what anyone thinks of you? It should only matter what you think of yourself. But for the record, I happen to think you're pretty great.
My heart skipped a beat when he said that, and for the first time in a long time, I felt like I had someone to talk to, someone who cared about me, someone who saw me. The next time Bex came to see me, I tried to bring up Walker. I saw your brother playing his guitar on the porch the other day. He's gotten really good. Also, really cute. Yeah, he's good, but my parents think it's a waste of time and he should focus more on his studies. Wait a minute, you think he's cute? Just an observation. He didn't look too bad from my window. You know he's off limits, right? Because the last time he dated a friend of mine and broke up with her, she shut me out completely. I never want him going near any of my friends again. I know all that, Bex. Don't worry. But soon, I was waiting for Bex to leave her house so I could go and spend time with Walker. Part of me felt like I was betraying her, but I was hooked on a feeling. The feeling I had every time I looked into Walker's eyes. It didn't take long for Walker to get hooked too.
All these years, and I didn't realize what a cool person you were. Bex kept you all to herself.
Walker and I started spending more and more time together. He told me he wanted to be a famous singer, but he didn't feel like anyone in his family supported his dreams. I did though. No one gets to tell you how big to dream, Walker. You can do anything you set your mind to.
I know my sister might kill me for saying this, but I feel like you understand me. I feel connected to you somehow.
He leaned in, and in one moment, his lips were on mine. All the tension I'd been feeling exploded, and I almost saw stars. My knees felt wobbly and my head spun.
Whoa, you're perfect.
But I could only think about one thing. Bex was gonna kill us. Walker, we can't do this. Bex is my best friend.
So what? Don't give up on something that could be really good between us. Don't you feel it?
His hand brushed my cheek, and soon I was lost in his eyes again, leaning in for another kiss when, what's going on here? I pulled away from Walker like he was fire, and I'd just been burned. Bex, I can explain. Explain what? Your spit-swapping fest with my brother? I told you I would never be okay with this. Oh no? It looks like I was just betrayed by the two of you. I don't want to look at either of you again. Bex pushed her way past us, and I swear I felt my heart break. I stared at Walker, but with my chest so tight, I couldn't find any words, so I ran. I ran home to the safety of my bedroom, and that's where I stayed. For days, weeks, I missed Bex terribly, and even though I didn't want to admit it, I missed Walker too.
Honey, this isn't healthy for you. You need to leave the house.
I don't want to leave the house. I want to stay in bed and let my blankets swallow me whole.
No, go outside in the yard and get some fresh air. That's not a request. It's an order.
Her tone told me she wasn't messing around, so I headed to the yard with my phone, a blanket, and a grudge. That's when I spotted Bex dressed in workout gear and running shoes, her attention focused on her phone. She stepped out onto the crosswalk, and that's when I heard the car. Then I saw it. Bex, look out! Huh? The idea of me getting hit by a car paralyzed me with fear, but the idea of Bex getting hit by a car was unthinkable. I tackled Bex to the ground so fast that we both just stared at each other, shocked and breathless. Lacey, you saved me. Of course I did. I can't do life without you, bestie. You're my best friend too. I didn't mean to kiss Walker, Bex. He just made me feel less alone. Bex looked ashamed. Walker told me everything. He said you inspired him and supported his music. He said you were like a song to him. And I'm sorry. I haven't been a good friend. I should have wanted you to be happy. I do want you to be happy. Walker raced out of the house and came running to us.
Stop fighting. You're friends.
We're not fighting. We're making up. If being with each other makes you happy, I want you to be happy. Both of you.
Bex, does that mean...
It means that Lacey can be your song again. With that, Bex left us standing there. Walker,
Be my girlfriend. No more secrets. No more hiding.
Yes. 100% yes.
You helped me believe in myself.
You did the same thing for me, Walker. I feel stronger now, like I can do anything.
Anything?
Anything. Walker stepped forward, taking my hands in his.
Would you come to my first real gig? It's tomorrow, but only if you're ready.
I hadn't left my house to go anywhere but school for such a long time, but when I saw the hope in Walker's eyes and the support I would give him by going, I felt I could do it. I think I'm ready, Walker. Walker wrapped his arms around me, pulling me close for a kiss. Bex squealed and gave me a big hug. This is it, babe. My brother is living his dream. Hey, I'm Emma. Please like and subscribe. I was born to Indian parents in New Jersey, but we moved to New York when I was a kid. I wouldn't say my family was rich, but we did get by without trouble. My dad was an accountant and my mom was a makeup artist. I loved watching Mom put on makeup, but I never understood why people wanted to put makeup on themselves. Mom, why do you put makeup on people?
Because they want to look pretty, honey.
Pretty? I thought it was all like face painting to be a clown. Like, why would having your cheeks and nose so red make someone look pretty?
When you grow up and try it on, you're gonna love it.
My life seemed perfect. I got good grades, had tons of friends at school, and was loved by teachers. But when I turned 14, everything turned upside down. I had just returned from India after spending an amazing summer vacation with Grandma, and it was time for me to start high school. I was pretty excited for it, but this excitement didn't last long because high school wasn't exactly like I'd imagined. I thought I would be fine as long as I didn't make eye contact, but things didn't go my way. In the first week of school, I was fixing my favorite lucky bracelet on my wrist when I walked into someone's back and heard a scream right after. Oh no, it was Becca, our school's self-proclaimed queen bee. She was one of those I hate drama, but I start drama kind of people. Ugh! My phone! Look what you did, you freak! I am so sorry. I didn't see you. Oh, save it. You didn't see me? Are you blind? That was a brand new iPhone. Now you'll get me a new one. Got it? But why would I? Last time I checked, phones weren't allowed inside school. So I guess it's your fault you brought it in the first place. But hey, we can both go talk to the principal if you want to. I can explain how I bumped into you, and you can explain why you have a phone. So what's it gonna be, Rebecca? Don't you dare act smart with me. You messed with the wrong girl. Heard that one before. Bye-bye. Just as I walked away, Becca pushed me. I wasn't gonna let the witch get away with it, so I turned and slapped Becca straight across the face. The next thing I knew, we got into a nasty fight, and in the process, Becca broke my bracelet. It was at that moment that I felt my heart stop like I swallowed a frog. I wanted to scream, cry, and throw up at the same time. I fell to the ground and started pulling my hair. No. This can't be happening. This is my favorite bracelet. Grandma made it for me. This is the last gift she gave me. Really? I did you a favor. Ugh, it was so ugly. I could feel everyone's eyes glued to me, but I couldn't care less or stop. Then suddenly, everything went black. I had woken up in the nurse's room and found out that I had a panic attack. My parents were informed about what happened, and they were so worried about me. I took a week off, and I heard that Becca was suspended for a week for starting the fight. During this time, I felt so anxious. But one day when I saw Mom working, I noticed that the step-by-step process of applying makeup looked soothing. I observed Mom, and then I started applying minimal makeup whenever I was anxious. I just felt the whole process helped my mind to slow down and focus on something. I told you you would love putting on makeup. You look wonderful. Who knew you were this talented? Learned from the best. A few days later, Becca and I walked into school on the same day. She was out for revenge for her suspension. She filled my locker with wigs and whatnot. I didn't want to react because I knew that would start a fight. I just wanted to get away from all of this, so I told my parents how I needed to change schools, but they couldn't because of some financial issues. So the only solution I could think of for my problem was to get suspended. My first attempt to get suspended was during class. I had put a fart cushion under the teacher's chair so that every time he sat down, it would sound like he farted. But some guy took the credit for it to look cool for pulling off a prank like that. He was suspended instead. Bummer. I had even played loud metal music through the intercom during class and made sure I got caught. But it didn't work. All I got was detention. I wasn't even suspended. As if my prayers had been answered, during summer vacation, I got the best news ever. We were moving back to New Jersey. Dad had gotten an amazing job that paid well. Talk about great timing. Mom and Dad had also told me that they already enrolled me at the new school. Since I didn't have any friends in the new city, I usually stayed home and made Insta videos of my makeup. Soon, I gained tons of followers and people loved the looks I created. One evening, Mom made me go out because I was in my room all the time. I decided to go for a movie by myself. But as I entered the cinema hall, I saw the one person I didn't want to cross paths with, Becca. Just as the lights were dimming, I noticed her and her friend sitting 3 rows behind me. I immediately crouched down and crawled to my seat, and in doing so, I dropped the entire bucket of popcorn on someone. A boy. Oh, I am so sorry.
Hey, are you all right? Is something wrong? Someone bothering you?
Sort of.
Oh, okay. I got you. Don't worry.
Then I felt him put his cap on my head. I watched the movie peacefully thanks to the stranger who introduced himself as Damien. We exchanged numbers and I found out that we go to the same school. He told me he would wait for me at the school gates on the first day, and I agreed. We were the last ones to leave the cinema hall. I had to be sure Becca was gone. A couple of days later, I started school, and at the gate, I saw Damien waiting for me. He showed me around the school, and as we walked through the halls, I felt all eyes on me, and it made me feel very conscious. Remember, Emma, keep your head down and stay out of trouble.
You know, someone was assigned to show you around the school, actually. My friend Natalie. But I'm so glad she got caught up with some other work and asked me to help her out.
Well, it was nice to have Damien show me around, 'cause the guy sure was handsome. Just as we reached our class, a girl entered and looked so excited. Guys, I have amazing news. Wait for it. The principal has agreed to let students write and direct a play all by themselves. Yay! Oh, who do we have here? Wait, you must be Emma. Sorry I didn't meet you earlier. That's fine. So, drama club. Sounds cool. Yeah, thanks to me. If it were for this nerd, we would have nothing except for the math club.
Oh my god, Natalie. You're the greatest, aren't you? Drama clubs. Well, they are boring.
Oh no, they're not. Even though they seemed like rivals, it turned out that they were buddies. In fact, they had known each other since they were babies because of their families. Natalie and I started becoming good friends. We would talk about everything under the sun, and one day I noticed that she kept scratching her palms, and the skin was peeling off. So I immediately took her hand and applied my hand cream on her palms. And then I went on a rant about how she should take care of herself or it would start to hurt. One afternoon when I went to the cafeteria, I saw her looking at my Instagram page. You're extremely talented, you know. Can you? All of a sudden I looked up and saw Natalie's face going pale. Natalie, are you okay? She just pointed at her throat and I figured she was choking. I ran to her side and helped her immediately. Emma, oh my God, you saved my life. Thank you so much. Oh no, I did what I had to. Are you feeling better? I owe you one. My lifesaver. When Damien returned from his cousin's place a week later, he was pretty surprised to hear about the choking incident.
Wow, protecting my friend when I'm not around? Thanks a lot, Emma.
She's my friend too. Now, gotta go. I have to go to this comic book store, Nook, and then home.
No way. You go to Nook? We love that place. No, we adore that place. Don't we, Natalie?
It's just fine, Damien. Damien and I continued to visit Nook every day after school. Natalie would join us sometimes. It was fun. One evening, when it was just Damien and I could feel him looking at me. Is your comic book that boring that you're looking everywhere but the book?
No, it's just, I wanted to tell you something.
Tell me what?
I like you, Emma.
What?
I like you. Actually, I kinda liked you that time when you were hiding next to me at the movies. It was the first for me.
Really? You know what? I think I have liked you too, since that day. He smiled wide and pulled me in for a kiss. The next day, I told Natalie everything and she was so happy for me. That evening, while we were hanging out at Nook, Natalie announced she was selected to write and direct the play at school and that it was about something that meant a lot to her. OMG, I am so happy for you, Nat. I'm excited too, but also a little nervous. You'll promise to be there, right?
Of course. We wouldn't miss it for the world.
I was pretty excited for the play, and I even posted about it on my Insta to get as many people to show up for her directorial debut. On the day of the play, the school auditorium was packed. Natalie came on stage and thanked everyone for showing up and said that the play was based on true events and means a lot to her. The play showed the main character getting amazing grades, but it wasn't enough for her parents. The stress she went through, and how that caused her to have a problem where she scratched her palms to the point it would hurt her. As the play continued, I saw a scene all too familiar. The main character snaps one day and starts screaming and pulling on her hair in a fit of rage. As she cries, I froze and felt goosebumps all over my body. That was me, the fight with Becca. I started shaking like a leaf in my seat and felt my cheeks get wet. Great, I was crying too. I tried to calm my nerves, but nothing was helping.
Emma, are you all right?
I couldn't talk. I just shook out of fear. I was having a full-blown panic attack. I stood up abruptly, and all of a sudden, everything went into slow motion as I tripped and fell while trying to get out of the hall. I felt so embarrassed and knew everyone was looking at me. I couldn't help it and ended up vomiting. OMG, what is happening? I needed to get away from the place and ran out of the auditorium while Damien followed. He made sure I reached home safely and then kept visiting me every day since I just couldn't show the world my face after that auditorium incident. But Damien kept insisting I go to school again. Damien, it's easier said than done. You have no idea what happened to me at my previous school.
Then tell me. I want to know what's bothering you.
And I did. I poured my heart to Damien as he hugged me and told me that everything was going to be all right. Still, I had just one question on my mind. What if Natalie knew about that incident? She couldn't. Could she? So I gathered all my courage and went to school. I needed to know who the play was about. But just as Natalie saw me, she came running to me and hugged me. I am so sorry. I didn't know you had anxiety. How are you feeling now? I think I should be the one apologizing. I ruined your play. I myself didn't think what happened in the play would trigger my anxiety. Why didn't you tell me about it sooner? I was embarrassed about it. It makes me look weak, and I don't want to be seen that way. Do you know that the play was actually about me and my life? What? Yeah, and you want to know how it ends? It ends with me getting better and finally stopping the violent scratching on my arms. And you know how that was possible? Because of you. What do you mean, because of me? You remember when you applied the hand cream and took care of my bruised palm? From that day on, I noticed how being around you and Damien helped me out so much. You always encouraged everything I did and were rays of sunshine, literally. You have no idea how much your kindness and care towards me helped me, and I will always be grateful to you for it. I was shocked and had tears in my eyes. That night, I played Natalie's words on loop in my head, and I knew what I had to do. I sat down and started a live video on Instagram. Hi everyone, how are you doing? This video is gonna be a little different. This time, I will be removing my makeup instead of putting it on. And I'm doing this to thank someone who hurt me. Not physically though, but in doing so, you made me all the more stronger. I talked about my insecurities and my panic attacks. I told the world how I was not embarrassed about it and how I wanted to learn to better myself. In the end, I just want to say, remember, you are amazing no matter what. Bye. Little did I know that my video would go viral. People began sharing their stories as well and tagged me in their videos. I was proud of myself that I didn't let my weakness convince me that I didn't have strength. I walked into school the next day, hand in hand with Damien and Natalie next to me, with my head held high. I hadn't realized it until then that I had amazing friends and parents, and I didn't need to be embarrassed about my attacks or anxiety. They were parts of me, and I am who I am because of them. Hi, my name is Mira, and I'm from Delhi, India. I lived with my parents and my twin sister Nani, and even though they loved me to bits, I was pretty sure I was adopted. I was born with a condition that turned my skin white and my hair blonde. I looked totally different from my twin and basically everyone in my city. I was so sure that I was adopted that Mom and Dad had to do a test to prove me wrong. My sister didn't make it any easier. Nani nicknamed me Ghost Girl, and that spread like wildfire. She would act like she got scared whenever she saw me. Oh no, it's the ghost! Someone save me! One night, I sneaked into Nani's room and waited for her under her bed. When she lied down, I pulled her by her ankles and she screamed. There! Now I scared you for real! I could terrify Nani into behaving, but other people? Not so much. As we grew up, people looked at Nani like she was a goddess. And when they saw me, they asked, "You look tired. Did you not sleep? Are you sick?" When I was in the 8th grade, I fell madly in love with a boy in my class. When I worked up the courage to ask him out, he looked deep into my eyes and said, "Your eyelashes are see-through. It's like they're not even there." So creepy. That stung. I slapped him and ran away in tears. I was heartbroken, and when people called me stupid nicknames now, it hit worse than ever. Nani tried to cheer me up, but a walking vision of beauty would never understand how I felt. I wanted to be anyone but me, and I got my chance to do that in just a few weeks. Our teacher in school introduced us to a pen pal program. Each of us had to write to a kid our age from a whole other country. When I got my first email from a boy named Archer, I was excited. He knew nothing about me, and I could be anyone I wanted. I told him I played the piano and the violin, and that I was tall, tan, with long, shiny black hair. When we exchanged photos, I just sent him a picture of Nani. When he sent me his picture back, I literally screamed. He was gorgeous. Nani spotted the picture from behind me and jumped on it. He's cute. Who is he? Tell me right now or I'm showing Mom. I told her what I did, and I thought she would get mad at me for using her picture like that. But she just said, "So we can tell him anything?" I guess. Let's tell him our parents are spies. We spent hours making up crazy stories to tell Archer. Most of them were too ridiculous to use, but it was so fun coming up with them. Even though I wasn't totally honest with him, I genuinely enjoyed Archer.
We tried to beat each other in online games all day long, and we talked for hours into the night. I thought I'd never have to pay for the lies I told him, until one day when my dad gave me some horrifying news.
I got a job in Portland, Oregon. We're moving to America.
That was the city where Archer lived. There was no way I was telling him about this, and I kept acting like I was in Delhi long after I'd already moved to the States. I really thought I could hide until the first day of my new high school. I walked into class and my eyes landed on Archer. No, no, no! This was my nightmare. The teachers asked us to introduce ourselves, and without thinking, I decided to switch names with my sister. I'm Nani, and this is my sister Mira. What? I rushed Nani out of class later and told her what happened. This is crazy. We can't switch names for the whole school just for one guy. Please, he's the only friend I've ever had. I don't want him to find out like this. That was when Archer stepped out of class, looking really mad. He looked at Nani, thinking it was me.
Mira, is that you?
Oh my God, what are you doing here? I thought you were in Delhi. I didn't tell you I was moving here?
No, you sent me a picture of you in Delhi yesterday.
Nani was out of words.
If you didn't want to meet me, you should have just said so.
He walked away and I cringed. I'd messed up big time. Archer stopped responding to my emails, and he didn't accept any of my gaming requests. I deserved the cold shoulder, but it made me so sad. I tried to make some new friends in school, and to my shock, it was actually easy. Things were different here from back home. I no longer got bullied for being blonde because there were blondes everywhere. People were actually nice to me, but the problem was they were cold to Nani. She was the one who looked different now, and people here didn't treat her like a goddess. Nani acted like it didn't bother her, but I knew she was lying. One day we were in school when a boy asked Nani out. When she said no, he started messing with her. He threw her books on the ground and said,
"Who do you think you are?" "Whatever, you're ugly anyways."
Tears of shock filled Nani's eyes. I flew to hit him, but a hand showed up out of nowhere and punched his lights out. It was Archer. He picked up Nani's books and handed them to her.
"Are you okay, Mira?"
Yes. Then he just walked off without another word. Wow, he's amazing. I know. Too bad he'll never talk to me again. Wait, I have an idea. Nani ran up to Archer and apologized to him as me. I was nervous about whether you'd like me, so I just lied. Can you please forgive me? I'll buy you dinner to make up for it. She was going out with him now? I asked Nani what her plan was, and she said, I'll gently break the truth to him. Then you guys can be friends and we can stop lying. I agreed to her plan, but after their first date, Nani came back without telling him. I asked her what happened, and she looked really weird. He didn't give me a chance to say it. He talks non-stop. I'll tell him next time. Next time? They went out on a date again. I trusted Nani, so I waited for her. But 2 more dates happened, and she didn't do it. One day, I followed Nani to spy on their date. I saw them outside a restaurant. Nani leaned in to kiss him. Oh my God! I was about to scream, but Archer held her back at the last moment. Mira! Whoa! Why are you here? I gave Archer a flimsy excuse and pulled Nani away with me. You like Archer, don't you? That's why you're not telling him. No, he's just sweet and he made me feel special. I couldn't say it. Do you really like him? Tell me the truth. When she said yes, I felt like someone shocked me. So that was your plan? Keep dating him till he falls in love with you? Can't you go get another boyfriend? You're the pretty one now, and I'm the ugly outcast, right? Nani, don't say that. You sent him my picture. He chose to meet me on every date, not you, ghost girl. I couldn't help it. I slapped her. I didn't care about Archer. I just couldn't believe she said that to me. That was the biggest fight Nani and I had ever had. We stopped talking for days. I was so upset that I even stopped emailing Archer. They could be together for all I cared. One day, Nani and I came home from school, and we saw Archer walking out of our house. What? Nani ran up to him. Hi, are you here to see me?
No, I'm here to see Mira.
Nani froze, and Archer looked right at me. For the first time, I knew he was seeing me.
I had a feeling something was wrong from the first day, but I had to be sure. Your parents told me your real names. Want to tell me the truth now?
There was no backing out of this. Fine, it's me. I'm Mira. I got bullied for how I looked back home, so I sent you Nani's photo.
Why didn't you say it when you got here? You lied to the whole school.
I didn't want you to find out that way.
You let me go out with your sister. When were you gonna tell me?
That's when Nani jumped in between us. I stopped Mira. She wanted to tell you, but I made her wait.
Why?
Because I like you. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop liking you. I just wanted some time.
For what? To play with my feelings like I'm your toy? You're both liars, and I never want to see you again.
With that, he stormed off and Nani burst into tears. She locked herself in her room and refused to come out. The next day, she told everyone in school our real names, just like that. Stop it, we'll get in trouble. I don't care, I'm done lying for you. I want my name back. The word spread like wildfire, and when our teachers heard about the mess, they took us straight to the principal's office. She was furious. She made our parents drive over from work.
Your daughters switched identities. They've been taking each other's exams. Their scores are all mixed up. We don't tolerate scams in our school. You're both expelled immediately.
My heart dropped. Expelled? This couldn't be happening. We got the screaming of a lifetime on our way back home. I was in so much shock that I couldn't even cry. Had I just ruined our lives over a stupid lie? The first few days out of school were just frantic. Our whole family sat together and filled out school applications one after the other. If Nani and I even looked at each other, our parents would explode. A week later, they dropped a bomb on us. They were sending us to separate schools. They didn't want any more accidents. The truth was, I didn't want to go to school without Nani. What would I even do by myself? But I had too much pride to protest, and she didn't say anything either. When our parents showed us how far our school buildings were, it suddenly hit me. No, nuh-uh, we can't go to separate schools.
What?
Nani and I can't be this far away. It's just wrong. Really? But after everything I did, don't you hate me? No, we're twins, aren't we? We're a package deal. We begged our parents to give us one last chance to be together. When they finally agreed, Nani and I were so relieved. I'm so sorry about everything, Mira. I was the worst sister ever. I called you names, I went after a guy I knew you liked. How could I be so horrible? When I was getting bullied every day, Archer was so kind to me. He did the same for you, and you loved that. But I love you more. I can't believe I forgot that. Can you ever forgive me? Of course I can. You'll always be my other half. We hugged each other in tears, and a heavy weight finally left my chest. We promised to always be on each other's side. Nani even asked me to make up with Archer. I was working up the courage to text him, but before I could do that, he showed up at our house. Nani pushed me to talk to him alone. He was so worried about our expulsion. He wasn't even mad at me. He just wanted to know if we were okay. We're gonna get into a new school. It'll be fine. I'm so sorry for everything, Archer.
You should be. You made me wait forever.
I thought you wouldn't like the real me.
I didn't like you because of your pictures. I liked you because you were sweet and funny, and you got really mean when you beat me at games.
My face was totally red now. Is there any way I can make it up to you?
There is one way. Go out with me. For real this time.
My jaw hit the floor. Are you serious?
I think the girl I fell in love with is still here. I want to get to know her. What do you say?
I was so happy that I jumped into his arms to hug him. He took me by surprise and gave me a kiss.
I'll take that as a yes.
Hi, I'm Selma from Bosnia. Before I tell you my extraordinary story, click like and subscribe because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. When I was 4, my parents and I went for Christmas to a little town far from home. The day we were going back, I was so excited at the train station.
Mommy, look, our train's here.
I turned around to see Mom was gone. So was Dad. My heart raced in panic as I ran through the crowd, calling out to them. And moments later, I saw the train moving.
Were my parents leaving without me? I ran after the train crying when suddenly someone took my arm. It was a kind-looking police officer, and I told him I was lost. He asked me to describe my parents to him.
Dad was wearing a brown coat, and Mommy's dress was red.
Sweetheart, can you describe their faces?
I couldn't describe them at all, and I didn't even know where I lived. The police officer dropped me at an orphanage and said he'd come to get me as soon as he found my parents. But days turned into weeks and weeks to months, and no one came for me. One day, I was introduced to a new roommate. When we were alone, the girl spotted my necklace on the bedside table and asked me what it was. "It's a present from my parents. Want to try it on?" "I don't mind." I put it around her neck, and her face lit up. We became friends instantly, and I went to sleep feeling a little happier that night. The next morning, I jumped from my bed when I saw a strange girl in the room wearing my necklace. "Hey, that's mine. You can't have that." "What? You said I could wear it." "I've never seen you before in my life, you thief." And with that, I pounced on her. The warden heard her screams and came running in. And when she pulled us apart, I saw a woman standing in the doorway. "Child, are you crazy? Why are you attacking your roommate?" What? I don't know who she is. I don't know who anyone is." The woman hugged me gently, asking me to explain what I meant. I told her that ever since I was a kid, I just couldn't remember faces. It turned out that the woman's name was Sarah, and she was a brilliant doctor. She told me I had a condition called face blindness, probably from birth. But it's nothing to worry about. I can teach you to get really good at recognizing people by their voices and expressions. Would you like to come live with me, Selma? Something about her reminded me of Mom, and I immediately said yes. And before I knew it, Sarah had adopted me, and I was flying to another city with her to live in her beautiful mansion. With Sarah's help, I grew more confident around people. I was homeschooled for many years, but on my 14th birthday, she told me I was ready for school. As soon as I entered the class on my first day, a group of girls flocked around me. "Wow, that dress is gorgeous. Looks like you have money and good taste. You're pretty, too. We could be twins." "But first tell me, how much money do you have in your bank account?" 3 giraffes and an elephant." "Oh gosh, you're funny too. Just like me. I'm Laura, I'm super popular, and you can sit with me." The next day at lunch, I saw Laura alone in the cafeteria and I joined her. Seconds later, someone pulled me up by the arm, and it was Laura. "Why are you sitting with her? Being friends with me isn't good enough for you?" "Oh, Laura, I didn't realize. I thought it was you." "You thought that was me? Did you just forget my beautiful blue eyes or my swan-like neck?" I somehow convinced her that I'd just gotten confused and I had to be more careful. After that, I stuck close to Laura and her group and always waited to hear them speak first. A few months later, the school's winter dance was coming up and everyone was super excited. One day, a boy sat down next to me at lunch and said,
"I thought we had a moment the other day in the hallway. I'm Ben. Care to go with me to the dance?"
I had no freaking idea who he was, but I said yes anyway. Suddenly, to my shock, Laura flung her tray aside angrily and screamed, "You witch!" And then she stormed off. Wait, what just happened? Did Laura like Ben? A little later, I found a girl who looked like her on the bleachers ripping a bunch of roses to shreds. "Laura, listen, I had no idea you liked Ben. I'll say no to him." "That doesn't change anything. You already said yes, so go with him now. Dance, get married, have babies, I don't care." I felt terrible. I almost canceled the dance, but Sarah said if Laura was a good friend, she'd come around eventually. At the dance, I could feel admiring eyes on me as I walked down the hall. Just then, Ben came running up to me, and without a word, he pulled me in for a kiss. Wow, it was my first kiss ever, and it felt freaking amazing.
Seriously, Selma? You just said yes so you could kiss some random dude on our date and humiliate me publicly?
No, wait, Ben, this is a mistake.
How could you kiss him by mistake? Do you kiss so many guys that you can't even tell them apart anymore?
How could I explain this without announcing my condition? I ran out the hall and tripped on my dress, falling face first.
No one helped me up, and I blinked away my tears as I ran out. I would have skipped school the next day, but we had a big test I couldn't miss. After the exam, I was in charge of collecting and submitting the answer sheets to the teacher. When I walked to Miss Galina's office, I saw her at the door and waited to hear her voice. Yes, Selma. Thank you. That was definitely her. I handed her the papers and went to the library. But minutes later, Miss Galina was breathing down my neck. I've been waiting for you in my office, and you're relaxing here? Where are the papers? What? Miss Galina, I just gave them to you 10 minutes ago, in your office. Is this some stupid joke? You did nothing of the sort. Just then, I heard Laura behind us. Miss Galina, I just saw her hiding the test papers in her locker. I think she was planning to cheat and change her answers. What? Miss Galina insisted I opened my locker, and sure enough, the answer sheets came spilling right out. How was this possible? I tried explaining my condition to the principal, but she got even angrier at me for making things up, and I was expelled. As I stormed out of her office, I spotted Laura in the corridor, grinning. Laura, did you trick me and frame me? Do you know about my condition? Oh yeah, I've known for a while now. Your cook told my maid who told me. Did you also set me up at the dance last night with that boy? Why? Just because I wanted to go out with stupid Ben? No, because I wanted to go out with you. You're completely blind, aren't you? Too blind to see who really loves you? But no, all you want is attention from stupid boys. I hate you, and I'm happy I don't have to see your pretty face anymore. What the what? Laura freaking loved me? When I got home, I looked around for Sarah to tell her about my terrible day, and I found her in my room holding my necklace. She looked like she'd seen a ghost.
Selma, where did you get this from?
What do you mean? It's mine. My parents gave it to me one Christmas.
Oh my God, Selma, I think I know who your real family is.
And then she told me the craziest thing. She said the rose symbol on my pendant was the crest of one of Bosnia's richest families.
I remember reading in the news a long time ago that they'd lost a little girl.
Selma, I've had you for all these years when they live right here in this city. This was unbelievable. The very next day, Sarah drove me to my house, which was basically a palace. When we were finally allowed to see them, I just knew these people were my parents. They listened to Sarah's story in stunned silence. Then they burst into tears and hugged me.
Oh, Selma, we've missed you so much. Our sweet, beautiful niece.
Wait, what? Niece? The couple then told me that my own parents had died in a car crash soon after I was born, and that they were my uncle and aunt, my legal guardians.
We raised you like our own daughter till that awful day when we lost you. We've missed you every day, honey.
This was so much news to take in. I was happy to be reunited with my family, but it broke my heart to see Sarah go. She kissed me goodbye and said she'd come see me often. I missed her a lot, but I had a whole new life to get used to. My aunt and uncle were spoiling me rotten by showering me with expensive gifts and having the chef cook up every delicacy imaginable. I was in heaven. But then everything changed. They both thought with my condition it was better if I homeschooled. And after those first few days, I'd hardly ever see them. They were always too busy with their own things, and I felt lonelier than ever before. A few months later, they hosted a dinner for some friends, and the minute I entered the hall, I saw a girl who looked way too familiar. OMG, you're their long-lost niece? Daddy, this is the girl I told you about, the freak who can't remember her own face. We used to be friends in school till she was expelled.
What? You were expelled from school?
Yeah, for cheating. She's such a disgrace. You should just put her up for adoption. I'd had enough. I went right up to Laura and gave her a hard smack on the face. She screamed and pushed me onto the table straight into the food. I grabbed a chicken leg and threw it at her, hitting her right in the eye. And I was immediately grounded, but it was totally worth it. Later that night, I went down to get some food and nearly died when I opened the fridge. A light showed someone sitting in a chair. Laura, oh my God, what are you doing here? Relax, I just want to talk. I think you and I are meant to be together, Selma. It's fate. Are you crazy?
I'm not into girls, and even if I was, I wouldn't be with you if you were the last freaking girl. Suddenly, we heard some footsteps, and Laura pulled me under the table. Just then, Aunt and Uncle walked in, talking in low voices. We have to think of something quickly. Once Selma turns 16, everything will legally be hers. This house, our cars, our money will be at the mercy of a stupid teenager.
I guess we'll have to leave her at the train station again, but on another continent this time. Maybe a really remote island.
As they laughed and walked away, I sat frozen in shock. They had left me at the train station on purpose? Whoa, that was crazy. Your relatives are pure evil. I can't believe it. They got rid of me for money? That's why no one ever came looking for me? I'm not letting them get away with this. Laura took me by the hand, and for the first time, she seemed nice. Listen, I'm really sorry about everything. I know you can't like me that way, and I've been really dumb taking it out on you. But please, let me help you now. Laura got me hearing devices to place all over the house, hoping we could catch Aunt and Uncle on record. And sure enough, one day we heard the two of them making travel plans for Timbuktu so they could leave me there. We submitted the proof to Laura's dad, who was a lawyer, and in no time, those two crooks were in prison. I became the rightful owner of everything my parents had left me, and the first thing I did was convince Sarah to move into my house. I went back to school, and well, Laura and I are now best friends.